With the 5 Live News at 6 o'clock, I'm Jill Mackenzie. Sir Keir Starmer's told MPs at his final Prime Minister's questions that he's left the country in a better shape than when he came to number 10. He also promised his wholehearted support to his successor. There was a warmer tone to today's PMQs, which is normally more adversarial. Tom Baldwin's written a biography of Sir Keir Starmer.
I think that allowed people to see some of the grace, the dignity, the pride, and actually some of the humour and charm that Keir can show on occasions. And perhaps people tuning in will wonder why we didn't see more of that before, but, politics is a rough and tumble place usually, and it's difficult to show that.
Andy Burnham's expected to take over as Labour leader on Friday and as Prime Minister on Monday. 3 men who raped a woman on Brighton Beach last October have been jailed. Abdullah Ahmadi and Ibrahim Al-Shafei, who are both 26, were each jailed for 21 years. 21-year-old Karine Al-Danasert filmed the attack and was jailed for 18 and a half years. The judge described it as an entirely predatory, callous and contemptuous attack. A man's been arrested on suspicion of sending threatening communications to an MP after a social media post which said Nigel Farage would be shot. Police have warned it could take several weeks to go through digital devices they've seized. The US military has hit Iran with fresh airstrikes, which it says will reduce Tehran's ability to attack shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier, Kuwait and Bahrain said they'd intercepted Iranian missiles directed at US military assets. Our correspondent Barbara Plett-Usher is in Jerusalem.
Now the Iranians are also threatening to possibly extend their own attacks to other routes that are used for oil and gas shipping. And President Trump is threatening to possibly order attacks on civilian infrastructure like power plants and bridges if Iran doesn't do a deal, which could be considered a war crime. But so far, he has not made a decision to resume all-out war, but he hasn't found a way to end it either.
That's the news on 5 Live. Orna's here with the travel.
Thanks, Jill. And it is looking busy on the motorways, just the usual places you'd expect, but extra slow on the M60 anti-clockwise at Junction 5. The Princess Parkway, reports of an accident earlier on. And the eastbound M56, that's joining the M60. It's been really slow from Wythenshawe at Junction 4. Tintwistle and Dovestone, those more fires continue to burn. So take extra care using the Woodhead past the A628 and the Snake Pass as well, the A57. Both are running well at the moment. The M26 eastbound and Junction 2A at Bruton, that was an accident. It's been moved off the road. The M3 is looking slow northbound approaching the M25. M40, Junction 11 at Banbury. 2 lanes are closed. That's because of a fire nearby. So smoke is blowing across the road affecting visibility. You've got the M11 in Essex looking slow at Junction 9. That's really heavy as well. So that's around Saffron Walden. And on the trains, it's mostly reduced services and high temperature associated effects we've got going on. So longer journey times, line side fires. Check the full route out ahead of setting off. And Manchester Metrolink have 3 lines with a bus replacement. Altrincham, Eccles and Trafford Centre. Warner Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
When you're watching the match in bed, when you're streaming a game on your commute, when you just have to catch all the action.
Come on,
Goal! Oops, sorry.
Who cares? What's a spilt coffee after a goal like that?
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And a TV licence covers you to watch all TV channels, including live TV on streaming services, so you can cheer along no matter what time you're watching the football. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including live radio, like this.
The FIFA World Cup 2026
with Kelly Gates
on 5 Live Sports.
To Messi, out of the D, penalty area, plants his shot in, gets his hat-trick. What a story. In the only day of Argentina's World Cup defence. Rashford, right foot, it's there! 4-2 England.
It's an exciting first game in the tournament I've seen for a long time.
Kane finds a position. Oh, brilliant! Harry Kane rifles it. Near side, the left, and the header is in. Is that the goal to see off the brave challenge of Cape Verde?
I'm in disbelief at what I've just witnessed.
Cape Verde, 2-0! Bellingham's there! The double English league!
The passion of the Azteca now is all English!
The manager's been very bold with his squad selection. They've got everything in place now to go all the way.
Jimenez in the D, directly behind the ball. Right foot, scores! And it is 3-2 now.
This is trouble now for England. This is not the way you wanted to let Mexico back in the game. The referee goes to his whistle! It is one of the greatest results in England's World Cup history.
I mean, every single player, the players he brought onto the pitch were absolutely outstanding.
Here's the cross. Oh, he's had it in!
did not play well. I'm absolutely delighted for the lads.
Almada tries to go it alone. The rebound from Lautaro Martinez. The defending champions have cleared another hurdle. They will meet England in Atlanta.
England are one game against an old foe away from a first World Cup final in 60 years. We're at the Atlanta Stadium as England take on Argentina for a place in the World Cup final where, if they win, they will meet Spain. Less than 2 hours to go until kickoff. How are the nerves holding up? Here inside the stadium, the fans have just started to take their seats. It's a really impressive venue, huge, as all things in America are, and it's just starting to fill up. The concourse is already full of fans who've been singing and dancing and getting themselves ready for kickoff. Still a long, long wait until this game gets underway. With me, our football correspondent John Murray, former England goalkeeper Paul Robinson. We also have Matt Upson with us, joining us from back in the UK. John, this is a huge occasion. Phil McNulty on the BBC website in his piece has called this England's biggest match since 1966.
Well, first of all, it's great to have you with us here. Finally, I feel like the World Cup can begin now that you've joined us here.
FIFA did say that.
Yes, and it did amuse me that you are on the midnight plane to Georgia.
I did get the midnight plane to Georgia.
But what a prospect this is. I mean, I think Phil's absolutely right. It is monumental. It feels that way. I think part of it is the rarity value, the fact that England and Argentina haven't met in a men's senior international for 21 years. Man sitting on my left played in that match. And I don't think particularly that absence has made the heart grow fonder, because there is so much wrapped up on this. I think everyone will be well aware that I've heard us talk about it since this match was set up, the footballing rivalry, the political rivalry, and I'm pleased to say, walking through the city centre this morning here in Atlanta, everything seemed to be good-natured. A huge presence of Argentina blue and white striped shirts. I think they will outnumber England, but in Georgia we've got the crosses of St George draped all over various parts of the stadium down there, and a strong security presence outside the stadium as well, which I think is probably helping, because it is very, very obvious, isn't it? I mean, armoured cars, police cars by the dozen, by the score. So on the field it is brilliantly set up because of what the two teams have done in recent years and also in this tournament.
Paul, it isn't a frequent meeting between these two countries by any stretch of the imagination, and yet, for all the reasons that John has outlined, it does feel as though it's an old rivalry being rekindled. They are always eventful football matches. There is always a lot of drama, there's always a lot of tension.
Yeah, it's special. It really is a special occasion, and without adding to the fact it's a World Cup semi-final. I mean, that's a huge magnitude itself. But you put England, Argentina. I think we've been very fortunate with this World Cup. I think it's the first time that the top four seeds have actually made the semi-finals. We've got two absolutely cracking semi-finals, and there's so many subplots to this game. Argentina are a team that have obviously won this competition before. 17 members of their squad have actually won the World Cup, so they've got the experience. They've been there and they've done it. But England have now got tournament experience as well in their side. Two very different journeys through this tournament as well. Argentina haven't had it their own way. They had to get extra time to get past the Swiss. They were 2-0 down and out of the tournament for 75 minutes against Egypt. So there's a lot of hope there for England. But also England haven't been at their best, in my opinion, since the opening game against Croatia. Although the last game was very tough, the conditions that it was played in.
There's an interesting quirk in this one, Matt, because although Lionel Messi obviously at club level has come up against English opposition, he's never played against England. This is a novelty. This is a new experience for some of the England defenders have played against him at club level, but it's a new experience for him to be facing England playing for Argentina.
Yeah, he's not a player that our players have probably faced that often. Obviously in European football they do, but it just adds a little bit more interest, doesn't it, to this clash, and to have a player like him play against you at this stage. Obviously 8 goals this tournament, which is just sensational really for his age, and the way that team gets around him and supports him, it's going to be so interesting, and there's just so many different factors to this game which make it just huge and almost impossible to call, if I'm honest.
That's why we've got 2 hours to talk about it in the build-up to this, and as well as the days of coverage that we've had in the build-up. So less than 2 hours to go until kick-off. For all the reasons that we've outlined, there is so much on this game, not least a place in the World Cup final. So are England feeling the pressure? Well, not according to Mark Gahey.
I mean, there isn't pressure on us. What's the pressure? They're the world champions, so they need to come out, they need to defend their title, so there's no pressure on us at all. It's a big game with big players. Both sides have great players, and when you have that, it's just going to be a good game. You know, it's going to be a fun watch, and one that we're going to be talking about for a long time. So yeah, excited.
Argentina, as Mark Gahey was saying, looking to retain their world title. Only 2 teams have retained the World Cup. That was Italy in 1934 and 1938. Brazil in 1958 and 1962, and there have been 6 different winners of the last 6 World Cups, but they do have history against England in this competition. Argentina wearing dark blue, which are the shirts that they wore when they beat England in 1986 and 1998, and Alan Shearer, in his column on the BBC Sport website, has said he still feels the pain of 1998. But Alan, who joins us now, can this time be different?
Yes, it can be. This Argentina team are a good team, but they're not as good as they were 4 years ago. And I think that's been clear for everyone. But they've got an incredible mentality. They've got an unbelievable will to win. They know what they're playing for and who they're playing for, and that counts for a lot. But there's no doubt that the way England are playing, the way their confidence should be, they'll believe that they can get through, because they've got some big hitters that have been performing miracles in Jude and in Harry, and I'm pretty sure that again you'll see one of them, if not both of them, perform again tonight, and hopefully that'll be enough to get us through to a World Cup final.
Is there a different feel, as well as the kind of practical reasons that you've outlined about the faith that England can have in particularly some of those star players, the fact that Argentina aren't the team that they were 4 years ago? Is there a different feel to this one, do you think, compared to when you played Argentina in 1998?
Yeah, possibly, yeah. I mean, it's not as simple as if you stop Messi, you stop them, but if you do, you go a hell of a long way to winning the game, because you've seen how important he is to this team. But I do feel as if there's maybe a little bit more belief, and I've got nothing in terms of inside this squad or anything like that, but the feeling that they're giving us, I think is there's more belief in this team that they can beat Argentina. I agree with some of the guys that have said we haven't really, Paul said it, haven't really played well. I would put the Mexico performance in there, as well as the second half against Croatia. But you can say the same for Argentina. Although they do score goals, a lot of goals, but they do concede as well, and I think certainly they will give it. There's enough evidence to suggest that we can score goals against this team this evening or this afternoon.
What about the history of this fixture as well? 13 of this team, though, weren't born when England played Argentina in 1998. 3 of them weren't even born for the 2002 World Cup match. So how much of the history of this fixture do you think plays into it for this generation?
Well, I don't know about the rest of them. That makes me feel bloody old.
Same.
So thanks for that. I just you can't get away from the history. It's what we've been brought up on. It's what I watched in the World Cup in '86. It's what most people at my age watched that as well. So you can't get away from that. You can't get away from the pressure. I know Mark Gahey said there's no pressure on them. There is. It's a World Cup semi-final, so there is automatic pressure on, and the expectation that the people have travelled out here, they've paid a fortune out here, and the millions and millions that are going to be watching at home. That in itself. But I tell you what, it's far easier being a player than it is being a fan, because at least you can try and do something about that. And leading up to the game this morning, I don't think there's any stress. I don't think it's more excitement than anything from a player's point of view. And I hope that in 28 years' time they're not feeling the pain that I'm still feeling from that game in '98, because I thought it was a brilliant performance from us in very difficult circumstances, and one we should have won.
Paul, I think that's a really interesting point to pick up on, the fact that England fans who are listening to this now will be feeling the nerves. They'll really be starting to kick in. They'll start to worry about What if Messi has one of those games, just one of those moments in this game? What if this is decided on a big controversy, as it has been previously in those World Cup matchups against Argentina? But for the players, that isn't what's going to be playing into their thinking at all. This is another match day, and these are players who have a lot of experience at the very top level and are used to this kind of big occasion.
It's a huge occasion, but believe me, they're all human beings. And everything that we've spoke about there, about our experiences playing, but actually as a child growing up as well, you know what's going on back in the country, and it's very, very difficult to take that away from your mind. You know that it's almost like lockdown again. There's nobody on the roads and everybody's watching the football, and you know that as a player, and that's one thing that you do have to block out. You know, we talk about the weight of the jersey and the pressure. If you want to be a big game player, these are the occasions that you need to play in. These players have played in pressure situations. The players that have been to semi-finals before, they've been to finals before, and they'll be used to this occasion. But again, at the end of the day, they are humans, and they are going to have to be mentally strong to block that type of pressure out.
Matt, is that something that you felt when you played for England, that history of being a fan and that experience of watching World Cups as a kid and taking that into big international games?
Yeah, I think it does, and in some ways, if you don't kind of control that, the magnitude of what that looked like as a child or being at home watching a World Cup, and how big it is, like Paul just mentioned, it can overwhelm you a little bit, and I think sometimes you want to kind of take note of it, but also, I mean, I'm just listening to Mark Gahey there, and it's chilling me out a little bit listening to him. I've got to say, he doesn't seem that flustered, does it? He's not that kind of character, and you've almost got to go into this game knowing you might make the biggest mistake of your life, but you got to not be concerned about that. You don't even think about that. You just play and you let it happen. You've been doing it your whole life. You know, it's kind of a bit of autopilot of a massive game. Do the best you can, perform at the highest level. That's why you're in the team, because you're good enough. And I think you just got to focus on that, because thinking about all the stuff back home, while it's amazing and it can be motivating and support getting behind you is everything, you've also got to focus on your job and your game. And I think Gahey's, sounding how he sounds and how he comes across on the field, I think he's excellent at that, and I think he can handle those kind of big moments really well.
Yeah, Mark Gahey in particular is a player who comes across as unfazed. Every time he's made that step up, Alan, to the next level, he seems able to deal with the situation, and certainly from what we've heard from him so far, it feels as though that's how he's going to approach this game for England as well. But this fixture, this stage of this tournament can do strange things to people. I mean, we go back to, I know we're going back to 98 again, but you think of Michael Owen, who kind of took the world by storm. You've got David Beckham getting sent off for just that flick with his foot, and then it goes down to penalties, and you have to step up and take that first penalty in that cauldron atmosphere. Yeah,
I really, really hope and pray that it doesn't go to that situation tonight for penalties, because it's
harder to watch than to take part.
Honestly, I wouldn't wish that on anyone, even your worst enemy, because I promise you that walk from the halfway line to taking that penalty is the longest walk you'll ever make in your life, and I guess it's a lot longer if you miss it. Fortunately, I didn't, but it wouldn't surprise me if it went all the way and went to penalties again, and it also wouldn't surprise me if we're relying on decisions again and we'll be talking about them. We've seen some really dodgy decisions and really poor decisions, not only from referees but from VAR. We've been scratching our head at times on how they've got to that decision. I really, really hope that that's not going to be the case tonight, because this is too big a game to be relying on that.
It's a big game, and you need to do your preparation as well, Alan. So before we let you go and continue with that, just a quick one, and John Murray will bring us the confirmed team news when it's in. But what we're expecting to hear is that it's going to be James and Spence at fullback and Morgan Rogers coming into the starting lineup. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I think the way Spence played when he came on against Norway was absolutely outstanding. He was so dominant down that left-hand side. Should have had a penalty. Rogers came on, made a huge impact in the game. I know his shot should have been saved, but he made a huge difference. So I'm not surprised there, because clearly Saka's not fit. He can't start another game. And Madueke, when given the opportunity, hasn't produced. We haven't produced enough, I don't think, from either side, left or right. So Yep, it's a big opportunity for Rodgers to come in. Not his favoured position, but given an unbelievable opportunity. And James as well, I think, in that right back position, he was. There's no doubt he was fit. He can start again. So 3 changes that I'm certainly happy with and go along with, and looking forward to it.
Alan, thank you very much. I know it's not the same as playing, but working does help to keep the nerves under control a bit.
It does, just a little bit, yeah. We get engrossed just like everyone else, so that's the problem.
Does it? I'm not sure about that.
Well, let's see how it pans out. We've got a couple of hours to find out. Alan Shearer, thank you very much for joining us. John, just a quick word on that unconfirmed team news. Obviously, it's not official until we've heard it from you later on. But some of the decisions that Thomas Tuchel is having to make around team news are really around fitness and even at this late stage, managing minutes, not in terms of holding anything back in the tank, but just in terms of players who might be starting to feel it a little bit this deep into the tournament.
Well, of course, there's Declan Rice as well, who we know in those sweltering conditions that we had in Miami, substituted at half-time, having spent, Thomas Tuchel said, 3 days in bed, as well as the sort of nerve problem that he's got in his back and his hamstring. So I think today it'll be to see how he is, whether it is real Declan Rice that we see here will be significant. And I think more generally, he's had to deal with those issues. Reece James's hamstring issue, the fact that Jarell Quansah is still suspended today, so he can't play, and he's had to mix it up. So he's not named an unchanged side yet at this World Cup, and he's made multiple changes. First, for the second match, 2 changes. Third match, 5 changes. Then 3 changes, 3 changes, and 2 changes. And it sounds like there will be changes again today. And not only that, he has not named the same defence for any match for 2 in a row. So he's had to adapt, but he did say at the outset when he named the squad that he felt that he had what he called 15 starters, and he has leaned quite heavily on that.
Well, as John Murray was outlining earlier, the nerves don't get any easier for him, even if he is working and does have everything to focus on that's happening here inside the stadium in Atlanta. We know that the England fans are certainly starting to feel the nerves, but how are Argentina fans feeling? Let's head straight to Buenos Aires, where Veronica Smink, editor of the Buenos Aires Herald, joins us now. Veronica, how are people feeling in the capital?
Oh my God, you can sense the tense calm here. You know, the air is so thick. People are just so nervous. There's nothing, they can't concentrate. They're supposed to be at work and at school right now, but I know for a fact no one is working.
No, and you can sense that from the Argentina fans who are here inside the ground. Obviously, they're not working, but they are very much here. They've been in for an hour or so already, and they are already bouncing all the way around the ground and singing and making sure that they play their part. How much of it, not just the occasion of it being a World Cup semi-final, not just about Argentina defending their World Cup title, but how much of a big deal is this for Argentina fans, this fixture?
I mean, this is a massive deal. For starters, it's incredible that after such a long career, Lionel Messi has never played against England. And we're hoping that's our trump card. And, it means so much that exactly 40 years ago, Argentina beat England in the 1986 Mexico quarterfinal with that famous Maradona hand of God. And then just a few minutes later, what was considered by FIFA the goal of the century. And people are just, they're hoping for another miracle in the form of Lionel Messi.
Yeah, and obviously his performance is going to be key to anything that Argentina want to achieve from this game. And we talk a lot about how much Messi's game has changed, how quiet he can be for long moments within the team. But just explain how much of a talisman he is, how much of an icon he is, not just to Argentina fans, but also to the players within that squad.
Yes, this is a group of friends. I mean, most of the players were world champions in Qatar in 2022, and you can sense it. And even the manager Scaloni, you can sense that they're above all a group of friends. That comes through, and it's very much, I think, a good representation of Argentina. Here, we even have a Friendship Day, which is actually next Monday. And that comes through absolutely. You can feel that they're there for each other. And you could also feel, especially that first match, the Algeria match where Messi played a hat-trick, you almost had a sense that other players could have, and such important players, Enzo Fernandez, Julian, Alvarez. We have so many good players that could, be your Jude Bellinghams. And yet you could sense that they all wanted Lionel Messi to break the record, which he did, of most, goals in a World Cup. And they wanted him to score the goal. And so it's not just the fact that he is by far the player we're depending on. And I have to say, everyone in Argentina today is praying that Lionel Messi has a good day, because it hasn't always been the case in the last matches. So we're just praying for that. But it's more than that. People want to win it not with Messi, but for Messi. The players and the Argentine fans. There's even a new anthem that talks about that. We want Lionel to have his second World Cup.
And Veronica, there are extra security measures in place in Atlanta because of the historical tensions between England and Argentina. Obviously, there have been rivalries on the pitch, but there have also been political disputes with the Falklands War in 1982 and the history of that. How much does politics play into how people in Argentina feel about this fixture?
It definitely adds another layer of tension, and I would say many in Argentina consider England, our main arch rival in football due to this. But even the Falkland veterans said, and Scaloni as well, that this is not about a war, that this is football. And yet for many Argentines, it's unavoidable. Again, in that song, in that anthem I was talking about, they also talk about, the boys from Malvinas, as we call the Falklands here. So that's definitely, an undertone. But there's, it's not the main thing here. People, it's a complicated, Malvinas, the Falklands is a complicated issue here, because you do have to remember it was a dictatorship who sent young boys to the Falklands, and many people here believe that even though they do think the Falklands should be Argentine, they think that the war was wrong, that it shouldn't have happened, that it was the military who sent them. So there's mixed feelings about that, but it's certainly something that adds to the other things, to the 1986 match, to the 1998 Beckham red card expulsion. There's so much going behind this match. It's not just another match.
No, it's not just another match, but there is a match to be played. And the way that, or tell me a bit about the way that the England team are viewed in Argentina. How are they rated? What do they think? Who do they think the danger players are?
Highly, highly respected. I mean, Harry Kane, just unbelievable, but Jude Bellingham, I think he's been the star. I don't think that many people knew of him here, and he's shone through in such a way. It's spectacular to watch him play, and I think that's why many people here, I mean, they trust the team. Argentina has a lot of garra, as we say here, a lot of grit, and they're trusting on that. But I do think a lot of people understand that there is a certain superiority because you've seen them play some matches that are just incredible. I guess it will come down to who's having a good day today.
Veronica, really good to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much to Veronica Smink, there, the editor of the Buenos Aires Herald. And the whistling that you heard there just gives you an indication maybe of the balance of Argentina fans to England fans inside this stadium, because that loud whistling was when the England players have come out onto the pitch. And they're just standing there, not warming up, just taking in the atmosphere, having a look around, just getting themselves used to their surroundings. Very low key. They going around in maybe 2s and 3s at most, but very quiet conversations, if speaking at all. A lot of them just wandering around on their own, just soaking it all up, taking in this occasion, as we are an hour and a half to go until kickoff in this game between England and Argentina for a place in the World Cup final on Sunday. Let's hear what the England boss has to say on this match. Here's Thomas Tuchel and what he expects from his England side.
I expect an emotional game. I expect a physical game. The conditions will be brilliant, and so we will try to make it and to accept the physicality of it. And that's basically it. We will be asked a lot of questions. So they are a complete team. They are since many years together with a coach. They have the experience of several tournaments together. You can see that. Like I said, I think we can match the intensity, maybe even put our intensity on top of them. and then it will be a match of moments and momentums. I expect kind of several momentum swings, to be honest. They are very, very strong in possession, very strong in the last third of the match with a lot of players inside, and of course Messi, who finds always solutions where no one else finds them. But we have also our weapons to hurt them, so we need to dig in, we need to stay focused and need a complete performance over the whole 90 plus minutes.
Strangely, are they the kind of opponents that you might actually get that performance that you've been looking for against?
I think so. I think it will bring the best out of us, because it is this kind of a fixture where you play all in itself, and it's the excitement. This is just there because it's the occasion, but it's also like the fixture against Argentina. I'm hoping for that. I see the excitement. I see a switch in energy again in our group. We reach the next level. I see players excited. I'm very glad because I see them very hungry. I like the energy, so the hunger to play this match, the excitement to play this match is on highest level, and this is how it should be.
And you know the history, of course, and so that means surely this has to be one for calm heads, yeah?
If possible, but I think it's a lot to ask. I'm not so sure if we see a lot of calm heads, me included, but that would be ideal, to play with a calm head and hot heart. But I think it will be emotional. Everything else would really surprise me, and it will be. It's just what both teams bring to the table. They are an emotional and very supportive group within themselves. We are as well. We're very competitive. They have the edge. We have the edge. We are proven in several battles now through this tournament, and this is of course a big one, and we're up for it.
That was Thomas Tuchel talking to John Murray. Really interesting, John, to hear both how relaxed Mark Gahey sounded earlier, but also how relaxed Thomas Tuchel sounded in that interview with you. Is that what you're feeling from him? This sense of keeping a lid on what could be a really frantic football match?
Yeah, I think he's been like that when I've spoken to him pre-match throughout the tournament. Actually, surprisingly, I've mentioned it a couple of times, surprisingly softly spoken pre-match, which is not like him. But I think I think that's the way that he's approaching it. You know, he wants to keep everything on an even keel before the matches. And I thought it was interesting when he spoke in the media conference, and incidentally the boos that you can hear is because the England players are now leaving the field, and they're actually leaving. The England tunnel is to our right, so they've got to walk towards and through and underneath where the Argentina fans are, and the Argentina fans are certainly letting them know that they're there. Just watching Nico O'Reilly and James Trafford just reaching the side of the pitch, and as I say that, on the massive wrap-around screen high above the pitch, what comes up there? The image of Lionel Messi stepping off the team coach outside the stadium, so a huge cheer for him. But what I was going to say was...
Well, just one little added point to that, John. And people are looking for omens everywhere, aren't they? People are looking for superstitions and things to kind of pin their hopes and beliefs on. This stadium is almost identical to the one at Dallas. It's almost like a cut and paste of that stadium. And yesterday, the same thing happened with France and Spain, and that France came down the central tunnel, and it was Spain who went off to the tunnel on the right-hand side, as England are doing in this match. Read into that what you will. It may be something, it may be nothing.
Well,
sorry, John, carry on.
A lot of talk about superstition around this match, and even Lionel Scaloni, actually, when he spoke to us yesterday, he wore a blue shirt for his pre-match press conference, and as you say, there's superstition about wearing the blue shirts against England. But going back to Thomas Tuchel, I loved the bit where he spoke in the media conference, because he was asked, how does he sort of get some sort of release from all of this pressure, and he said when he can, he does what he called his morning sport. So we know that he plays pickleball. He gets away sometimes to play paddle, and he talked yesterday about going on bike rides, just taking a little bit of time off, going on a bike ride. He said that he's ended up in car parks eating ice creams at this World Cup, and he said that reminded him of his 15-year-old self, made him feel like a child again, and he said that reconnect is the feeling that we all have inside. So I thought it was a really nice little insight that into what he's been doing.
Yeah, really lovely to hear that from him when he talked about, that idea of feeling like you're 15 and not 50, and just kind of getting that joy of playing together. Interestingly, it's very similar to what Julien Laurent has been telling us that the France team felt. I mean, obviously it came off the rails against Spain yesterday, but it's about that same kind of atmosphere of players feeling as though there's a kinship between them, and we heard that from Veronica when she was describing the Argentina team as a group of friends as well as colleagues. And that group of friends and colleagues now know, as we do, John, what the starting lineups will be.
Yeah, teams have now been confirmed, and it is as we were discussing. So the England team for this semi-final: Pickford in goal, then the back four of James, Stones, Gay and Spence. In midfield, Anderson, Bellingham and Rice, and then Rodgers on the right, Gordon on the left and Kane through the middle. So it is, I think, quite the selection this from Thomas Tuchel. The changes again, he's made 3 changes, including both of the full-backs. So Morgan Rodgers gets the nod to play, only his second start here at this World Cup, started against Panama, but he's come on as a substitute in 4 of the matches, with Madueke and Saka subs for the semi-final. And Reece James, I'm told they believe he is fit and ready, so he plays, having come on as a substitute against Norway in the second half. And Jed Spence at full-back, and if Messi is over there for the most part, it will be Jed Spence against Lionel Messi. But again, the word from England is that they've chosen Spence because he's a fighter for a fighting game. So O'Reilly and Konza making way. Konza started all of the matches so far, and O'Reilly started 5 of the 6 that they've played, but both substitutes. And John Stones, I'm told that the feeling is he deserves it after his Norway performance, and also the way he came on and played as a sub against Mexico. So John Stones and Gay, the central defensive partnership, and Declan Rice's fitness is confirmed by his place in the starting lineup. So there we are, that's the England team.
Fit enough to start the game, which is a question that's been asked about quite a few of the players in that England starting 11, Paul, at various stages. Are you happy with that selection? Are you happy that this is a group of players who can well, be starters if not finishers, to coin a phrase?
Yeah, I think we've seen throughout the tournament that Morgan Rodgers has had an impact, and I think he deserves his place in the side. A different position for him, playing out on the right hand side. He's obviously not going to come inside and occupy the same spaces as Jude Bellingham would, but we've seen them on the same pitch in this World Cup, and they didn't occupy the same spaces. They played well together, and I think he's got a creative spark, but I think he's got a work ethic defensively as well. And I think the wide area is one that Thomas Tuchel has had a problem in this tournament, because the fitness of Saka, the fitness of Rashford, we didn't see Rashford come off the bench again in the last game, where we maybe expected that he would. And those are the positions that he's changed on a regular basis. So the fullbacks and the wide players haven't really been able to get any type of relationship. But I like the Morgan Rodgers one coming in today. And as John says there about Jed Spence, he gives England something else. He's a fighter, he's a battler, and I think they're expecting a tough game in there. And he's also got the pace to deal with Messi.
However, the news on Argentina is interesting, because Giuliano Simeone, son of Diego, comes in to play against England. It's a bit of history there as well, and that is their only change. But that kind of suggests that Messi will be through the middle and Simeone on the left-hand side. So the Argentina team: Emi Martinez in goal, Molina, Romero, Lisandro Martinez and Tagliafico. Then Paredes with McAllister in the midfield. So De Paul is the player who makes way for Simeone. Enzo Fernandez in the midfield. And then the front three of Simeone, presumably on the right-hand side, Messi and Alvarez coming off the left.
Matthew Upson has been listening to that, and we've heard what England are going to be facing. In terms of how they set up against that attacking talent in the Argentina side, are you happy with the calls of Reece James and Jed Spence at fullbacks?
I've kind of got a bit of a mixed feeling about it, if I'm honest, Kelly. I mean, firstly, I feel for Konza big time, because I think he's come out to the right back position to, plug a hole really that's just been leaking the whole tournament in terms of the turnover in that position, and has opened the door for John Stones, who, there's no doubt about it, stepped in against Norway and grabbed the opportunity with both hands. I thought he was calm, assured, a really good presence at the back. And I just had that feeling after the game that this was going to happen. You know, he started every game, and Stones has now just stepped in right at the crucial point into the semi-final and nailed down that shirt. So feel really disappointed for Konza. It's a hard one to take, but I've really liked Nico O'Reilly, and I think that his physical presence, his aerial ability, how he moves forward with the ball and everything, I'm a little bit surprised that switch has happened. I think Spence did excellent when he came on off the bench, and I think he's had moments where he's shown devastating pace and ability to get forward and tackles and all the rest of it. But I thought O'Reilly was really just steady and assured and did nothing wrong, did some really good things. So it maybe surprised me a little bit, those changes. Certainly the left-back position. And like I said, feel for Ezri Konsa, because he's had a really good tournament.
How disruptive do you think it is? And we're only, a few games per tournament, but how disruptive is it not to have a consistent back four, even within that short space of time?
Yeah, I mean, it is disruptive in my opinion, but I think that's just been the way this tournament has gone for England. And the manager seems really relaxed about it. The players, I have to say, have adapted really well to the changes. Have we hit those heights of performance that we're all craving for on a consistent basis? No, I don't think that's happened, but we're winning football matches and we're doing it in a different way. And again, is another indicator of how this World Cup's been. The manager's perfectly comfortable, picking the team and managing the scenario game to game, and the players tend to just grab hold of it, adapt, who gets the shirt. I mean, it keeps everyone on their toes, to be fair, knowing that you might be in the team or out the team, but all that matters is that we win, and it's exactly the same tonight. You've got one chance to make it through to a World Cup final, and a lot of people would argue, like Robbo said before the game, and Alan, that we haven't really played that well for enough of the tournament, but we're here and we're fighting for that opportunity.
What are your thoughts on Morgan Rogers and his place in the starting lineup?
I'm really pleased about it personally. I think he's another player who, building into this tournament, I think has had really limited minutes, given how well he did in terms of grabbing the number 10 jersey and feeling like he was going to be the man. Bellingham's come back in and been an absolute revelation. So Morgan Rogers has missed out, and I think it's hard for him because we haven't done consistently well enough in wide areas. So I'm really pleased. I mean, he does like to play more on the left where Gordon is, but sticking him on the right for me is not an option. I think he can adapt. I love his physical presence. He can run. And like the guys have already mentioned, his ability to track back is really good. And Madueke didn't really grab that opportunity the other night to nail down that position. So I'm really happy to see Morgan Rogers start.
I think there is a debate, isn't there, about whether he has been shoehorned into this team and whether... And we talked about this, we've talked about it all season when we've covered England, whether Bellingham and Rodgers can actually play together. They go back a long way, there's a great friendship between them. But I think with this team, as we again have talked about match after match, somebody else has got to weigh in with goals. And Rodgers has had the best goal-scoring season of his career with Aston Villa. He's only got one so far for England, but I think he's got the power and the way that he plays, that dynamism. And also, under Tuchel, he was such a big part of what they did in the autumn, some of the performances that he put in. And I think what sort of pricked my ears was when Tuchel spoke about the way that he contributed when he came on against Norway, and Tuchel really talked him up and described him as a key player for his England squad. And when I heard him say that, I thought, I wonder if that means he's going to be in the starting lineup against Argentina.
He's got real physicality, John, hasn't he? And I think this is going to be a really physical game. This could turn into a bit of a scrap. So I like him in there. I think he's dominant physically. He's good in the air. He gets up and down the pitch. I think he'd be a really good addition, even though he is a bit out of position.
Is there an element of the England players having to be a bit smart in this game, Paul, in terms of maybe helping the referee make decisions at times, in terms of maybe playing to the crowd, which is going to be, we think, hugely outnumbering the Argentina fans are going to be hugely outnumbering the England fans. Is there an element of having to lean into that a bit, play the game?
Yeah, but not play the occasion. Play the game, but not the occasion. And I think from an England point of view, the referee is going to be important. It's a team of American officials that we've got today. And I think England have got to be clever throughout the whole game. I think Thomas Tuchel, tactically, he's been clever in this tournament, and he's adapted within the game. And I think he will set up in a way where he won't leave England too exposed. But what he's been very, very good at is playing to what we're good at. You know, so often as an England team do we defend weaknesses, and we haven't done that in this tournament, apart from when we had backs to the wall in Mexico and 10 men and holding on, he went defensively. But actually he's been more interested in what England can do to other teams, which I think we'll probably see the same again today.
I think that's a real talking point, that particularly post Croatia, and that second half in particular against Croatia, all the narrative was, this is Thomas Tuchel's blueprint. This is how he's gonna approach games. He's not going to be happy to just maybe sit on a one-goal advantage, or to keep it tight and try to nick something. He's going to go all out. His substitutions have been bold by and large throughout the tournament. And yet the performances haven't always looked like that. It's quite a contradiction, Paul.
Yeah, in the Norway game, he made a lot of in-game changes, whether it would be personnel or positional changes, and England didn't really get any flow in that game. It wasn't a fluid performance, but the job was done again, and I think a lot of that was down to the conditions. But that first game against Croatia, when we all thought England were going to go on and win the World Cup immediately because of the way that they played, I just really liked...
People getting overexcited, surely not.
I just liked what he did when it was 3-2 to England. He brought on two wide players and freshened things up, which allowed England to then go on and get that fourth goal with Marcus Rashford on the field. And he's been brought in to win the World Cup, and you can see his attitude. He's here, he's doing things his own way, and he's getting the job done, and you can see he's got the respect of the players.
We're going to talk about that England midfield in just a second, but before we do, let's hear from Declan Rice with Kelly Summers.
Well, Declan, a World Cup semi-final, England against Argentina. Just sum up the occasion and the opportunity ahead of England today.
Yeah, it don't get much bigger, does it? In the biggest competition in football, against the current holders of the competition. What a game, what an occasion, and one that we're ready for. We can't wait.
Performance-wise, what's going to be key for England?
I think staying mentally strong throughout the game, building into the game. We know what Argentina are about. We've watched their games, watched their clips. We've got a game plan ready to set up against, and we're ready to go out there and get into this final.
Morgan Rogers starts. How will that affect how the team play?
Yeah, I think the manager's obviously made a decision there. Morgan's an incredible player. Obviously, he's going to be playing off the right. He's direct, he's fast, he's strong, can come inside. So look, whoever starts, whoever comes off the bench, as seen throughout this tournament, has made a massive impact. So I don't think it's going to affect much, but it's a player that we're all looking forward to playing with today.
And as for you came off at half-time in Miami. I'm sure it would have taken a lot to keep you away from this match today, but how are you feeling?
Yeah, back to normal now. It's been a week today. It all started, so back to normal 100%. And I feel really, really good, feel refreshed, ready to go, and can't wait.
That was Declan Rice. And John Murray, just a word on his fitness and his kind of medical journey, if you like, throughout this tournament, because it's been illness, it's been the nerve pain, it's been a culmination of an extremely long season for Arsenal, reaching the final of the Champions League, winning the Premier League trophy. There's a lot going on for Declan Rice.
Yeah, 55 appearances for Arsenal this season. That's 49 starts, and such an important part as well of this England team. You know, he barely misses a match, we know that, but it has had the feeling that he's been out on his feet sometimes at this World Cup. And I remember, which match was it when I interviewed him, and he came across, and he was...
It was here. I'm sure it was here in this stadium.
Yeah.
It was.
And he was saying it was
at the DR
because
Congo game.
He said it's really hard to play in 30-degree heat in an air-conditioned stadium.
And he was red-faced. And I thought, he looks as though he's really... And then next man who came over, Elliot Anderson, who looked like the coolest man in Georgia when I spoke to him.
You kept telling him.
Yes, I did. So
you look fresh as a daisy, I think was the expression.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, we'll have to wait for the evidence of our eyes when we see him on the pitch. But he says there, feels great, blah blah. A week ago he's had the full recovery. What do you think?
He's the type of player that even if he's 75-80% fit in a game like this, you're not resting somebody in case we get to a final. You need Declan Rice because he's such an important cog in this team and the way that the team play. He's had that all the way through the tournament, Thomas Tuchel. He's had that spine. It's been the wide areas that have been his problem. You know, his go-to, the goalkeeper, Elliot Anderson, Declan Rice, Jude Bellingham, Harry Kane, that spine through the middle. he relies on that, and Declan Rice is such a big part of that, and of course is the vice captain as well.
And the other thing is, it'd be interesting to hear from you, Paul, and from Matt as well, about recovering from playing in conditions like they faced in Miami, and also, for Argentina playing in Kansas City, went to extra time against Switzerland, even though it was later on in the evening. But what the process is, what they'll do, how you make sure that you're right for the next match a few days later.
Well, due to positional differences, I think Matt will have had different recovery sessions to what I had as a player. But when it's a short turnaround and it's a short spin like that, most of the tournament you're either preparing for a game or you're recovering from the last one. And I think the heat that we experienced in Miami was incredible, wasn't it? I mean, it took us a while to recover from it commentating, because there was just no escape from it. The stadium was all open, and it wasn't until you got back into the car you felt the cool of the air conditioning. But warming down after games, they'll do swimming, they'll have recovery sessions. But as a goalkeeper, it's mentally tiring as well. Obviously, it's physically demanding at certain times, but I think it's more the mental recovery that you need. You spoke about Thomas Tuchel taking his days off and going on his bike, and he actually said to you, didn't he, that he's having one full day off where he doesn't do anything about football. He's not even watching football. And I think that's as important as physical recovery.
Yeah, it was after Miami, Matt, it was a relief for us to get back to Snake Creek, which was where our car was parked. Next to Snake Creek.
Right.
Walking along Snake Creek in the dark, I was a little bit uncomfortable.
Sounds a bit dodgy, John.
Yeah. But fortunately, I've lived to tell the tale.
No, I find that Declan Rice will just be, like what Robert said, he'll be in the team regardless of how he feels. I mean, you guys have said and described those conditions in Miami, and it sounds awful, but that after an illness, because whatever you say, you're depleted and you're washed out. You can try and put as many nutrients and salts back in your body as you want. You're just getting rid of them all the time as you're then exercising and stressing your body out. So for him to have even got on the pitch and played in that game, I think is a testament to him. He's talking like he's 100% and ready to go. I think that's just what he tells himself, and he's the type of person that's capable of mentally processing that and then just not thinking about it and just doing it. Is he at full throttle? Probably not. But like you said, so many times this season, because it's been so big, and we're at danger of just overplaying a player like him. I think Saka's fallen foul of that over the last 3-4 seasons, back to back to back. I think 82, 83 starts in a row in the Premier League he's made at some point in the last 4 seasons. So sooner or later it catches up. It taps you on the shoulder and it just catches up with you. And hopefully those lads, Saka and him, will get substantial breaks after this tournament, because it's going to be hard for them to move forwards in the next Premier League season if you don't get enough of a break. And Declan, this is a big last push for him, and I think mentally he's so dominant, so powerful, that I think he just overcomes it and produces good performance regardless of how he feels.
Matt, how do you think that relationship between Declan Rice and Elliot Anderson is working for England?
Yeah, I think it's great, because I think Elliot Anderson is probably aware of where Declan's at, and when you're playing with a teammate that might be dipping in and out or has been ill or maybe not quite firing, you help each other out. And I think Anderson has been really good at that. I think he's filled in areas that maybe Declan would otherwise always be in. I think he's been excellent with the ball. His passing, his range of passing the other day, certainly early on, was hitting really good diagonal long passes, very accurate, doesn't give the ball away a lot. So from that perspective, he's a really safe pair of hands, and hopefully Declan tonight will just have that little bit more energy to get about the pitch, do that defensive work, bomb forwards into the box, and those two work off each other. I think it's a really nice combination that England have.
I mean, our tendency is always to focus on those game-changing players up front, Paul, and yet we saw in the game between Spain and France yesterday, actually it was the midfield battle, as it often is, but it was the midfield battle that was where Spain got control of the game. And in a game like this, that is going to be tough. Is that going to be a particularly important area for England?
Yeah, there's battles all over the field, and I think for England, when you look at the way Argentina play, they line up in a 4-3-3, so I think England have got an opportunity actually with Jed Spence. He'll go into the midfield at times. Anderson, Rice, Rodgers, Bellingham and Gordon. England have got the chance to actually dominate that area of the field. and I think that's what will be in Thomas Tuchel's thinking, because Enzo Fernandez does get forward in support of the forward players. Paredes will be the one that sits. They experience the 32-year-old Boca Juniors central midfielder. He'll be the holding one, he'll be the anchor that protects the back four. But other than that, McAllister and Enzo Fernandez, they will get forward, and England could have an opportunity there to exploit those gaps that they leave.
However, there is one player that England will be desperate to stop in this game, and that is, of course, Lionel Messi. How do you even begin to tackle playing against him? Well, someone who's done that and saved a penalty against the legendary Argentinian is Joe Hart, and I spoke to him a little earlier.
Well, yeah, I like that narrative. He has actually scored twice past me, so...
We're ignoring that bit.
But look, today I can't wait to see him live in this stadium. With obviously Wayne's going to cover it later. But the lack of movement, the ironic is his strength. It's so hard to just nail him down because he makes the decision when he wants to take a hold of the game. And when he doesn't, he just preserves his energy, keeps himself sharp. So when that big moment comes, you know he's going to be ready. Look, the guys have seen every bit of video, every bit of analysis. But I think this is a night where you've got to feel it, you've got to understand it, you've got to be emotionally attached to the game. Because a player like that, you can't really predict.
So when you have a game like the one that you did for City against Barcelona and Messi's in that team, what are you looking at from him? What are you watching for? Are you watching for maybe those moments where he does sense that there's something on?
Well, not really, Kelly, because and I think it'll be the same tonight. Like, I'm out the game now, so I can watch in awe of the guy. But when you're in the game, he's just a rival. He's part of 11 players that you're coming up against. They've got some brilliant players in that team. And I think that's the real strength for Lionel Messi, because if you some people would say put 2-3 men on him, but he's so clever at isolating space, not only the space that he wants to use, but what he understands for his fellow players. So you go too much on him and he'll open you up. But you've got to play the team. It's not about Lionel Messi, it's about being an England player and playing against Argentina, staying together, passing on the information on the pitch. It'll be such an amazing event.
It is going to be an incredible event, and there are going to be moments. I think Thomas Tuchel has said that this World Cup could be won by the team that's got the greatest moments in them. Yeah. Who do you think out of England and Argentina has that in them?
Well, I've been asked a lot of people, obviously, you can't help but discuss this game. And I honestly think it's just going to be a slugfest. I think both teams are going to walk off battered, bruised, bloody. It's a hard one to call. I think it will go all the way. I think there's going to be so many swings and roundabouts to this game. It's not really a tactical battle, is it? I think it will be to start with, and then the moment that first punch is landed, I think all chaos will ensue. But we've got some brilliant players. We've got some match winners. Harry stepped up in the big moments. Jude. There's obviously Lionel Messi on the opposition. It's got everything for a classic.
It does have everything, and it is all set up, and it's an incredible stadium here as well. So the noise is going to be phenomenal from the England fans, and the Argentina fans just bring. So we've already seen all the footage of them around at Atlanta. In that atmosphere, how important is it that the players can keep a cool head? How much is there a danger that they might get sucked into that?
I suppose there's a danger, but look, these are elite professionals, the best of the best players England could possibly pick to play for them. And I always used to remind myself when I played for England how elite it is to play for your country. You're not just a good player, you're an absolutely brilliant professional, you're an elite mindset, you've been tested. Thomas Tuchel doesn't pick anyone that he doesn't want or doesn't believe in. I think we've really got that. And they'll be able to play the event, but there'll be some emotion, of course they will, it's all on the line. But in terms of professionalism and elite mentality, England are absolutely riddled with it. Yeah,
more than 2.5 hours before kick-off, that's the fans on the concourse singing that we can hear already. So they're inside the building and they are all set and all ready to go. For Jordan Pickford, I know you speak to him a lot and you know him really well. Yeah. What's his mindset coming into this game, do you think?
Be Jordan Pickford. Be Jordan Pickford. If every now and again you need to have a rant and a rave, go for it. Because I think for years everyone held that against him because they didn't like the way it looked. And I think Argentina are the greatest example of appreciating people for what they are. I'm going to be looking at Martinez and Romero. Now, if they were playing for England, the amount of stick they'd get, because they go out of position, they're aggressive, they're rash. But ultimately, that's how that team plays. They play to their strengths, and that's their strengths. Even Emi Martinez in goal. It rubs people up the wrong way, but that's how he gets the best out of himself, and I think that's why we should celebrate Jordan Pickford. All right, every now and again he looks like he's lost his head, but does he lose his head in the actual, realistically, can count to 10 in terms of a boxing terminology. Of course he can. He's still in the room, he's still ready to make big saves. So I'd encourage him to be the best version of him and not worry what anyone thinks.
Because he's worked a lot on the mental side of his game, hasn't he?
Of course he has. I mean, you have to. Like I say, Kelly, you talk about this elite level. Every single one of those players will have worked on it. Maybe they'll have worked on it with someone who's a mental coach, or maybe they've just worked on it internally or with their family. But you have to. You can't just be good at football. You have to be such a strong mindset to get to the levels these guys are getting. And like I say, Jordan Pickford is at his best when he's being Jordan Pickford and no one else.
Having said that, games like derbies tend to kind of bring out that slightly more erratic side of him, let's say. He has those moments in him. Is there a danger that this might happen in this game?
Like I said, there's a danger. You look through the history of the games, look at the absolute chaos. You know, you look at the World Cup games, you look at the hand of God and what's gone on, and obviously David Beckham, that slight loss of his head for a millisecond, and the game flips on its head. So of course there's that danger, but it's not just Jordan, it's all the Argentinian players as well. They could be quite volatile at times. Like I say, I think this game's going to have everything. It's going to be blood and guts, and it's going to be a top game.
Can't wait. Can you?
Honestly, I can hear myself talk. I need to hold my run here. It's still 2.5 hours.
Thanks, Joe.
Right, nice one.
That was Joe Hart talking a bit earlier, and he's part of the team on BBC television tonight. Coverage begins on BBC One about now, and if you head to the iPlayer, then if you want, you can watch the TV pictures with our commentary as well. And he talked, Paul, about Jordan Pickford and the importance of him maintaining focus. Obviously that's a key part of any goalkeeper's game, but particularly in a game like this, which has the demands that it does, when you're facing someone like Messi, who can look as though he's not doing anything for such a long time in the game, and then suddenly click into action.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing that Joe said there, which is correct, is to be Jordan Pickford, because this is the last game that you need to start adapting things and changing things. You've got to this level for a reason. You've been England's number one now for a long, long time. And I think he has worked on himself, both personally and professionally. You've seen his temperament. Yes, he is rash at times, but actually I think the last two or three seasons that I've seen him and I've watched him, I think he's calmed it down a real lot. And when you look at his statistics at Everton, even 11 clean sheets last season, there's only David Raya in the Premier League over the last 2 seasons that's got more clean sheets than Jordan Pickford. And he's a big stage goalkeeper, and I think he enjoys it. I think he'll absolutely relish this occasion.
We're all going to relish this occasion. There's less than an hour to go until kickoff in this World Cup semi-final between England and Argentina for a place in the final against Spain. We'll continue to build up to kickoff in just under an hour's time after the BBC News with Jill Mackenzie.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
A 14-year-old boy has been charged with terrorism offences in connection with an alleged plan to target 2 mosques in South London. Police say he was initially arrested on suspicion of criminal damage to a vehicle, but during a search, officers found concerning documents. Sir Keir Starmer's made his final statement to the House of Commons as Prime Minister, telling MPs, "This is the end of my political journey." He'll step down as Labour leader on Friday and is expected to leave 10 Downing Street on Monday, paving the way for Andy Burnham to take over.
I will give my wholehearted support to my successor. I want this Labour government to be a success. I want our country to be a success. I shall give my support privately if asked for, not publicly when not asked for.
3 men who raped a woman on Brighton Beach last October have been jailed. Abdullah Ahmadi and Ibrahim Al-Shafei, who were both 26, were each jailed for 21 years. 21-year-old Karin Al-Danasert filmed the attack and was jailed for 18.5 years. The judge described it as a predatory and callous attack. A man in his 20s has been arrested in South London after allegedly threatening to shoot the Reform UK leader Nigel Farage. Police say he was detained yesterday in connection with a social media post from May. The US military says it's carried out more strikes to reduce Iran's ability to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. It's also enforcing another naval blockade of Iranian ports. Meanwhile, Iran is still firing back. Our chief international correspondent is Lise Doucette.
President Trump has no good options. He has all the means in the region to return to all-out war, but that may not succeed. Or he could turn to Arab allies in the region, Iran's neighbours, suffering enormously, to try to find an off-ramp. He's done that before.
The Met Office says weather that was once considered extreme is becoming the new normal for the UK. Its latest report shows the hottest day of the year in the south of England is now typically 4.5 Celsius warmer than it was between 1961 and 1990.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
It is a mouth-watering prospect, isn't it? But let's bring you the very latest news this morning.
What is the immediate impact? Tell me what you know, please.
Let's look at these alarming figures today.
I'm coming to you live from outside number 10 Down Street.
Let's get straight to our top story.
How much concern is there from you and your members about all of this?
The voice of the UK.
What do you want to see happen? Now that the dust has somewhat settled, what do we think?
What is interesting about this particular payment is it does count as interest.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The FIFA World Cup 2026
with Kelly Cates
on 5 Live Sports.
Forget the history, forget the histrionics. This is an occasion that stands in its own right.
And does that goal go to the allowed? It was a handball, no question about that. That was the only reason that Maradona was able to rise above the incensed Peter Schultz.
He's gone in there and he said, I'm in with a chance here. Up he's gone. And he has handed it. We've been done by a handball.
Maradona turns like a little eel and comes away from trouble. Little squat man comes inside Butcher, leaves him for dead and puts the ball away. And that is why Maradona's the greatest player in the world.
You know, one's a dubious goal, one is a miracle.
England will face the Dutch if they can beat Argentina for the first time since 1980, when Michael Owen was still in nappies. This is Owen. Chamot trying not to bring him down. It's still Michael Owen. He scored a wonderful goal. Is there nothing beyond this 18-year-old?
Oh, it's a clattering challenge from behind by Simeone. And what happened there? Now, as Beckham got up, somebody swung a boot. He booked Simeone. Oh, he sent Beckham off. Oh, my word.
If those are sending off, I'll eat my heart. It's going to be decided by penalties.
Who would wish this moment on David Batty? Bad save by Roja in the Argentina goal.
Whenever England are put on the spot, they cannot find the answer.
England will have the backing. Can they produce the result that they need?
It's Michael Owen, brought down, wasn't in the area, and the penalty's been given. Here comes Beckham and scores! And of all the people to score the first goal, it just had to be David Beckham.
What a moment for it, straight down the middle.
They haven't knocked them out, but they've beaten them. They've beaten them 1-0. It's in! Bellingham is there yet again for England.
Amada tries to go it alone.
The rebound from Lautaro Martinez.
They will meet England in Atlanta.
England against Argentina is a match steeped in history, but never have the stakes been higher. Who will book their place in the World Cup final and face Spain? John Murray has a reminder of the team news.
Yes, the players chosen in 2026 to play for England against Argentina are Pickford in goal, James, Stones, Gay and Spence. So changes in both fullbacks areas. O'Reilly and Konsa on the bench. In midfield, Anderson, Bellingham and Rice again. And then Morgan Rogers chosen. So Madueke and Saka only substitutes. Rogers on the right, Gordon on the left and Kane through the middle. And in a delicious twist on that history of England-Argentina that we were just hearing, Lionel Scaloni makes just the one change, but that is to bring in the 23-year-old son of Diego Simeone to play against England in 2026. So Giuliano Simeone, who plays for his father at Atletico Madrid, is going to play in this match, and that is their only change.
John Murray then with the team news there. We've also got Paul Robinson in the stadium with us. Matthew Upson joins us as well, and South American football expert Tim Vickery is here too. Tim, let's talk first of all about the occasion. I mean, we talked about the twist of Simeone Jr. playing against England and the fact that there is so much history between not just the two football teams but between the two countries, and all the omens, all the superstitions, even Argentina wearing their dark blue shirts, which they've worn on the last two occasions that they've beaten England. Nothing is being left to chance in this?
This is Lionel Messi's 205th game for his country, and it's the first time he's faced the rival that for many, many Argentines, not all of them, but is the biggest rival of them all. And that stems way, way longer back than a war in the South Atlantic 44 years ago. And football in Argentina really took root because Argentina was an informal part of the British Empire. Loads of the clubs in Argentina started from British-owned railways, British-owned factories, British-controlled schools. The first club of Lionel Messi in his hometown of Rosario glorifies in the wonderful name of Newell's Old Boys. You can't get much more English than that, can you? So this is a rivalry that goes right through the ages. And oh, you lucky people who are in the stadium tonight. I am insanely jealous.
Well, look, the Argentina fans are here in their thousands. They're going to well outnumber the England supporters that are in here. And they, as you know, are one of the most vociferous and passionate support in world football. They will feel as though they are playing a part here tonight, won't they?
They're the 12th man, aren't they? But again, England and Argentina, two countries sometimes divided by a common culture, because there are so many similarities. I mean, the pyramid of English football goes so deep. The pyramid of Argentine football goes very, very deep. So many people supporting not the winners, but their local team. And the terrorist spectacle that they make is amazing. I think, Kelly, that if we just disregard some of the lyrics, they've got the better songs. And when you go to a game in Argentina these days, sometimes you come away remembering the songs much more than the football on the field. They've got the better songs and they bring the passion. And the English have the edge, I think, in kind of humour. So this is a wonderful meeting between two magnificent football cultures.
Is the team news pretty much as expected? Were you expecting Scaloni to make that change, to bring in Simeone?
Certainly was, yes. I wondered if he was going to go back three. The game against Switzerland, and Scaloni said it's the worst that they've played. It's the first half-decent European team that they've met since beating France in the World Cup final in Qatar. And you saw right from the start, they didn't feel confident in playing their normal passing, possession, patient game. They were just going long to Julian Alvarez and then trying to pick up the second ball and win set pieces. It was bizarre to see Argentina play that way, and they only managed to get into their passing rhythm after the Swiss were down to 10 men. So they clearly needed a player who can do the transitions, a player who can drive them forward, and that is Simeone. Now, we expect him to come in on the right. That's his usual role. But Scaloni can spring a surprise. I remember they did something similar against France in the World Cup final with Di Maria. And we all expected Di Maria to come in on the right and have a go at the French left-back. He did exactly the opposite. He came in on the left and had a go at Condé, and he took the game away from Argentina there. So I think his inclusion is a recognition that Argentina cannot repeat the performance that they produced against Switzerland. While I think England, with Rodgers coming in, is a reaction to England being so open in midfield in that second half against Norway, and realising that against the Argentina midfield, you really don't want to leave that space so open. So I think both teams are reacting to what happened in the previous round.
Now, 10 years ago, England's men were knocked out of the Euros in the last 16 by Iceland. In the World Cup 2 years before that, they didn't make it out of the group in Brazil. Since then, though, they have reached at least the semi-finals in 4 out of 5 tournaments. That record is only beaten by France and Argentina, and they've got World Cup and Copa America titles to show for it. 3 England players have been there for the whole time: Harry Kane, Jordan Pickford and John Stones.
My first World Cup, a totally different scenario to what we're in right now.
What a moment for Gareth Southgate. He has got rid of his blue jacket, but he's wearing his waistcoat. Not really a night for waistcoats. It is quite warm here inside the stadium.
We were in such a different place as a nation, how we were viewed as a national team.
It is about time that England exceeded expectations at a major tournament. It has not happened for too long.
We probably were not given much chance going into that tournament, maybe rightly so from previous tournaments. Yeah, we wanted to change that.
England's World Cup campaign in Russia begins as the ball is played back into central defence to John Stones.
One of the things I'm so proud about that tournament in particular was obviously getting to a semi-final.
And there it is, the final whistle goes. John Stones drops onto his knees and punches the air. England are there in the semi-final of the World Cup.
How we played throughout that, a lot of records that we broke.
Dyer against Ospina, he scores! England have won the penalty shootout for the first time at a World Cup. They're through to the quarter-finals. Off they go to celebrate. And finally, this jinx is broken.
And how we brought the love back to English football and how the whole country got behind us.
Who would have thought it?
Start the tournament, nobody, John, to be honest.
The next one in Qatar. Again, such a great tournament in how we started. I really believed that we could go all the way in that.
So England 6, Iran 2 is the final score. That's tennis, not football.
Fine margins within that quarter-final game that were cruel to us, and that's football.
This needs the nerve of the coolest man on the field. Oh, he's put it over the bar! He's missed it! Harry Kane has landed the ball in amongst the England fans, and France celebrate as though they themselves have scored. It remains England 1, France 2.
But again, I would not have seen it as a backward step from the previous one. And then, to here we are now in America, about to face Argentina, my first time facing those in another semi-final. A totally different pathway, if you want to put it that way, to get to this point, with a tough first game, with a lot of excitement, a lot of grit.
Across it comes to Rashford right foot, it's there! 4-2 England. Marcus Rashford has surely sealed the opening win for Thomas Tuchel and his team here in the United States.
It's a big win for England. That's exactly what they needed.
Some difficult games, slower games that were harder to break down.
Celebrations for Ghana after a 0-0 draw against England, and disappointment for all of these England fans.
The Azteca.
What day is it? What time is it? It's absolutely unbelievable. I don't think I've been through the mill watching a football game like that.
I have to say, I'm absolutely shaking after that.
And then, the other day where we were, with all respect, the favourites against a team that would deserve to be there and had some incredible quality. That was a difficult game. A lot of controversy within that, I suppose.
After review, number 9 of Norway pushed deliberately the defender before the ball was in play.
Haaland's got two hands on him and he pushes him full in the chest as the ball's coming in. England have got a get out of jail 3 card here.
And here we are talking before another semi-final. I'm extremely proud of, to say that, to be a part of it, to give everyone back home that belief, the memories, and it's about this time going one step further and trying not to get ahead of ourselves.
What will you take from the fact that you have won the last 2 semi-finals that you've played with England, albeit at the Euros, obviously Denmark?
Penalty for England. Oh, Schmeichel saved it, but Kane is there on the rebound, and Kane buries it into the back of the net. What incredible drama in the semi-final.
Unbelievable, the noise in this stadium. That surely is England through to the final.
And then that performance against Netherlands 2 years ago.
Palmer, lovely ball to Watkins inside the area. Watkins, he scored! Watkins from an impossible angle across Verbruggen and into the far bottom corner.
What a turn, what a finish. The keeper's got no chance. He finds the bottom of the net.
I mean, it's been some run, and you have to go through those tough moments, those experiences to know what to do in different scenarios, and it's been a great path to get to where we are now. I feel we're in a lot more comfortable state, more experienced, more ready, and the biggest thing is the belief. It's exciting to have this challenge in front of us.
And the whole time that you've been involved in the England setup, Gareth Southgate used to talk about it a lot, doing things that have never been done before. And that's exactly what you've got here, isn't it? The chance to win a semi-final on foreign soil. The England men's team have never done that before.
Exactly, yeah. I think the messages that Gareth started were principles and things that were so clear and at the forefront of our head that we can go out and do those things, and it's another stage for us to go and better ourselves, play even better football. You know, we after the last game, felt that we've still got more to give, which is exciting in my eyes. Go out and be ourselves, do everyone proud, and yeah, like you said, we've won the last 2 semi-finals as a team. Doesn't matter what competition that's in, and that's confidence in itself.
That was John Stones talking to John Murray. We'll get his thoughts in just a second. But John Stones, along with Harry Kane and Jordan Pickford, one of those ever-presents as England have sort of resurrected their international or their path through international football. John Murray also has been there for all of it, but you were also there for the years before in the defeat by Iceland, so I don't think we can give you any credit for it, John.
No. That was like all our yesterdays listening to that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Some of those bits of commentary I've not actually heard for such a long time, and to hear that when England are on the verge of a semi-final here, and also I was actually thinking about Chris Waddle this morning. We heard a lot of Chris Waddle in there, who has his own semi-final history. So very much thinking of Chris if he's listening. I hope he's enjoying the World Cup.
I tell you who are enjoying the World Cup. Over to our right, I mean, there are Argentina fans all the way around this stadium, but the biggest concentration of them is over to our right, in this enormous arena, and you can spot the Argentina fans who are scattered right around the stadium, not just because of the blue and white of the Albiceleste colours, but also because they are constantly bouncing, and so they're very easy to spot. And the Argentina players are now out on the pitch going through their warm-up routines, and they came out to a rapturous reception, John.
They came out as a group, the whole squad, whereas England throughout this tournament, the starting team will come out for England, which is what you see down there, and then later the substitutes come out and warm up. But Argentina came out as a group, led out, blue shirts, training tops, from the tunnel. Argentina fans, the massed Argentina fans above them. I took my headphones off, the roar was deafening, and we're going to have a real atmosphere inside here today. And you're absolutely right, Kelly, particularly that knot of Argentina fans who I think are the most vociferous, directly behind the goal where the Argentine goalkeepers are warming up. Look at them. I mean, you'd think it was the middle of the match now. I can see they've got someone down there has got a replica of the World Cup. Can you see it glinting in gold? He's shaking it in the air just behind the goal. And if they're going to carry on like that, they're going to be exhausted by 5 o'clock this evening.
It's what Argentina fans do throughout every World Cup match I've ever seen them at, and they do have the energy to keep going until long after the final whistle has gone in the game, but only if they get the right result. England standing in their way today. Tim, I just wonder, having listened to the kind of potted history of England in recent international tournaments, if the performances and the progress through those tournaments has changed the way that England are viewed, do you think, across the world?
Yeah, and I'm sure those Argentina fans who are bouncing up and down are accompanying that with the song "He Who Doesn't Jump Is an Englishman." It's one of their favourite chants. Yeah, the Premier League is huge in South America. It's huge in Argentina. People love it. People see some of the atmosphere of their own stadiums in it. And people have been slightly mystified as to why the England team took so long not performing. I remember Sorin, the Argentina captain in 2006. About 10 years ago, we met in a stadium and he came up to me and he said, "What on earth is the matter with the England team?" Well, that's a question that no one is asking anymore, is it? As I was saying, this is the stiffest challenge that Argentina have faced since France in the World Cup final. The bad news for England is, for a long time, I think this Argentina side was on kind of exhibition game mode. After Qatar, they were celebrating being champions. They were celebrating Lionel Messi. It was roll out the red carpet for Messi's last major tournament, we expect. And they went into the World Cup with some of that vibe as well. It was a very easy group phase for them. And they were in that vibe as well in the first knockout game against Cape Verde. And then suddenly they got themselves in problems. And in the course of that game, the team rediscovered the competitive spirit which took them to triumph in Qatar after losing the first game against Saudi Arabia. So that they're a team which has been digging itself out of ever bigger holes over the last 2 or 3 rounds. And the Argentina fans love that. A little bit of suffering with your triumph is exactly what those Argentina fans like. It puts a little bit of an extra spring in their step as they bounce up and down. So there's confidence, but there's also trepidation, because they realise how poor they were against Switzerland, how lucky they were with the sending off against Switzerland, and they realise that England bring much more firepower to the field than the Swiss could.
Tim, I only mix with Argentina football fans maybe once every 4 years, and it's a real feature, isn't it, the way that they travel en masse, but they travel as families, and you see generations of the same family. And I thought, I wonder whether we'll see that here at this World Cup when it's so expensive, but we are. And again, as I always say, I don't know how they are affording this, but I was also wondering, and you'll be a better place to tell me, you know, we talked in the build-up to this match about the antipathy and the antagonism there is between England and Argentina in a footballing rivalry sense, but are there similarities in this is a bit of a stereotype, broad brush and all that, but in terms of the character of people from England and people from Argentina, would you say?
Massive similarities. There are real similarities in football culture, in the way that football is watched, in the passion for football, in the depth of the pyramid. And we're probably now closer than we've ever been, aren't we? Because of this side, I think 5 of them make their living in the Premier League, and others, like Julian Alvarez, and I think Julian Alvarez is a big danger man tonight, a really big danger man. I think Julian Alvarez, you know, he's another one who's passed through English football. So in some of the earlier competitions, I mean, especially, say, 66 or 86, Argentina really were the mysterious other. They're not anymore, are they? We know them much, much, much better. And I do hope that come the end of the game, that we can all shake hands and be even closer than we were before the start. Maybe I'm being foolishly idealistic, but that's a hope that I hold out for this terrific game.
Yeah, it's a beautiful dream, Tim. I'm not necessarily sure that it might become a reality by the end of it. Matt, I just wonder, when listening to Tim talking about how Argentina have had to dig themselves out of increasingly deeper holes as the tournament has gone on. Yeah. It feels in a similar way that England have had moments like that, particularly you look at the game against Mexico, which they really had to battle for. And they do feel like two teams who haven't yet hit peak performance. Are there similarities in that sense as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, it's a strong word in this build-up, isn't it? Similarities, you know, in many different ways, as Tim's just outlined in the history and the heritage and everything else that comes into this football match. But certainly if you want to narrow it down to this tournament and the performances and how both teams have almost grown in character, not through playing amazing football. You know, we saw a team go out last night who's probably played the most consistent, classy football of the tournament, and they're out. You know, it hasn't been a tournament that's almost celebrated that. It's been a tournament where these two teams have come through adversity, through problems, through difficult matches, maybe not been at their peak, but found a way to win. And is it just going to be about that this evening? Are we going to see a match that isn't blessed with two teams with flowing football, what have you, and it's about an individual? You know, because both have devastating individuals in the team, and also that willingness to not be beaten, to not give up, to go through. I can't wait. I just think it's just got so much to this game, and like Tim said earlier, I'm just completely jealous that I'm not sat in the stadium.
And it is getting louder and louder, not just because they tend to be pumping the music into these stadia at a rate of incredible decibels, but also because even with that noise in the background, the fans are making themselves heard over it. Sometimes you just wish they turn the volume down for just a second, so that you can hear the supporters and the noise that they're making, because they are trying their best to create a brilliant atmosphere inside here. And look, there are adverts that need to be taken place, but this is not a set of fans who need to be hyped up for this game. They are already there, and with half an hour to go until kickoff, they are making an incredible noise, and I just hope you can hear it over the music that's being piped into this stadium. Look, it could well come down to moments. Obviously Messi, Tim, is the player that people will be looking at, but as you said, Julian Alvarez is possibly the biggest danger man for England to face. But Messi is sort of representative of this Argentina team, in that he's the oldest outfield player to play in a semi-final at the World Cup. And this Argentina team is the oldest name in the World Cup semi-final at an average of 29 years and 262 days since France's 11 against Portugal in 2006, and they were just over 30. So look, this is not a young, fresh side necessarily. Is that something that could cause them problems in this game? Is that one of the reasons why maybe we've seen them possibly conserving their energy and not having that explosive kind of football throughout this tournament?
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, it's a side that's been together for a while now. And Argentina, between 1993 and 2019, didn't win a title. They've all come along at once. This, like the great Spain side of 15 years ago, this is an Argentina side that have won 3 on the bounce, a World Cup between 2 Copa Americas. So it's a team that has been together now for a long, long time. It's a team, and that has pros and cons. There have been times in this tournament when you think, I think Argentina need to freshen this up a little bit. But how do you do it when you've got a group who have been so successful together for so long? It's not like a club side where, the great Liverpool that I grew up on in the 70s and 80s, they were able to, over the course of a long season, make a tweak here and make a tweak there, and they take a player out maybe a year or two before you thought it was necessary. It's harder to do that with an international team. So this group has been together for a long time now, and physically they could be struggling a little bit. I think, and I wonder what my esteemed friends think about this, I think it works greatly to England's favour that this game is being played in one of those air-conditioned stadiums. Now, after climbing the mountain physically and metaphorically in Mexico City, and then the sweltering swamp of Miami, to get a cooler environment, I think it makes it far, far easier for Tuchel to achieve his announced aim, which is to play with Premier League intensity. And if England can play with Premier League intensity, I think physically Argentina will find that hard to match.
Would you say, though, Tim, that them being together is more of a positive? Now, I know you said there's pros and cons, but it's more of a positive than a negative. I mean, I look at the team, other than Messi and Paredes, I mean, everyone's under the age of 30, and obviously Martinez, but you got, I suppose, Tagliafico as well at left back, but 28, a lot of the players, 29, 25, 27, McAllister, Alvarez. So there's a lot of players there right in their peak that have had massive experience at big tournaments, and they're playing with players that know the game inside out. So would you say it's more of a, I know you've highlighted the physicality that England want to put on the game, but that's their superpower, isn't it, what you're talking about there?
Yeah, I mean, it's Messi at 39 and Tagliafico at 33 who pushed that average age higher. And you're right, there are a lot of people, McAllister and Enzo Fernandez were rookies in Qatar, who are now consolidated players. So yes, that's absolutely true. And that they do have this strong team spirit. But World Cups are like time speeded up, aren't they? Teams can suddenly come together or they can suddenly fall apart. And I wonder if England really came together in that match in Mexico, and I wonder, looking at England, I wonder if really de facto Jude Bellingham is the captain now. He's at a similar age of so many of the other players, and he seems to be taking on a leadership role. And it looks to me as if England might suddenly have clicked collectively. And it's groups that win you World Cups. It's not just individuals. I do wonder how England will defend against Julian Alvarez, because I think he's such a good player. Came into this tournament struggling for fitness. Argentina didn't play him in the warm-up games, and they've nursed him along. They brought him off the bench, and now he's starting, but he wasn't looking right. But I think he's found it now. And he's so versatile, and he's so intelligent. And what I expect, if Simeone is down the right, that pushes Messi and Alvarez closer together. And they can combine with great imagination, making that ball move at great pace. And that, I think, will be England's biggest challenge, defending against the Messi-Alvarez combination. So there's lots of things to worry about with Argentina, but I just feel, and I'm pretty neutral on this one, I watch every game Argentina play. I just feel that the air-conditioned stadium, the cooler environment, might just tip things England's way.
I think the point you make, Tim, about the coming together, I mean, we've been at every game, and the coming together of the England side has been apparent in this tournament, game by game. I think they were a together unit, and I think there's a lot of credit that's got to be given to Gareth Southgate, the way that he handled that and made it more of a club environment. But there was a real change in attitude and atmosphere, as in togetherness, because it's difficult when you're away. You're away for a long period of time with a group of people that you might not necessarily choose to spend that amount of time with. So what you do on your downtime, your down days, and the results on the pitch obviously help. But no, that point you make, I really noticed that after the Mexico game.
Tim, do you think that the choice of Simeone to play and the leaving out of De Paul, will that be a popular move with the Argentina supporters?
Very much so, yeah. They were so poor against Switzerland, where right from the start, they weren't even attempting to pass their way down the field. They looked at that Swiss physical, compact block, and the game plan was just to go long to Julian Alvarez and then pick up the second ball. They do have some set-piece routines. They're getting lots of goals from corners, even little Alexis McAllister. And it was very striking that when they scored that corner against Switzerland, everyone there on the Argentina bench went running towards Walter Samuel, the former centre-back who's on the coaching staff. He's obviously the one who's working these corner routines. So that's something that England will have to look at. But I think that the key idea of Simeone is just to give them a player in transitions, a player who can just get them up the field. Because if they reproduce the kind of performance that they put in against Switzerland, England will be able to pin them back. And Argentina want the ball. And I think they were missing that kind of transition player just to open up the pitch, to give them some width, to give them some drive, some physicality, some dynamic. And they will hope that the addition of Simeone will allow the midfield then to play its normal game and weave its patterns and pass its way through and around the England central midfield.
We're just watching as they're putting the Argentina best moments of this World Cup on the screen, and that's why the noise levels have kicked up. You'll have heard the whistling earlier on as they were playing Sweet Caroline. That made the England fans find their voice, but there was also a reaction from the Argentina supporters off to our right, and now they're singing along as they watch the celebrations of the Argentina team throughout this tournament on the big screen. In the crowd today, David Beckham, who of course has history in this fixture from 1998. He's been at loads of World Cup games, so not surprised that he's here, but that is the most mixed reception that I've heard him get at any of the World Cup games. I'm not sure his presence was terribly appreciated by the Argentina fans, but obviously huge support from the England section over to our left-hand side. And Mick Jagger is in the crowd today looking for satisfaction from this one for England. And we'll hear from Thomas Tuchel very, very shortly as we continue to build up to this game. But we can talk now about a little bit more about that matchup between England and Argentina, Paul. And we've talked about the fact that, as Tim said, it's an ageing Argentina side. They might well struggle, not struggle because it's air-conditioned, but England will be able to benefit from the air-conditioned stadium a little bit more, and that energy will really help them. The other thing that's going to play into this, of course, is substitutions from Tuchel, and that's what he's by and large got right throughout this tournament.
I'm thoroughly expecting England to start this game quick, to start on the front foot, because as you say, conditions inside here are absolutely perfect. Between 20 and 22 degrees. It's actually cold when you're not doing anything physically. So for the footballers down there, they couldn't have asked for a better stadium to play in. And we know that Thomas Tuchel likes to play on the front foot. He's not necessarily been able to do that the whole tournament. But with this ageing back four, we've seen that they do concede goals. Kept 2 clean sheets in their opening 2 games, but have conceded in every game since. And we know England have got the quality to get at them. And I think that's something that Thomas Tuchel will look to today.
Well, let's hear them from the England captain, Harry Kane. Along with Jude Bellingham, they've scored all but one of England's goals at this tournament. So are the team too reliant on them?
That's just football. I don't know what people expect. It's like I said at the start of the tournament, Argentina rely on Messi, France rely on Mbappe, Elise, Spain rely on Yamal maybe. It's like, yeah, it's one of those where the guys who people expect to score, and now we score, it's like, oh, they're scoring too much, maybe other people should score. It doesn't really completely make sense, but yeah, I think throughout a tournament you need moments, you need match winners, you need heroes. As much as people will talk about me and Jude, we wouldn't be in this competition still if it wasn't for every single player here, and the saves Pickers has made, the blocks the defence have made, the running, the commitment, the midfielders are doing, the wingers 1v1 all the time. It's such a team game. I think it's so easy in these big tournaments to just make it about individuals and make it about 1 or 2 players, but without the whole team on the same page, the same togetherness, the same mentality, we wouldn't be where we are now. So football is like that. You score the goals, you get the rewards. I know that more and more than anyone, but I also know there's so much more that goes into a game of football than just a goal scorer.
Why does the partnership between the two of you work so well?
I think we're both in a good moment. I think physically, mentally, both in good shape. I think there's been a real hunger and desire since since we met up in Florida. Me personally finishing the season the way I did with a couple of hat-tricks, the cup final, I felt like I just kept that rolling into this tournament. Jude come in with a real bit between the teeth to, I think, prove himself and prove why he's at Real Madrid, why he is who he is, one of the best players in the world. And you saw that energy early on from him, and we've kind of just used each other and that energy into the games, into training around the place, and we've kind of taken that onto the pitch.
Is his best position, because we know he can play a number of positions, in the 10 just behind you? Is that where you like him the most?
To be honest, I think he's good in any of those positions. I think certain games will dictate a little bit differently, but I think he's a great goal scorer, so I think playing as a 10 helps him in that sense of arriving into the box, being higher up, being in dangerous goal scoring areas, kind of like his 2 goals in Miami against Norway, almost like striker goals. But also he's so good as an 8, driving with the ball, defending up and down the pitch. He has that engine of a number 8. So really, I think he's exceptional in both positions. I think the games will kind of dictate what suits him a little bit more, and that's when you rely on the boss and the manager and the coaches to get that right.
As for you, over 70 goals this season, Harry. That's 20 more than you scored just the season before. What has been the secret?
Good question. It's hard to really put a finger on. I think, I guess at this year, a lot of things have just come together in the right moment, the right time. I feel physically, mentally fresh, and I think the players I've had around me all season, both for club and country, have helped me kind of perform at this level. And it's hard to really know. I dedicate every year to improve. And
have you not changed anything? Was there something you did different in pre-season, taking on coaches?
No, I think maybe just even more. I think I've been even more conscious on recovery and healthy eating, and I think that happens naturally as well. As you get a little bit older, you start to know that every little detail is even more important. So I'd say probably from the start of the season, just coming off the back of winning the season before, and I think you're always a little bit like how am I going to react to winning my first trophy, and if anything it just gave me more push and more motivation to say I need to get better here, I need to improve, there's still areas I can work on, and that's what I kind of done. And sometimes you look through history of different teams, different nations, and of players who just have a year where kind of everything goes their way. I've still had not everything go my way, obviously Champions League and things that could have been better, but for the most part it's been really special. And now I'm in that final week of what's been an amazing season. I'm kind of just excited to be back out there and try and have this one big push in these last 2 games.
That was Harry Kane in the stadium here in Atlanta. John Murray and Paul Robinson. We're also joined by Matthew Upson and by Tim Vickery. Matt, really interesting to hear from Harry Kane talk about how winning his first trophy with Bayern Munich just made him hungry for more. And not just saying that, because players can say things and not necessarily deliver on them. He followed that up with his best ever season.
I mean, just for the record, Kelly, I'm not getting tired of seeing Harry Kane score. I don't care who shares it around the pitch, whether it's Harry Kane or Jude Bellingham, but both can score in my book.
But
that's
also,
absolutely fine.
Pretty much everybody in the tournament has got 1 or 2 players that are scoring the majority of their goals. It's not a strange thing to be reliant on a striker any more than it's a strange thing to be reliant on a goalkeeper to pull off some brilliant saves.
Not at all. And a lot of teams have 1 player. We've got 2 that have, a near identical record. Was it 6 goals and a couple of assists for both, 1 assist for both players. So I think it's a fantastic weapon that England have, and that partnership alongside Jude Bellingham has just grown and grown and grown to the point where their goal celebrations are kind of linked. You can tell there's a mutual respect. I think Jude Bellingham's really got himself to the level in the team where he can stand out and be the top player, but he also fits in with the group as well. And I think that he struggled to find that balance through very different reasons and being very young, and he's nailed it this tournament. So I think that's really helped Harry Kane. I feel his move out to Germany was just like a breath of fresh air to him. To be honest, I think he'd spent so many seasons really slogging himself in the Premier League, in a team that was relying so heavily on him to have to drag them out of situations and to keep them going in the right direction. And he's just come into a team, supply is there, he's got great wide players in the team, he's banging in goals. It's probably not as taxing physically. Is nailing the recovery. Their sports science and treatment and everything at Bayern Munich is really top of the line. So he's benefited from all that just at the right stage in his career, and he's taken that now into a World Cup, which is just fantastic to see, because his humility and his consistency is just something magnificent in a player of his stature. And I heard John mention the other day about out of all the superstars that he interviews and speaks to, he's got a way about him, Harry Kane, of just playing it down. Well, you know, he's amazing, and he's just, his goal scoring record's off the chart. So the connection with him and Bellingham has been a special part of this tournament for England, and I hope it continues again this evening.
I think you've got two players there, haven't you, that have come off the backs of very different seasons. We know that Jude Bellingham had his shoulder injury, struggled at times, but they've arrived at the World Cup at the absolute peak of their powers. I mean, I couldn't agree more with you. The move for what it's done for Harry Kane, and to think that he was linked with Manchester City before Erling Haaland went there. Can you imagine how many goals he would have scored there? It's a case of, if he's getting given the service, he will score goals. And I think I've said it before, but I'll say it again, the way that Thomas Tuchel has managed Jude Bellingham this season, making him realise that he wasn't the star, the team was the star. Thomas Tuchel had a year's plan in mind to get Jude Bellingham to where he is now. Left him out of two squads against Wales and Latvia, left him out of the team a couple of occasions, and actually made him realise that he's got to fight for his shirt, and he's come here with a point to prove.
And I think as well, he has quite subtly taken a bit of the credit for Harry Kane's explosion at Bayern Munich by making the point that it's that, being part of that Bayern Munich winning mentality and winning setup, that has propelled Harry Kane to these new levels. I always remember, Kelly, when he was signed by Bayern Munich under Thomas Tuchel, several times we were there, and Thomas Tuchel always liked to say, yes, we came and we got your England captain. But I've never actually put it to him. I've never said it the other way around. Yes, we came and brought you as our England manager.
Just to let you know, when that huge increase in noise just happened, nothing particularly happened. It's just the hype guy is getting everybody all excited for kickoff, and just raising the noise levels within the stadium. You're not missing anything, and hopefully that noise is coming through your radio as well. And Wayne Rooney has been talking about Jude Bellingham as well, as you guys have been doing, saying it's all about energy, passion, desire, drive, and how he's getting his rewards, saying a lot of players rely on ability and technique purely to get their moments, but Jude has desire and hunger. And he said he reminds him of himself, saying one minute he's thinking, this lad's a genius, and the next minute you're thinking, don't go into that tackle, don't get sent off. And Wayne Rooney's saying that he feels as though there are elements of his personality in Jude Bellingham, but he said he's backing it up in the biggest tournament. There were doubters before, but he's put all that to bed. Tim, who do you think Argentina are most worried about in that England side?
They're like one force. Can you make one word out of Kane and Bellingham? Bellingham, perhaps?
Yeah.
No,
that's my full name.
They're one force, aren't they? So I did wonder whether they were going to go with a back three, whether the old warhorse Otamendi was going to come in and sit there in the middle of a back three and give them a little bit of extra cover. I'm sure Scaloni thought about that. It's a system that he has used at times. And I'm sure that he's thought long and hard. There's a lot of responsibility on Leandro Paredes, the holding midfielder, tonight, because he is going to have to keep a very, very strong watch on Bellingham as Bellingham gets into that space in and around the penalty area, around Harry Kane.
Tim Vickery, Matthew Upson, for now, thank you very much. We'll speak to you both at half-time and after the game. Enjoy it. Let's get more reaction to the team news and more thoughts ahead of kickoff, which is 12 minutes away in this World Cup semi-final between England and Argentina. Here's Thomas Tuchel with Kelly Summers.
Looking at your team, Reece James and Jed Spence come in defence. Talk me through your thinking there.
Well, they're specialists and they deserve to play. Reece is back and has the quality to play on the very highest level. It shows no nerves. We want the agility and the speed of Chad. He was very strong in the last matches from the bench, and I think we need to get the fullbacks involved in our attack, so that's why.
Is Ezri Konsa injured?
No.
Just rested?
Yeah, Esri is not a fullback per se, and we decided for John, and then last matches we decided for Esri, so he started every match, so it's just a sportive decision.
Morgan Rogers starts on the right. Why was this the right game and right position for him?
Because it's a feeling. It's just a feeling from the coach, a stomach feeling. I feel that he has something special to give today. I felt him very strong in the last match against Norway. And in between he had outstanding training session to just follow up on that performance, and yeah, it's just a feeling.
And finally, Thomas, the key to stopping Argentina and Lionel Messi in particular will be?
Well, you need a lot of keys. We need a complete performance offensively, defensively. We need to take care of the supply to Messi. We need to take care of his support to the runners, especially on our right side when he gets the ball in half left and turns. There are so many ways, so we need to play free. We need a complete performance. Also from the mindset, we should be ready for the fight, but also like calm and collected and full of confidence in our qualities to give them some problems to solve as well. So we're up for it.
England are up for it, says Thomas Tuchel, and they're going to have to be. This is a World Cup semi-final for a place in the final on Sunday against Spain. Argentina are the opponents. Are England capable of doing this, Paul?
I said it before the tournament when we all picked our favourites as to who was going to win the tournament, and you get asked the question, are England going to go all the way? Can England do it this time? Can they win the World Cup? And my answer to it at the start of the tournament, and it remains the same, they can beat anybody on the day. They're without a doubt they're capable of beating anyone. They need a little bit of luck, they need things to go right in the game, and they've got their way through this tournament without hitting their straps, in all honesty. They're excellent against Croatia. In the other games, there's always been something to talk about the performance. There's been no perfect performances throughout this tournament apart from the first game, in my opinion. But I think that they are more than capable of beating anybody. And this is not an Argentina team of old. We've spoke about the age of the Argentina team. There's a lot of experience in it. But when we did their game here against Egypt, they were 2-0 down for 79 minutes. And if it wasn't for Messi, they wouldn't have got through as far as they have done now. And I left that game thinking, if England do get them, if England's path and Argentina's path cross, it wouldn't hold fear for me. I'll be confident of an England side going in to play them.
But if England are to get closer to that perfect performance, obviously no such thing, but if they are to move closer to that, what do they need to do better than they have done in the rest of the tournament, bar that Croatia game?
I think the defence, they've struggled. You look at the lack of clean sheets that they've had, and they've always looked susceptible. They've conceded in all but one of the games.
Here we go then, as the players are set to come out of the tunnel here in Atlanta for this World Cup semi-final between England and Argentina. Remember, you can watch this match on BBC One. If you want to listen to our commentary alongside the pictures, just head to the iPlayer and have your say later on 6:06 at full time. Will it be England or Argentina in the World Cup final on Sunday? Your commentary team, Paul Robinson and John Murray.
Well, what a sight to see here in the stadium in Atlanta. The teams walking out and the flags at the head of the two lines, the flag of England and the flag of Argentina for a World Cup semi-final. The referee and his assistants in their pink shirts and black shorts, Ismail Elfat, the American referee, so an MLS referee. He referees Lionel Messi in the MLS. He's the man chosen to take charge of this match. And he leads the players, he actually leads the Argentina players around the right side of the big map of the world, the FIFA map of the world, in blue and gold, around the centre circle to the far side. The England players in their white tracksuit tops with a black trim, and the Argentina players also in black tracksuit tops, as they all line up, the starting 11, the mascots and the squad, all around, waiting for the anthems.
Please rise if you're able for the playing of the national anthem of England.
you could barely hear the anthem. It was drowned out by the Argentine singer.
Please remain standing if you're able for the playing of the national anthem of Argentina.
Well, if that is any indicator of the match we're about to see, Paul Robinson, this is going to be absolute chaos.
Wow, I certainly wasn't expecting that. This is going to be one unbelievable atmosphere. I mean, the two national anthems were not very well respected by either set of supporters.
Well, we would have expected that, given the history. The English anthem was drowned out by the Argentina fans were singing that song about bounce up and down unless you're an Englishman. And they were all doing it, and it was almost totally drowned out inside the stadium as we welcome listeners to the BBC's World Service joining us for the commentary. And the England fans did their best to try and boo and jeer the Argentine anthem, but we got a very clear indication there that the England fans are massively outnumbered inside the stadium. So handshakes between the players down there before the match gets underway, and it's almost time. England against Argentina for the first time for 21 years in a men's senior international. This for the right to meet Spain in the final on Sunday in New Jersey. The England players just peeling off their white tracksuit tops with a black zip down the middle and posing for the team photograph. Now Harry Kane on his haunches in the middle holding the pennant, Declan Rice on one side, Elliot Anderson on the other. And the England 11 that Thomas Tuchel has chosen for the biggest match yet in his time as the England manager, his 21st match. Jordan Pickford in goal, winning his 91st cap. The back four of Reece James, the Chelsea captain, coming back in. John Stones and Mark Gay, the central defenders. No place for Ezri Konsa for this one. And Jed Spence as the left back. Then Elliot Anderson, Jude Bellingham and Declan Rice declared fit. Declan Rice after his illness and injury problems. And then Morgan Rogers coming in on the right, Anthony Gordon on the left, and Harry Kane through the middle. So Morgan Rogers getting only his second start at this World Cup. Here's one for the cameras. Harry Kane and Lionel Messi, the two captains, with the referee on the halfway line, the handshakes, and Harry Kane and Messi turn to one another now, and there is a final little embrace between the two of them before they line up for the pictures down there with the officials. And the Argentina team, just the one change that Lionel Scaloni has made, and that is to bring in, intriguingly, Giuliano Simeone into the team, the 23-year-old Atletico Madrid midfielder, the son of Diego Simeone, who in the World Cup meeting between England and Argentina back in '98 was involved in the sending off of David Beckham. David Beckham is here, I suspect Diego Simeone will be here as well. Simeone only his second start at this World Cup, but he's in for the semi-final. So Argentina with the Aston Villa goalkeeper Emiliano Martinez, then Nahuel Molina at right back, Christian Romero of Tottenham, and Lisandro Martinez of Manchester United, the central defenders. Tagliafico as the left back, then Leandro Paredes with Enzo Fernandez of Chelsea and Alexis McAllister of Liverpool, then Giuliano Simeone on the right, Julian Alvarez on the left, the former Manchester City man, now another Atletico Madrid player, and Lionel Messi, his 206th cap, joint top scorer at this World Cup, 39 years old, leading the line and captaining Argentina. So all set, everyone. The players are lined up. England, white shirts, white shorts, white socks. England attempting to win a World Cup semi-final on foreign soil for the first time and reach their first World Cup final outside England. Any moment now, on the huge screen, the wraparound screen, high above everyone's heads, will indicate the countdown to kick-off. The players down there, Argentina in their lucky blue shirts, black shorts, black socks. I think all of them, all 22, shifting uneasily as the countdown begins. So, if you're sitting comfortably, let us begin. There's the whistle. Lionel Messi plays the ball back to Paredes, and then all the way back to Romero on the edge of the penalty area. England, Anthony Gordon putting a very quick press on Martinez, who passes it coolly out. Harry Kane likewise, and the ball stabbed out of play on the far side. English cheers there for the first time since kick-off. Molina, under pressure, passed it straight out of play. So England get possession inside their own half, and Gay plays it across to Stones, the two Manchester City men. John Stones obviously leaving now this summer, but they know each other well, and today it is Lionel Messi playing from the start as the central striker. Alvarez is out towards the left-hand side, and young Simeone on the right-hand side. Here's Elliot Anderson for England. Elliot Anderson and Declan Rice. This match being played in the air-conditioned splendour of the Atlanta Stadium, and also it is on BBC One, so if you're on your way home, if you're just back in your cars, it will be on BBC One when you get in. And because it is a BBC TV match, you can listen to our 5 Live commentary with the television pictures all synced up via the red button and the iPlayer. As there's a first foul, and referee is quickly across after the challenge came in on Jude Bellingham from Paredes, wags his finger, free kick England.
Well, we've built it, we've hyped it, it started, hold on, this is going to be good. England started at a real tempo, high press from both Harry Kane and Anthony Gordon, and already there's 2 really robust challenges going in. One into the back of Jude Bellingham there from Paredes. I think Fernandes had one down on this near side as well.
Yeah, the referee, I think, chose to have a word with Enzo Fernandes there. Fired forward by Pickford, headed away by Molina, and then played back into the Argentine defence with Christian Romero. And England with an intense press here. We wanted to see, didn't we, how they would look after coming through the sweltering heat of Miami. And Reece James as well, well forward, blocking that ball out of play for a throw into Argentina. Paul Robinson sitting alongside me here, man of the match against Argentina when these sides last met in a senior men's international 21 years ago. Paul, England World Cup goalkeeper, and Argentina with the throw, which is headed infield by Alvarez. Harry Kane involved, either side of Messi. The ball runs away back to Gay. The Argentina players wanted a free kick there, several of them standing palms apart, and then Elliot Anderson was caught by Enzo Fernandes. That's a free kick.
That's an awful challenge. That's a really poor challenge. This is getting tasty.
Jude Bellingham's pointed that out. There's a bit of shoving and pushing going on. Anderson's still down and still milling around.
He's absolutely clobbered into the back of him there, John, Enzo Fernandes. He didn't like the initial challenge that Elliot Anderson put in on Messi, and he went and took retribution. Elliot Anderson, he's gone into the back of him, but it looks to me like he's put his arm across the back of his head as well.
Yeah,
Elliot Anderson's holding his head. Elliot
Anderson was actually saying that he got an arm in the back of the head there. Harry Kane is speaking to the referee. Well, this is exactly what we're expecting. Oh, and Enzo Fernandes.
It's an awful challenge.
Went in with his forearm on the back of Elliot Anderson's head. And interestingly, we're being shown pictures here of the referee's view of this. The referee speaking to Enzo Fernandes. I mean, that was, at the very least, a sturdy challenge.
Very surprised that he's not been told to have a look at that. He knows exactly what he's done there as Fernandes. He's put his arm. Jude Bellingham's moaning to the referee now. The referee needs to get a grip of this quickly, because that's 3 that he's let go. I mean, he gave that a free kick, but this could get tasty quickly.
Yeah, well, it already has. England 0, Argentina 0. 5 live from the BBC. The World Service with us as well. Jed Spence's pushed well forward, but actually over there, Anthony Gordon's got to go back to the halfway line. Anderson's okay after that Enzo Fernandez fist on the back of his head. He's all right, didn't receive treatment, but that could easily have been an early yellow card in this match, and I know there has been some scrutiny on how this referee, Ismail El-Fat, will take charge of this match, and also some of the decisions that have gone the way of Argentina during the course of this World Cup. So there we are, first flash point. England with Spence down the left, still going. He's being challenged by Simeone, he's beaten Nawal as well, and then the challenge comes in on him. He was very nearly into the penalty area. What a run from Jed Spence.
That's a great sign from England early on. That shows you that Jed Spence has got the beating of both midfielder and fullback. He was outstanding there, very, very quick. Put it through Simeone's legs, went round the fullback. It was only the last-ditch challenge from the midfielder coming back that stopped Jed Spence getting into the 18-yard box.
England 0, Argentina 0. Mark Gay just out-sprinted Lionel Messi there to take possession of the ball. I was talking to him here inside the stadium last night, making the point, one match he played against Erling Haaland, next it's Messi, as Alvarez plays it in towards the edge of the D, and England are able to play it away from the back. Yes, I asked Mark Gay, I said, how often does Pep Guardiola talk to you about Lionel Messi? And he said, well, I've only been there 6 months, and he mentions him all the time.
Well, there was talk, wasn't there, that possibly when Pep went there, that he might have got him, but it's obviously all history now.
Yes, I think he was happy where he was. England 0, Argentina 0. Romero, ball out towards the right-hand side, and it's blocked by Bellingham, but then is taken on by Simeone. But excellent work from Jed Spence. Still Spence, bounces away from him, and then is shielded by Elliot Anderson, who was fouled by Simeone. Now he's down flat on his front, Elliot Anderson. Free kick to England halfway inside their own half.
He does well to keep possession there, Jed Spence. Finds his England teammate, he's trying to turn out of trouble. He invites the free kick. From an Argentina point of view, Simeone didn't need to make that challenge in that area of the pitch. Elliot Anderson was under pressure.
Did somebody kick the ball away there as well, I think? And the England players are again asking the question of the referee. Well, we can already tell, 6 minutes played, Ismail El-Fat has got a real job on his hands here. Let's hope he's up to it. Long pass downfield, Pickford, taken down by Rodgers, playing on the right, Madueke and Saka on the bench. Rodgers takes on Tagliafico, gets it into the near post, and that's blocked behind by McAllister for a first England corner. They've scored from only 2 set pieces so far at this World Cup, England.
It's a tactic that England have used before in this World Cup, the long ball from Jordan Pickford. The fullbacks push up, Morgan Rodgers it was that time. It was a really good kick from Jordan Pickford. Long diag over the top, good touch by Rodgers, and gets a corner.
So first set piece to defend. Declan Rice way down there to our right, almost out of our sight. Can only just see the near touchline. Rice waiting to take this. Emiliano Martinez bouncing around 2 yards off his line, and a little bit of light jostling going on near the penalty spot. Anderson's involved in that as well, Gay too. Here comes the corner, 2 players have ended up on the ground. It's headed away, no whistle yet. More wrestling on the edge of the penalty area, and then Jed Spence steps in as it's cleared towards the halfway line. A high foot from Mark Gay, that'll be a free kick on Alvarez. They tried to take it quickly, McAllister's clattered it into the back of Mark Gay, who hadn't retreated, and the referee says, yeah, just bring it back for a free kick. This is going to be mayhem.
Oh, it already is, isn't it? I mean, immediately there in that penalty box, in the 18-yard box, the referee turned a blind eye. There could have been 2 or 3 fouls in there. They're really clashing into challenges now. Elliot Anderson's putting himself about, but he's also getting it back.
In a match like this, the referee can't turn a blind eye.
No, I know, and he's done it far too often, which is why it's allowed the players to get away with what they have.
England 0, Argentina 0. Ball played back to goalkeeper Martinez, always announced at Villa Park as the best in the world. Tagliafico now, the left back, playing it infield to McAllister, trying to work it away, but Reece James in on the challenge on the left back, and that'll be a free kick for Argentina that will be taken by Paredes. So De Paul left out of the team, and Simeone coming in, and all of the history that this match has got, that whether it's the hand of God, whether it's Antonio Ratin back in 1966, who actually passed away in the days coming up to this match, the Argentine captain from 1966, or whether it's Diego Simeone and David Beckham from 98. There is always something that happens in an England-Argentina match besides the action, and some of the matches have been terrific, some of the goals as well, as there's a foul on Elliot Anderson, shoved over by Simeone, and that's a free kick to England inside their own half. Some of the goal scorers as well who scored in this fixture, I mentioned Diego Maradona, obviously, David Beckham himself with a penalty in 2002, Batistuta, Shearer, Bobby Charlton, Jimmy Greaves, some of the absolute greats. And England now trying to come forward, but this time it's a foul by Elliot Anderson, who was all over the back of Enzo Fernandez. There's one back, free kick Argentina.
Do you know what, John? As much as we're enjoying it and it's a fiery, feisty contest, it's actually to the detriment of the game. We're at the risk of the quality of the game because there's so many challenges that are just getting thrown in.
It's like a derby match, even though it's England, Northern Europe against Argentina, South America, as the ball is passed out of play for a throw-in to England. And there is quite a lot of, there is no segregation inside the ground. There is the England end to our left, the Argentina end to our right. Ball played over the top. This is Anthony Gordon to chase. Gordon speeding away. I think it'll beat him. No, he does get the ball in, actually. But it was crossed straight into the arms of Martinez, who was able to go down and take it with Bellingham arriving.
We've got him twice now, England. Long balls over the top. Morgan Rogers down on this near touch line. This time it's Anthony Gordon cutting in from the left. Longer ball over the top from Elliot Anderson.
10 minutes played here in Atlanta, in the home of the Atlanta Falcons and Atlanta United, the MLS team. This futuristic stadium. Long pass from Martinez. John Stones is across to head that out of play. No Konza in the starting lineup if you've just joined us and haven't heard. Konza, who'd started the previous matches, but on the bench tonight with Reece James coming back to play as the right back. James and Spence on the other side. Argentina, who have played here just like England already. That's given away by Romero. Anderson surging run through the middle, goes down under the challenge, and then it bounces away. Anderson still getting involved with, I think is it Paredes who is down there? No, it's Enzo Fernandez again, the two of them involved, and actually the referee's brought it back for a foul on Paredes.
It's absolute bedlam down there. It really is. Thomas Tuchel down beneath us on the touchline, pacing up and down to the fourth official. He can't believe what he's seeing in front of him. Elliot Anderson was taken out. The England players felt hard done to. I think it was Morgan Rogers that pulled down Paredes off the ball. It was a foul, but the England one was also a foul before that incident.
I think the referee's struggling to retain authority here.
Very much so. Very, very much so. And like I say, he needs to get hold of this game.
I see Lionel Scaloni has just stepped onto the pitch just to have a word with Alvarez and now Tagliafico. And Paredes is being addressed by the referee. Harry Kane has gone across to speak to him as well, the referee. And play will resume with a free kick to Argentina. The referee's just picked up the ball and actually has left. It looks as though it's going to be a drop ball to restart play.
An uncontested drop ball after he could have given two clear fouls.
I'm not sure.
How was that in the rule book?
I'm not sure about that. England 0, Argentina 0. Paredes turns and finds Enzo Fernandez, who's got space in front of him. Fernandez, who scored the dramatic winner against Egypt. Messi falls over as the ball has passed slightly behind him, miscontrolled it, fell over. The England fans enjoyed that.
Well, it's a collector's item, isn't it? I don't think you'll see that ever again.
Yes, however, he who laughs last, so watch out. Argentina with Romero, who also scored in the win against Egypt. Both England and Argentina coming from behind in this stadium to win. Part of the roller coaster journey that has been the World Cup for both England. And then the ball is played forward to Simeone, who had to be offside. That was a collector's item, the early flag. And England coming from behind in this stadium. Oh, and Jordan Pickford's tried to get the ball back off Simeone, grabbed it back off him. Simeone ends on the ground, and now the referee's going to speak to Jordan Pickford. Just tapped the ball out of his hands, and Simeone fell over.
Does give him a little shoulder barge there, Jordan Pickford. He doesn't need to be getting carried away with it. I mean, there's no reason for him to be doing that, the England goalkeeper. We've seen him lose his head a few times.
I don't think we need Jordan Pickford stoking this up.
No.
It's already stoked right up. It's white hot down there, even in the air-conditioned cool of this indoor stadium. England 0, Argentina 0. Here's Jude Bellingham. Then back to Mark Gay. Got Mark Gay just walking the ball forward. Gay to Jed Spence. And now Gordon might get away because Molina out of position. Gordon to the edge of the box, onto his right foot, trying to find a position, but he runs into a crowd on the edge of the D, and in the end doesn't even get the shot in.
Ran himself into a dead end there, Anthony Gordon. I think he had better options in the box. Really good play again from Jed Spence.
Now Argentina might break, and it's played to Simeone by McAllister. Simeone goes for the early ball into the middle. Reece James comes across, however, it's bounced away from to Alvarez. Now the ball on the right with Simeone. His cross deep to the back post, but it's over everyone inside the box. And thank goodness at last, I think a game of football's broken out. 14 minutes played. England 0, Argentina 0. Paredes. So a threat there at both ends, but neither attack ended up with an attempt on goal.
Haven't had one as yet, but there's been lots of action in the middle of the field. Reece James there, I'm not so sure that he was aware that Alvarez was in such close vicinity to you. I'm not sure he'd have tried to chest it down on the edge of his own 18-yard box.
England 0, Argentina 0. McAllister playing the ball over the top. Gay comes across to head it away from Messi. The ball bounces out towards the corner flag. There's a little bit of a coming together there, shoulder to shoulder, Spence and Simeone. I thought for a moment there Simeone flicked out his leg at Jed Spence. A little bit like all those years ago, but that one was on Simeone as Paredes. I think the chances of a red card in this match must be dropping all the time. Ball to the edge of the box, England clear it. Jude Bellingham now, but that was a heavy touch from him. Excellent challenge by Paredes. Took the ball away from Bellingham. Superb defensive.
And also give him a load of verbals as Jude Bellingham got off the ground.
Great turn by McAllister, 30 yards out. Here's Messi, but they're quickly in on him. Challenges from either side. No free kick as Bellingham came in with that challenge. Gordon now, and then Simeone's all over the back of Gordon. That's a free kick to England. I wonder what the foul count is after 15 minutes.
Too many, and too many of the challenges have been far too rash. You can see what Simeone was doing there. He ran from 10 or 15 yards away, and the pace of his run, you could see that he wasn't going to stop. And he just clattered straight in.
8 fouls in the first 16 minutes. What minute are we going to get the first yellow card, Paul?
Well, he seems very reluctant at the moment. I think he might stop some of the fouls if he does.
So what do you think? Should we go 25?
We'll go before half-time, yeah.
Here's Anderson in the centre circle. Great atmosphere. The Argentina fans bouncing up and down in their hordes. If you missed the anthems, I mean, that was a cacophony inside the stadium under the closed roof. You could barely hear. Took my headphones off in the stadium. You could barely hear the anthems. Spence now on the left-hand side for England. Jed Spence allows the ball to come to a dead stop. Plays it infield to Mark Kane. Harry Kane comes deep. He's hardly touched the ball, Harry Kane, so far. Now, Reece James has joined the attack. He's almost on the left wing. James and Spence together. Spence plays it through the legs of the defender, but Enzo Fernandez is there to see it behind, even though he was being buffeted by Spence. Very good play from Enzo Fernandez. Goal kick to Argentina, 0-0. Paul Robinson.
That's once again Jed Spence on that left-hand side. He looks like he's full of confidence. He knows that he's quicker than Simeone and Molina, and he's beat them on 2 occasions. It was Fernandez, the midfielder, having to come in as a third player and make the tackle.
Well, we've been told that the reason Spence is in the team because he's a fighter. If ever there was a match for a fighter, it's this one. 17 minutes played here. Spain waiting. You've probably seen the statistics weigh heavily in favour when it comes to the final of the team play in the first semi-final. So they'll be very happy watching this as Morgan Rogers is challenged by Tagliafico. I think he got the ball, but he got a bit of Rogers as well. He went tumbling away, rolling over and over. But the referee, I think, has just given it as a throw-in. Rogers back up on his feet. You can just see the outstretched arm of Lionel Scaloni, the Argentina manager, the World Cup winning manager, trying to do something that has only once been done before, to win the World Cup twice as the winning coach. Lionel Scaloni, who played in the FA Cup final for West Ham in the Gerrard final. England with it on the left. Gordon just drags it back. And we have a moment's calm here in amongst all of the bedlam. Argentina just stepping off as England, and Morgan Rogers, that's a nice ball infield to Declan Rice. Rice back to Rogers. Rogers tried to go between 2 men, then the challenge comes in that deflects away out of play for what is given as an England throw. I thought maybe the final touch was off Rice, but it is given England's way. James takes that. Here's Anderson. Anderson just forward of the centre circle, then across to Mark Gay. Harry Kane and Bellingham waiting near the edge of the box. It's played in by Gordon to Kane. Kane with a lovely ball out to Rodgers. James on the overlap. James's ball across, too close to goalkeeper Martinez, who just drops on it.
Good piece of play from England. Morgan Rodgers, Reece James, that's the first time he's got round the outside of him. Good piece of full-back play. Rodgers just waits for him to come round the outside of him. Gets an opportunity to put a good cross in, but it's too close to the goalkeeper. Got to look up and pick somebody out in that situation.
Still 0-0. Anthony Gordon coming across and forcing the issue with Martinez. He's got his Villa teammate not too far away from him, Morgan Rodgers. Now Messi. Oh, he's miscontrolled that, Messi, and Anderson just whacked it away from him back downfield, and Romero has to run back to keep the ball in play. Across it comes to Martinez again. Martinez, who, I mean, it's a long way down the road, Paul, but lurking away there in the distance is Emi Martinez's brilliant record in penalty shootouts as a goalkeeper. Tagliafico bringing it forward. Now Alvarez on the left wing. Alvarez, as James tries to get back. Alvarez cuts across the corner of the box and crosses it all the way to the edge of the area. Messi chests it into the box, and Anderson for England is back there to volley it high up into the air. It's nodded back into the box. Spence with a challenge. Gay calmly heads it down, and the referee spots the offside flag on the far side, and it's a free kick to England, and it's still 0-0. And even though it's been bad-tempered, feisty, this is exactly what we expected.
Yeah, exactly. Right from the first whistle, England set the stall out with that high press. There's been challenges flying in all over. But just noticed that Elliot Anderson, he's tracking Messi wherever he goes. He floats all over the field as Messi, and he's changed his game so much as he's got older. And he pops up in pockets and he plays parts of the game. He doesn't play all the game. And Elliot Anderson's been charged with keeping an eye on him if the back four don't.
Well, Thomas Tuchel told us, didn't he, yesterday, that he had thought about man-marking Messi. And with Messi playing centrally, Anderson can do that. Long ball forward, Rodgers chasing. Tagliafico puts his body in the way, the two of them come down together. And I think that's actually been given as a free kick against Morgan Rodgers. So a free kick, yet another one to add to the growing list. Paredes to Alexis McAllister. McAllister turns and looks for the ball to Messi, a little flick from him. Molina pushing up from right back, then back to Messi, and then back to McAllister. This team, the defending champions, remember, the World Cup holders, and 8 of this team started the final in Qatar 4 years ago. Paredes again. Paredes, who is in the England half, but has the time to put his foot on the ball and pass it to Alvarez. And Alvarez, who scored that brilliant goal against Switzerland in the quarter-final in extra time. Argentina taken to extra time by Switzerland, England taken to extra time by Norway, before eventually winning through. Ball back in the centre circle with Argentina in the all-blue kit, their lucky kit. They are the away team, in inverted commas, for this match, so no hesitation to wear the blue that they wore, the blue shirts, against England back in '86, and indeed in '98 as well, when they won the penalty shootout against Glenn Hoddle's team. Bellingham, and then McAllister goes down with a fearful scream. We can actually hear it on our microphones. He's still writhing around on the ground. Bellingham with the challenge. The free kick has been given to him, and Jude Bellingham just walks away from it. And he did step on the top of his foot, Paul.
He did. I think that was it's just a painful one on the top of his toes. I mean, he's given enough out at the early stage of this game, Alexis McAllister. I think it's a bit of retribution from Jude there. We've just been informed that in the first 10 minutes of this game, Argentina's 4 fouls equalled the record in the first 10 minutes of a World Cup game.
Well, at this World Cup, or any World Cup. Anyway, it's a free kick to Argentina that they're waiting to take. I mean, that in itself could have been a yellow card there.
At this World Cup.
At this World Cup,
yeah, it was.
Messi takes this free kick. Here's Simeone now. Simeone up against Spence. Quick footwork from the Atletico Madrid man, still going, but Spence defended it well and blocked it behind, and Argentina have their first corner now.
They're defending narrow, England. That's one thing I have noticed. They're not worried about a threat in the wide areas, although Alvarez is hanging out on this left-hand side. When they are defending, they're trying to drag all the traffic down the middle of the pitch, and the back four in the width of the 18-yard box.
So England have to defend their first corner, and Simeone, who, I mean, if you told me that Simeone had been given specific orders to get under the skins of England in this match, then I would believe you. And now he's trying to wind up Jordan Pickford, who's standing towering over him. The referee has got involved, and he's wagging his finger again. and speaking to the both, and I think it looks like he's saying I'm in charge of this. Well, debatable. Corner for Argentina, swung in, Pickford goes for it with the blast of the whistle. As the ball was flying over the top of the 6-yard box, the whistle went early, free kick to England. Simeone on Pickford, and he was clearly holding him, Paul.
I mean, you said that you've hit the nail absolutely on the head with Simeone. That exactly looks like what he's been sent on the pitch to do.
And we will have, and we don't need it. This is totally unnecessary in this stadium, 22 degrees. We've said it during the course of the World Cup. You know, we're in the midst here of a World Cup semi-final. It's going toe-to-toe, and now we've got this performative, ridiculous hydration break so they can show adverts on American television. And that's not even, just wait till we get to Sunday, Paul. Now we know that there will be around about the half time in the World Cup final will be around about half an hour.
You're gonna look forward to that, John, aren't you? That's one thing that you've not enjoyed about this World Cup, is it? These adverts breaks.
Well, it's simply not right. I think anyone who values what football is all about, you know, this is not natural. This is not what it's supposed to be. And I think, you know, we've talked about it all World Cup, but it's right to do that because this is just plain wrong. England 0, Argentina 0. Matt Upson is watching from afar, back in the 5 Live studio. Interesting,
yes.
Matt?
Yes, John, I think you're spot on, by the way, about the breaks. But anyway, it is interesting. I mean, what it must feel like there, on the television, it just feels like a broken up game right from the start. And England are having to work hard not to get lowered and lured into this kind of scrappy, horrible, kind of narky game that Argentina appear to want to take it to that place. And I think that's really interesting how we're going to have to cope with that. Showed a couple of nice flashes of pace, and we're trying to press high. I think Anderson is really stepping in on Messi and trying not to give him any time and space. But you know, there's been a lot of gamesmanship already, hasn't there? I mean, we're only a quarter way through the game, and already I haven't seen the foul count, but it must be extremely high and a very broken up game.
Thanks, Matt. It currently stands at 11 fouls in the first. Well, there are now 26 minutes on the clock. But England know already, Paul, you know, if you get a man sent off in a World Cup match, knockout match, then you're right up against it. And they've got away with that once already in this tournament.
Well, think what you like about these breaks, but Thomas Tuchel has utilised them very, very well in games. And he's actually changed formations and changed the direction of the game during this time he gets with his team. And he's just let the players there have a drink, he let them calm down, and then just before they're walking back onto the pitch now, he's got them all in and around him. Quite, you know, he's quite animated in the way that he was speaking. He had a point that he wanted to make.
So 0-0, and play about to get underway again. England in the white shirts, white shorts, white socks. If you've not heard, Thomas Tuchel making 3 changes. If you've just joined us, if you're in your car, maybe trying to get home to see this match, it is on BBC One, but via the red button and the iPlayer, you can actually listen to the 5 Live commentary alongside the pictures. But of course, Guy Mowbray and Alan Shearer doing a great job on BBC One, I'm sure. As Anderson, that looked like a high foot. Alvarez outside the box and actually stretching for it. Messi actually prodded it straight behind for a goal kick, but that could easily have opened up, and that came from Pickford's goal kick.
Yeah, it was an error from Jordan Pickford. He looked to find Jude Bellingham with a straight ball. I don't think Bellingham was expecting it. He was kind of on the half turn. And the Argentina player nipped in, got to Alvarez on the edge of the box, but it was just a heavy touch from him in the end.
Pickford going for a long pass for Morgan Rogers, and then McAllister in on the challenge on Reece James, who I think got to the ball first, and I think, well, that looked like a foul on Reece James, but the referee says it's a throw-in to Argentina. And again, Harry Kane just having a word with the referee as he ran past him. And Thomas Tuchel is absolutely incensed with the 4th official down on the side of the pitch. He's an Italian, by the way, American officials on the pitch, but Maurizio Mariani is the 4th official. And Thomas Tuchel there, well, he's made it clear that he, like me, thought that was a foul on James.
I think the referee's missed a lot, he's let a lot go, and there's a lot of England players out there that feel they've been hard done to. In all honesty, I think they're getting kicked about a little bit and they're getting no protection whatsoever from the referee.
Yeah, well, Thomas Tuchel's already spoken about the standing standard of officiating at this World Cup. So England, virtually the last thing I said to Thomas Tuchel last night was, given the history of this fixture, this is one for cool heads, as the long ball is played forward for Argentina, but Spence is able to win the ball in the air against Simeone. Now, again, Simeone, but a heavy touch from him takes it out of play, and it's a throw into England halfway inside their own half. And he said, yes, absolutely, cool heads, but hot hearts was the phrase that he used. And Harry Kane drops deep to receive the ball. Kane and Bellingham, 6 goals each at this World Cup. A long pass for Rodgers down the right, and Tagliafico is able to put in the challenge to put it out for a throw-in to England. James takes this back to John Stones, who is winning his 94th cap for England. Now over to Spence on the left-hand side. Here's Anthony Gordon, little ball in field, comes back to Spence. Gordon takes it away from him. Still Gordon battling for it and then committing the foul. That's a free kick. Argentina take it quickly, trying to get it on the move with Alvarez, then back to McAllister, and they've got to go back. Enzo Fernandez has got to turn it back towards the edge of the area. And from a chance there where Argentina had the opportunity to take that free kick and break downfield, they've actually ended up having to go back into their own penalty area. Tagliafico, and then Romero steers it, and then Tagliafico up the line, and it's turned back infield. This is good from Argentina. Paredes, and then Alvarez still inside their own half as Paredes just allows the ball to run through his legs, and he'll walk it into the centre circle where Messi has dropped all the way back there to take possession and then clip a pass to Tagliafico, but back it goes again to the edge of to the halfway line to Lisandro Martinez. Long pass overhead from Messi, way beyond the run, which was actually coming from Molina, the right back, but it bounced away, skipped away through for a goal kick to England. And it's still 0-0 here in a match which you cannot take your eyes off, because, well, you almost need eyes in the back of your head. But actually, I'm not sure either goalkeeper has made a save yet, Paul.
No, there's a lot going on off the ball as well. We talk about all the fouls that have been committed. There's a lot of niggly bits going on the pitch, all over the place.
Bellingham winning the ball back from Romero and then skipping away from the challenge. Now Bellingham coming in from the left-hand side. Oh, he finds Rodgers with the pass, but the whistle has already gone for the free kick. Rodgers might have had an opportunity there on the edge of the box, but the referee blew early.
Yeah, he does well there, Jude Bellingham. Turns defence into attack very quickly, is very direct, and it's quite a cynical foul again from Enzo Fernandez. He knows exactly what he's doing. He just takes Jude Bellingham's legs away.
Well, if you're working on a totting up process, Enzo Fernandez must be one tackle away from a yellow card.
I think he's lucky to still be on the pitch, the way that he clattered Elliot Anderson very early in the game, in all honesty, the way he put his arm in the back of his head.
England 0, Argentina 0. England are attacking towards the end, where Harry Kane scored the 2 goals against DR Congo. I was down there last night, about 20 yards away from where he hit that shot that flew into the net. It was over 70 miles an hour, wasn't it, that it was timed at? What turned out to be the winning goal. And now England have a free kick. Rice prepares to take this. Rice, we need his Arsenal delivery to England. Harry Kane just been pushed away by Christian Romero, ex-Tottenham, current Tottenham together. Rice, right-footed into the back post. Stones heads it down, but wide. Under pressure, Tagliafico, or I think it was Lisandro Martinez, actually did enough. Manchester United against Manchester City there, and Stones heads it down.
Just watching off the ball as well, Reece James has ended up in a heap on the floor at the far post. That is a good delivery from Declan Rice. In-swinging free kick to the far post. Martinez, for all his size or lack of it against John Stones, he actually does well to put the England central defender off there at the far post. And Stones just heads it wide.
Argentina playing the ball out from the back. Emi Martinez to Molina, and then it is whacked away high above the halfway line by Enzo Fernandez. Simeone is battling for it against Spence, and then Simeone,
there's a surprise.
The challenge on Gay, free kick, and the referee's just brought it back. In fact, I think Simeone blocked the free kick that England were trying to take quickly, and England appealing that Simeone did that on purpose, and the referee's just brought it back, and he's going to go and speak with Simeone. But a free kick to England, and that's all it is.
How Simeone has not been booked in this first half. He knew exactly what he was doing there on Mark Gea. You could see him, the pace that he runs into challenges. He's not stopping. Thomas Tuchel is absolutely livid down beneath us.
It's England 0, Argentina 0. 33 minutes played. Bad-tempered, feisty, testy, call it what you like. Pickford with the ball at his feet outside the penalty area. He's going to go long, left-footed. Jed Spence is underneath it there. First-time ball from Spence to Gordon. Oh, a little touch, but it took it away from him. And Lisandro Martinez was able to clear. However, Reece James sends a high ball into the Argentina box, but it's over the top of Bellingham and bounces out to the right-hand side where Spence put Molina under pressure, still under pressure, and he turns down there, and Spence might win it back. He has won it back, but then there is support there, but Argentina clear it, and England have it back with Gordon, and Gordon does a full 360-degree turn. Bellingham's then challenged by Molina. That's a free kick near the left corner of the box.
Done well again, Jed Spence. It's a tactic that England are using. You see Anthony Gordon on the left wing. He makes a run inside into Harry Kane's number 9 position, and Pickford goes long over the top, the advancing fullback, and England have got in 2 or 3 times in this first half, and that's a free kick won by Bellingham just on the pinpoint of the 18-yard box on the angle. A good position.
Also, that's a poor challenge by Molina there, and I don't mean a bad challenge, I mean a naive challenge to put in that tackle on Bellingham and just concede the free kick in a really dangerous position.
You can see the adrenaline's running with all the Argentinians. They're not thinking about when they're going into tackles, and they've been quite crude with all the tackles that they're making.
They've got whipped up in the dressing room for this match before it began. Free kick then to be taken from out on the left-hand side for England. Lots of movement on the edge of the 6-yard box. It's whipped in by James and pushed away by Martinez. Headed back across the 6-yard line, but headed up and away, and then further away now by the head of Alvarez for Argentina. Reece James gives it to Rice. Oh, that's a poor pass from Rice. That might let Argentina in. Alvarez with the pass. Messi's onto this, but Spence was quickly to him. And then also in comes the challenge on him from Harry Kane, but Messi's up again, tries to go between Spence and Anderson, is sandwiched by the two of them. Messi goes tumbling down. That's a free kick, and now all of the Argentina players are saying, how about that free yellow card?
And he's going to give him one, believe it or not. The first real crunching tackle that England have put in, he's going to book him. I can't believe it. The referee, I mean, he's been bullied here by the Argentinian players. As soon as the challenge went in, they all surrounded him as if none of them had made a challenge the whole game.
And now the players are all gathering around again. There's sort of light pushing and shoving. Fingers are being pointed. The yellow card has been shown. I mean, it was a double challenge by Spence and Anderson, I think. It depends who has been shown the yellow card. And it looks as though it's Elliot Anderson, because he has been brought over by the referee.
Do you know what, John? It probably is a yellow card. You know, on the scale of yellow cards, it probably is. But the standard that the referee has set this whole game, that's not the worst challenge that we've seen. Messi does brilliant. He wriggles away from Jed Spence, gets away from Harry Kane and Anthony Gordon. Stadium comes to light, and then between Jed Spence and Elliot Anderson, they just put him in a sandwich. Elliot Anderson just dangles his left leg out and hits him with his shoulder. Yeah. It's a blatant booking, but not to the standard he's been refereeing at.
Yeah, that is the right decision.
Yes,
it's a yellow card, quite right. This time the referee. And the yellow card, first yellow card coming in the 38th minute. Frankly, we could have had 5 or 6 by now. That's the first. And it's a free kick to Argentina. And that was dangerous from Messi. That was one of his runs from deep, and England just put a stop to it. Anderson stopped him in his tracks. But he's got this free kick. This is 40 yards out. England have put up the one-man wall. Messi's going to play it square to Paredes. Still 0-0. This is the World Cup semi-final on 5 Live. Messi starts the run, shoots low from distance, blocked back out. Enzo Fernandez with a shot that is narrowly over the top left corner of the bar. He's saying that it took a flick, and both Enzo Fernandez and McAllister react as though they've just been stung by bees, as the referee says it's a goal kick. But that was not far away.
Saying it just clipped the backside of John Stones, I think, on the way through. But this surrounding the referee, it's getting boring now. Every single decision that he's getting surrounded by the players.
Pickford takes a heavy touch in the 6-yard box, so gets rid of it quickly. And towards the halfway line, still 0-0, half-time approaching. What a half this has been. This is full-on World Cup rivalry between England and Argentina. We've not seen it for 21 years. You played in the last one. And even though there are all sorts of things going on, I have to say it is thoroughly enjoyable.
Oh, it's fantastic. And as you say, you literally cannot take your eyes off it, because there's something happening, not just following the ball, there's something to watch over the whole pitch. And especially the managers down beneath us as well. They're almost as entertaining as the game, the way that they're carrying on.
Yes, I wish we could actually see them. This stadium, we've been put in a position where we can't actually see the managers, the coaches in front of their benches. So fortunately we've got the little screens here which help us out. Here's Martinez in possession, the Argentina goalkeeper. Long pass from him, Simeone on the chase, headed down by Gay. Rice, that's an awkward one for Spence, who did win it in the air, and then Anderson heads it forward, and then Harry Kane gets a firm challenge in the back by Paredes. It bounces for Argentina, it bounces for Messi, who tracks off on a run again. It might bounce towards the far side, but Rice gets there first, ahead of Molina, marauding forward. Left-footed, just whacks it out of play on the halfway line.
Simeone actually did well in that instance there. He actually beat Jed Spence to the ball, which allowed Messi a little bit of time and space.
So Argentina again with Paredes. And then back to Christian Romero. Lisandro Martinez with that now quite long jet black hair of his. Martinez is going to be able to carry it forward and then pass it to the edge of the box, where Tagliafico returns it to Alvarez. Now it's with Romero in the centre circle. 40 minutes on the clock. And still, neither goalkeeper has actually had a save to make. Argentina still with it. And Lisandro Martinez comes forward. Tagliafico. The Argentina fans, you can hear the drums. And it sounds like sort of kettle drums that are being whacked as well inside the Argentina section to our right. Simeone. And then Enzo Fernandez. And now Romero. This is a concerted period of Argentina possession now as we approach half-time here. Messi gets the ball back, first time touch. Out to Simeone on the right side. Simeone with his right hand bandaged. Then it comes back to Messi. Again in a deep lying position. He's played the ball forward. Rice steps in, wins it back. And then a change of feet by Rodgers does well. He's trying to get away from Lisandro Martinez, and he's fouled by him, and that's a yellow card. Cheers from England. First yellow card for Argentina for Lisandro Martinez. I think can feel himself a little unfortunate that he's the first one to receive a yellow card for Argentina for that.
Well, the way he's refereed this game, here we go. He started with the cards, now that's it. He won't be stopping between now and the end of the game. It's a lovely piece of play by Morgan Rodgers in the middle of the field, gets away from Martinez, quite blatantly pulls him back.
He was getting away, Rodgers, but there were lots of covering players by that stage. And Martinez, as it's announced on the big screen, Martinez shakes his head in exasperation. It's 0-0, one yellow card each. Spence. Now back to Jude Bellingham. Bellingham then to the halfway line. And John Stones. To Reece James. James starting for the first time for England since recovering from that hamstring injury. Remember how he came on against Norway at about 20 minutes of the 90 to play. England lose possession, Argentina come forward with Molina. And then it finds its way to Messi. Messi starts on a run, goes round Anderson. Actually, no, Anderson does well, gets a foot in, and then he's fouled, and that's a free kick to England. Anderson fouled yet again, gives the ball quickly to Bellingham. Bellingham is off on a run now, down the left-hand side. Still going Bellingham. Then in comes the challenge from Romero. Good tackle it was as well. Took the ball away from England's Real Madrid man, and Argentina have got it back in their own defensive third. And then all the way back to Martinez. Tagliafico now with Reece James in front of him. 43 minutes played. Paredes turns to his right, gives it to Molina. Messi is there, passes the ball forward. A measured pass for Simeone to run onto. Mark Gay has gone out there with him, got the challenge in, played it off the Argentina midfielder, and it's a throw-in to England close to their own corner flag. Jed Spence to take this. Now not wearing the mask after his fractured jaw against Chelsea towards the end of the season, got rid of it for the Norway match. I'm sure he'll feel a lot better after getting rid of that, particularly after the heat of Miami. takes the throw. Jed Spence comes back to him. Spence then back to Gay. Careful pass back to his goalkeeper, Pickford, who rolls the ball across the penalty area to his right. And John Stones walks it forward. And then Bellingham dropping deep, got a shove in the back from Paredes. But Elliot Anderson now to Jed Spence. Spence with a ball for Bellingham to chase that bounces into the Argentina box, but Lisandro Martinez comes across him with his right foot, volleys it out of play for a throw into England near the halfway line. We are now in the 45th minute. The board will be coming up shortly, probably 3 minutes I think, as Elliot Anderson crossfield pass. James will do well to reach that, he can't. It's straight out of play on the full for a throw into Argentina, level with the edge of their own penalty area.
They're looking for that ball over the top quite a lot, England, whether it's to the two fullbacks that have pushed on alternately, or it's the runner from deep. Bellingham and Rodgers a number of times in this first half have tried to get on balls over the top from deep.
5 Live and the World Service from the BBC. We've brought you coverage of all the matches on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. You can listen as well on the smart speaker as Jude Bellingham cuts in field. Romero eased into him. Bellingham went down. Referee allows play to continue. Paredes to Molina, and then Paredes in field. Elliot Anderson nipped in. Harry Kane takes possession of the ball. Might bounce for Bellingham, but no. However, Gordon plays it square. 3 minutes of added time, you might have heard that announced. Comes back to Declan Rice. There was a glimmer of an opening there for England, but Argentina stood firm, and now Spence has it over there on the far side. Mark Gay just shuffles forward with the ball at his feet. Harry Kane has almost come all the way across to get it from him. Declan Rice now. How do you think he's fared, Declan Rice? We did wonder, didn't we? Seems okay, as Reece James plays it back to Rice, who had to be quick in on the challenge and wins the throw-in off Alvarez, that England are looking to take quickly. But someone down there has thrown the ball back on the field from the Argentina bench, so England couldn't take the quick throw-in. In 3 minutes
more shenanigans from the Argentina bench there. Skullduggery.
Declan Rice?
Yeah, I think he looks well. You wouldn't know that he was ill last week, and he struggled to get through the game. I think you would say he's having one of his normal games.
Here is Rice. England with the ball in the Argentina defensive third. James then back to Stones, nearer to the halfway line. John Stones, then back to James. Now here's Morgan Rodgers, who's done, I think, as well as he could do on the right, coming in to start ahead of Madueke and Saka. Comes back to John Stones, and then all the way back to Pickford. And I think for Morgan Rodgers as well, this was a match for the physicality of Rodgers. Long pass through the middle from Anderson, but Rodgers was in an offside position, and it's a free kick to Argentina.
Yeah, they just got in each other's way there. Morgan Rodgers and Jude Bellingham running into the same space. I think that's one thing Thomas Tuchel will be saying. He'll want more width from Morgan Rodgers. He'll want him on this near touch line. Rather, yes, he wants him to make those runs, but not to the detriment of others.
And he is capable of that, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when he's come on and when he's played, we've seen the creativity and we've seen the way that he can actually unlock a door. And maybe something like that is going to be needed the way this game's panning out.
England 0, Argentina 0. No quarter given or taken here. Argentina with Tagliafico, and then Alvarez, and then a shove in the back of Enzo Fernandez from Bellingham. That's not given as a free kick. Harry Kane with a pass, but that's a tired looking pass from Kane. Tagliafico easily cut that one out. James, oh, that's a high foot on James from Paredes. Yes, that's given as a free kick. Again, more Argentina reaction from their players down there, arms thrown into the air. It's high foot, caught James.
Blatant free kick, one that he's actually got right, the referee. Brave there, Reece James, to put his head in, because he could see what was coming from Paredes.
Gay, now to the left-hand side to Jed Spence. The defending World Cup champions having to defend for these final seconds of the first half. Gordon cuts in, takes a deflection, but that drops high over the top of the bar. And I think the referee's going to blow for half-time before the corner can be taken. And we have had over the 3 minutes of added time, even though Harry Kane, well, a penny for the thoughts of the England players. What will be said in the dressing room after this? Messi is there as well, even though Kane's speaking to the referee. Lionel Messi as well is just on the scene, just to check and see what's being said. Kane walks away, and the England players head towards the dressing room, and it's 0-0, and neither goalkeeper has made a save.
No, and that's one of the worst refereeing performances I've seen at this World Cup. He didn't get a grip of the game from the start. I mean, Jude Bellingham now and Messi are both standing around the referee. Messi's talking to his friend, the referee. He's let so much go. The two coaches are not happy either. And I think from an England point of view, they've had to stick in this game because it's been tough. You know, they've been kicked off the park at times. There's a clear set, there's a clear game plan. You can see that England are trying to press high, and they've looked good when they've got in behind. But there just hasn't been any real flow to the game because they haven't been allowed to.
Well, the players head to the separate dressing rooms, the separate tunnels, both at the same end, actually, and that's at the Argentina end. So the blue shirts of Argentina disappearing down the tunnel, and the white shirts of England as well. And as I say, a penny for the thoughts of the England team and that dressing room. And this is absolutely a match for cool heads. And at half-time, England 0, Argentina 0. And Kelly Cates is with us here inside the stadium in Atlanta.
Yeah, John Murray and Paul Robinson maybe have the only cool heads in the stadium at the moment. Certainly aren't too many on the pitch. This is a feisty encounter between England and Argentina. It's goalless at half-time. Matthew Upson and Tim Vickery are with us as well. And Matt, look, we can get to some of the decisions in a second. We'll talk about the referee. Apart from anything else, this is a genuinely entertaining 45 minutes of football.
I mean, I touched on the fact it might be a bit of a scrap before the game. I think that was an understatement, really, wasn't it? I mean, the game very nearly actually didn't get started, has it? It's not got into a rhythm, it's not got into a flow. It's been broken up by both teams, really. I mean, I think Argentina started that kind of narrative by the way they went about it, and England have been very solid in shape, very disciplined, and almost bought into that a little bit. I think the referee, it's been difficult because the fouls are niggly, and I understand early on you don't want to be giving yellow cards out to players too early, but you've had 19 fouls in the game, only 2 yellow cards. He's got to do something as some kind of deterrent so that both teams really just get into the flow of what the actual football is and stop obsessing with each other. And who's going to get the next tackle, who's going to make the next foul. But it does make, you're right, for a different watch, and I'm enjoying it.
Tim, there is an element here of fighting for the right to play between these two sides and winning that battle before there's a chance to kind of even, I mean, to be honest, even have a shot on goal. England have had 1 shot, Argentina 2, and they both got an XG of way below 1, 0.05 for England, 0.03 for Argentina. And as you know, as Matt pointed out, with 19 fouls already in the game, only 1 yellow card on each side, you can kind of see what the battle plan is for the first half.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's fighting for the right to play. It's fighting for the right to stop the other lot playing. And Argentina, I mean, football doesn't have to be good, does it? I mean, in some ways, that was a dreadful half. But it was absolutely gripping from first till last. Why is this? Why has it turned out like this? At the moment, it's more the game that Argentina want to play. Argentina are very, very wary of this England side. And you can see why every time England have the space to run at them. So Argentina have adapted their approach and their tactics. And the way that Enzo Fernandez is there on their right-hand side, alongside pad edges, trying to bolt the gate for Bellingham. Argentina have done that pretty well. Simeone gives them a little bit of depth down the right, but also he will drift into the centre-forward position when the right-back comes forward, allowing Messi to drop and orchestrate. Otherwise, there was a danger of Messi being isolated in the game. But England, I think, have the ascendancy. And Argentina are looking at this game, and at the moment they're thinking, we can't pass our way through England. We have to make it scrappy, and it has been scrappier than Scrappy Doo, hasn't it? So it's up to England. I wonder when the second winger will come on as space opens up and as England look to stretch out the game, because the more space that is on this field for England to run at the Argentina defence, I think the more chance that England have of emerging triumphants.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a Scooby impression out of you there for a moment, Tim, but we're not so fortunate. But I think England personally have been the better team. I think it's a really good mid-block because of those reasons that Tim mentioned, and how Argentina want to sit back and are probably concerned about the Bellingham, Kane and what England can do in that kind of passing range. But I think our passing's been good. I think it's a game that Thomas Tuchel will look at that first half and come off and go, yeah, I'm really happy with that. It was disciplined, it was controlled. We looked like the team that could get a hold of it, but it's just about, as we've said so many times, it's moments. And this game's going to be decided by something. Alvarez once in the first half there really showed his quality, nearly picked out a lovely little ball into Messi, who chested it, and you thought just a little something like that can just fall in place and be the deciding factor. But so far from England, I think, from Tuchel's perspective, I think he'd probably be really happy tactically and how his team have set up and the changes in terms of Jed Spence. I think he's really high energy, his pace and aggressive when he goes in 1v1s. He wins balls that he's got no right to win or stops players coming out. So it's been pretty good from England so far.
It's interesting that the two yellow cards have gone, one for Lisandro Martinez and one for Elliot Anderson. It does feel as though Elliot Anderson is a player that Argentina think they might be able to get at. He's been fouled 4 times in that first half.
Well, Messi is going to play on top of him quite a lot, I think. It's going to take all of the discipline and all of the control that Elliot Anderson has in the second half, because Argentina know what they're doing. They do it very well. They're very, very good at adapting to different types of games. And you can bet your life now that any time Anderson is involved in something that might be half a foul, Argentina are going to swarm all over the referee. The referee, I feel sorry for him. However much he's being paid, double it, because this is a tough one for him.
It is. I mean, he missed that kind of early one with Fernandes when he left a forearm on the back of the head of Anderson. And I understand VAR obviously can't get involved. It's below a threshold of a red card, so it just goes unnoticed. But they've been very clever early on. Their probably first four or five fouls they made was so intentional. That it was early in the game and they played on that with the referee, which allowed them to get away with it.
This should be interesting. The England assistant coach Anthony Barry is with Kelly Summers.
Well, Anthony, a tense physical battle in that first half. Other than to keep their heads, what's your message to the players at the break?
Keep going. We wanted to be the aggressor. We wanted to be on the front foot. We wanted to get after them. We wanted to show our players that there was no inferiority complex, that we were here to play and play in the opponent's half, and show our players that through the tactical approach. I think it worked up until the water break. From there it gets a little bit more difficult for us to catch the ball. They drop Messi outside our block, they drop Enzo outside the block. It's more difficult for us. They got some possession, but it's still absolutely okay. I think for us to evolve in the game, and the evolution for us now is to take this dominance and try and turn into some bigger chances. We've had some okay chances, half chances, but I think the more time we spend in the opponent's half, the more tired they will get. We use our Premier League power and our physicality, and I think we can open them up later on.
Matt, that was very interesting, as it always is from Anthony Barry at half-time, where he talks about that Premier League mentality, which we know that Thomas Tuchel wants to bring to the England side, and how that physicality can start to pay off in terms of the fitness and the ability to see this game through to the end as it opens up for England potentially bringing on one of another winger from the bench. But he started off by saying that they did want to be the aggressor, that this is going the way that England wanted. They wanted a scrap from the outset.
Yeah, I think they did, and I agree. I think his half-time interviews, Andy Barry, are really insightful and honest and good to hear. But I think they do want to be aggressive, but in a different way, not quite the same as what Argentina want to drag the game down at that point, whereas England want to get it flowing. They want to be on the front foot, they want to step in front, win tackles, win the ball, keep the ball in play. It's been so many breakages in the play that the rhythm isn't there for England, and it becomes fractured. And that might just be a first 45 minutes idea from Argentina, and they're going to switch it up a little bit, and there'll be loads of little gear changes in this second half to see who can get the better. But it's just absolutely fascinating, and the way that Argentina will counteract that kind of mid-block, that England have got a real solid centre of the pitch, and how they'll negate that to be able to create opportunities themselves, which are few and far between in this game.
Tim, what do you think? Will Argentina switch it up in the second half?
I think they're happy the way that it is at the moment. I think they will think that the game has gone more their way than England's way. even though you haven't seen any danger of Argentina scoring a goal. There was a long shot from Enzo Fernandez, and there were moments where England got in down the flanks. There were times when you thought they could get a ball in, but Argentina will be happy that the rhythm of the game is like this. They will be wary we've seen when the games have opened out how vulnerable Argentina can be, and England can drive at them with real pace and real power. So Argentina, I think, will be happy that they have managed to turn it into a scrappy game, and they will be looking for one little moment of genius, one little moment of quality to get a goal, and then it's going to be the Alamo. Then it's going to be holding England, breaking down the rhythm. So it's going to be a real test. And Matt, how on earth do the players concentrate with this level of intensity for this amount of time? How do they do it?
It must be very, very difficult. And I think just keeping your focus, and sooner or later, Harry Kane, they've got to pull Martinez and Romero out all over the place. They like to follow the ball. They like to go with men. England have got to get enough possession and get enough constant rhythm of the game to move those two centre-backs, because I think they'll come out of places and leave holes for Rodgers, for Gordon, for Bellingham. So England, for me, it's just about controlled possession. But I agree, focusing on that and just taking your mind away from the nonsense that's going on in this game. That's a big challenge for the players as well.
Matt Upson and Tim Vickery, thank you very much. Speak to you later. Enjoy the second half.
Cheers, Kelly.
We'll be back at the stadium here in Atlanta for second half commentary of England against Argentina in this World Cup semi-final. The score at half-time is 0-0. It has been a very feisty first half. Second 45 minutes to come very shortly, and we'll quickly round up the rest of the day's sports news after the BBC News with Jill Mackenzie.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
A 14-year-old boy has been charged with a terrorism offence after police discovered an alleged plan to target 2 London mosques. Officers say the plot was linked to extreme right-wing terrorism. The teenager is due in court tomorrow. Sir Keir Starmer's answered his last questions in Parliament as Prime Minister and told MPs he'd wholeheartedly support his successor. This evening, Labour's confirmed that Andy Burnham has 379 nominations from MPs, and he's expected to get the required support from trade unions tomorrow, meaning he could be in Downing Street by Monday. A man's been arrested in connection with a social media post where the writer threatened to shoot Nigel Farage. The Reform UK leader's been calling for better security for MPs for months. Last week, their spokesperson Anne Widdecombe was killed. And the SpaceX share price has dropped below its stock market debut just over a month ago. The company's initial public offering made its owner Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire.
On BBC iPlayer.
Gareth, simple question really. Do you think you're up to this?
A brand new drama starring Joseph Fiennes and Jodie Whittaker.
Everyone thinks that footballers are overconfident, arrogant. They're afraid.
Based on the award-winning play.
Keep believing. Keep going right up until the final whistle. A new England that comes from behind, that fights.
Dear England.
Are England's young lions ready for the game of their lives?
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 with Kelly Cates
on 5 Live Sports.
Second half of England against Argentina to come. It's 0-0 in this World Cup semi-final for a chance to play Spain in the final on Sunday. It's not necessarily been a high-quality first half, but it's been a really entertaining one. Second 45 minutes coming up very shortly. The 154th Open Championship starts tomorrow morning at Royal Birkdale. 5 Live's coverage gets underway at 11 o'clock in the morning with Alistair Bruce Ball. There is a full preview. It's available right now on the All About feed on BBC Sounds. They'll hear from the newest English major winner, Aaron Rai, the Masters champion Rory McIlroy, and the defending Open champion Scottie Scheffler. Elsewhere in sport today, Leandro Trossard has completed his move from Arsenal to Turkish side Besiktas for a fee of just over £15 million. And in boxing, Conor Benn's world title fight against WBC welterweight champion Ryan Garcia has been arranged for September the 12th in Las Vegas. England players are in the tunnel. The Argentina players just starting to make their way out onto the pitch for the second half of this game. The referee and his team already out there. It hasn't been necessarily, Paul Robinson, a high-quality game. It's been an entertaining one, and it's been an eventful one.
Yeah, it's been a war of attrition. It's been a battle. There's been a lot of challenges going in all over the field, and the game, because of that, hasn't really been allowed to get any type of flow to it. And I think that, like Tim said at half-time, that will suit Argentina. They'll be quite happy with that. England have got to find a way through it. They've got in behind once or twice, and that's when they've looked at the best. The longer balls over the top, the fullbacks pushing on. They have had good possession in good areas, but obviously it's devoid of quality because of the way that the tackles and the breakup of the game has been going.
So it may have suited Argentina over the first half of this game. The question has to be then how long they can keep up this style of play in this game.
Yeah, we could be here for a long one this afternoon, the way that this game's panning out. Wouldn't be surprised if this went all the way. The first goal is going to be absolutely key in this game, because if Argentina get the first goal, they're just going to sit in a low defensive block and say to England, try and break us down. I think for England to get the first goal, then Argentina will have to come out and play a little bit more than they are doing.
Almost ready to go then here in Atlanta in this World Cup semi-final between England and Argentina. Paul Robinson and John Murray with you for the second half.
Thank you, Kelly. Yes, England with Pickford in goal, James, Stones, Gay and Spence the back four, Anderson, Bellingham and Rice in midfield, Rodgers and Gordon either side of Kane, and Argentina with Emi Martinez in goal, Molina, Romero, Lisandro Martinez and Tagliafico their back four, Paredes, Enzo Fernandez and Alexis McAllister, with Giuliano Simeone on the right, Julian Alvarez on the left, and captain Lionel Messi through the middle. Yeah, been an awful game, but at the same time it's been monumental and epic. Strange mix. England 0, Argentina 0. World Cup semi-final 2026. Second half begins now. Declan Rice kicking off and playing the ball back to Jordan Pickford, and the referee's blown his whistle and he's going to bring it back to start again.
I think they went too early, the England players. I think they were too eager to get themselves into the Argentina half of Pickford's long clearance, and the referees pulled it back immediately.
Slightly fussy.
He's not my favourite referee.
Ismail Elfat, who's had a real job on his hands and at times has struggled with it. Right, second half begins now, second time around. Declan Rice passes the ball back to Pickford, who's slightly off balance, hits a long ball through the middle that Kane jumps for. Romero wins that in the air. Rice heads it back to Gordon, who nods it forward to the edge of the box, and the ball's played up to Messi nearer the halfway line. Now this could free up Julian Alvarez in the centre circle. Alvarez actually angles it back to McAllister. Argentina in their lucky blue shirts, black shorts, black socks. England in the almost all white with the red trim, red numbers on the back. England 0, Argentina 0. Argentina, the World Cup winners, the holders, the defending champions. England, who've not been in a World Cup final since 1966. Never won a World Cup semi-final on foreign soil. That's what they're trying to do. And the match that we've seen, maybe it'll change in the second half, but maybe one goal might be enough to win this. Here's Romero. Romero for Argentina, to his right, to Molina. And then Simeone. Giuliano Simeone coming in for Rodrigo De Paul, who's on the bench. Substitutes will probably play a big part in this in the second half from both Thomas Tuchel and Scaloni. That's been the way of it at this World Cup, and certainly when you have 5 changes that you can make. Ball back with Martinez. This stadium, the Atlanta Stadium, is absolutely packed. It's the hottest ticket at this World Cup. Martinez, long pass from him. Simeone gets a little head to that. Spence missed it. Alvarez into the box. Spence recovering. Shot saved by Pickford. First attempt on goal in the second minute of the second half. It's Alvarez. Jordan Pickford saves it. Comes back to Alvarez though. Oh, what a turn! Shoots into the outside netting. And they're claiming that it took a flick off Gay. But the referee says, in fact, I think he has given a corner.
Clumsy that by Jed Spence. That's the last thing that England want to be doing, is surrendering possessions in those type of areas. On the tip of the 18-yard box, he just takes his eye off it, and he's robbed by Alvarez. He gets in 12 yards out on the angle, hammers it hard and low to Jordan Pickford's near post. England goalkeeper does well with his angles. His positional awareness was good, and a good strong left hand from Jordan Pickford.
So there we are, finally an attempt on goal, on target. Maybe it will be a better second half. Messi to take the corner for Argentina. This is at the end to our right. That's where the massed ranks of the Argentina fans in their sky blue and white striped shirts are. Messi actually takes it all the way back to the middle of the half, and then it's given back to Messi. Left-footed ball in. Good header won by John Stones in there under some pressure. And then it's headed forward by James. Gordon won't reach that. It's scooped forward to Messi, who is onside on the right-hand side. Messi up against Bellingham, and the ball runs away from Messi, and Bellingham leaning into Messi, and the ball runs behind. Messi says, how about that, for a potential penalty, but I think the ball had gone from him, but even so, Bellingham was risking it.
Yeah, and there was a question whether Messi was offside, but he wasn't. He was clever with his run. Gets into the 18-yard box, and Jude Bellingham actually just uses his body to usher the ball away.
Lionel Messi, joint top scorer with Mbappe at this World Cup on 8 goals. And for the record, Messi, this is his 33rd World Cup appearance, extending his new record.
By the way, 8 goals, and let's not forget he's missed 2 penalties as well.
Yeah, and 3 assists as well. But the point comes, it doesn't matter how good you are, that Father Time catches up with you. Doesn't matter which sport, Roger Federer, whoever you name them, you could be absolutely top of the tree. The point comes where the body is willing but the mind is not. Gordon, then back to the halfway line. Anderson, then Bellingham works it on here to Jed Spence. Spence up against Molina, into the full-back position, ball across the Argentine box, but that's cleared away in the middle and out of play for a throw-in by Lisandro Martinez. So a throw-in for England on the left flank.
They're an intelligent side, England, because they know when they haven't got possession. They're quite comfortable in the shape that they sit in. Matt spoke about that defensive mid-block that they have, and it's something that they've worked on in every game, and you can see when they have possession, they go quickly.
Throw-in taken, Gordon trying to head it back to Bellingham. Romero came across, then shrugs Bellingham off. The ball might fall for Rice. It does, he gives it to Gordon. Very congested on the edge of the box though, so Gordon has to go back to Anderson, who goes all the way back to John Stones, nearer the halfway line. Mark Gay. I mean, it's high-level competitive, what we're watching here, but of course it should be. It's a World Cup semi-final. Kane, 40 yards out, hand to the right-hand side to James. Rodgers is there, Morgan Rodgers. Turns one way against Tagliafico, gets the ball in, but straight at Lisandro Martinez. The low cross is cleared away, and James actually keeps it in. And then Rodgers has Tagliafico falling on top of him into the area. Oh, Romero very nearly lost it inside his penalty area. Bellingham and Gordon were so close. That was a brilliant piece of footwork from Romero to get himself out of trouble there.
How was that not a foul on the far side? Tagliafico and Morgan Rodgers, the referee's not given anything. Romero nearly got caught by the speed of Gordon.
Ball swept forward for Argentina. Spence judged that well. Gordon in on the challenge. And then Bellingham was tugged back there. That is blatant, and that's a yellow card for Romero. Well, that's the umpteenth time I've seen Romero concede a free kick and get a yellow card for a challenge like that near the halfway line. Caught out of position, a blatant pull back on Bellingham.
Because they were banging trouble. England were 3-on-2 at that point. He'd done a really good turn in the middle of the pitch, Jude Bellingham, he was away. He had Anthony Gordon and Harry Kane ahead of him. He knew exactly what he was doing there, Christian Romero.
And now both Argentina central defenders have been yellow carded, Paul.
Well, he's no stranger to a yellow card or a red one, is he? I think he's been sent off 6 times since he's been at Tottenham, since 2021.
England 0, Argentina 0. 5 Live from the BBC. You might be listening on the World Service as well, via BBC Sounds. You might be heading home. It's on BBC TV, this. Here is Gordon now on the left. Gordon, challenged, bounces away to Anderson for England. England attacking towards the end where their main body of supporters is, although strangely there is actually a pocket of Argentina fans right in the middle of the England stand. They're standing out a mile with their blue and white shirts on, so no segregation, but I'm pleased to say that everything seems from our viewpoint at least to be in good humour, or relatively good humour. Spence is fouled by Simeone. And again, someone sat down, I think Romero sat down on the halfway line. Simeone runs away, hands on his head, because that was given against him. And he's now remonstrating with the 4th official. And also the players nearer the halfway line are. McAllister is putting in a complaint.
He's not happy with the challenge that Jed Spence made down beneath us. And just as he tries to run away from him, Simeone, he flicks out an arm and catches Spence.
He's got to be careful, Simeone. Wouldn't that be a turn of events?
Well, you never know with this referee, though, do you? You don't know what he's going to do. He's so unpredictable.
But he's had a couple of reactions, Simeone, in very much the way that Beckham reacted against his dad in '98.
I think you've hit the nail on the head with him. He's clearly been sent on to do a job today.
Here's Alvarez, one of the danger men. England quickly got men around him just outside the box. Comes back to McAllister. You wouldn't want to be the team that goes 1-0 down in this match. Simeone now on the right-hand side, still 0-0. Then back to Messi, little poke round the corner. Enzo Fernandez back to Simeone. That's a good run from Molina, drives it across. Oh, it could have gone anywhere off Bellingham, back across his own penalty area. He was fortunate, it fell to a teammate in white and Gordon cleared it away. Now Lisandro Martinez for Argentina, and then Paredes. Enzo Fernandez near the right corner of the box, gives it to Simeone, dark hair flopping. Paredes sets himself and shoots across goal. He might have been hoping that it could have fallen to the arriving Tagliafico, but it was well beyond him and through for a goal kick, and it's still 0-0, and that's Paul Robinson next to me.
He was about 30 yards out there, Paredes. He just wanted to get a strike on goal. He hit it towards the far post. He was hoping it was a cross-come shot and that Alvarez was arriving late, but it wasn't. He went well wide of Jordan Pickford's goal.
Producer Gary Flintoff has just had a quick look, Paul. Giuliano Simeone has never received a red card in his professional career.
Well, maybe he plays differently for his dad.
Well, have you seen him play for Atletico Madrid? England 0, Argentina 0. Harry Kane with a long pass from centre field. That is hooked away by Lisandro Martinez. Rice is onto it though. Rodgers as well. Rodgers cross deep. Gordon scores for England! Anthony Gordon! And England strike first against Argentina in the semi-final. What a cool finish! And how about this for a scoreline in Atlanta? England 1, Argentina 0.
An unlikely hero in Anthony Gordon pops up at the far post, much to the delight of the England fans. And it really is a good piece of play. It's Harry Kane dropping deep. We see him drop deep into his own half, and he plays a long ball over the top. Tagliafico tries the spectacular overhead clearance, and all he succeeds in is passing it to Declan Rice, who in turn passes it out to Morgan Rodgers on the right-hand side, and he supplies the most delicious ball to the far post. It's just begging Anthony Gordon to tap it in, and he very much obliges with the inside of his right foot.
At the England end, and it's now the England fans in here who are jumping up and down, not the Argentina fans. Gordon peeled away, having scored his first goal at a World Cup. It bounced up, but he was only, 5 yards out, Paul, and as it whipped across, he was able to get his right instep to it and steer it past Martinez and into the net. And England have first blood.
It was his pace that got him in there at the far post. The Argentina defenders was there. He thought he was just going to clear it, but Anthony Gordon used his pace and he used his intelligence and got there inside of his right foot on the rise. It was on the half volley. It wasn't an easy finish. It would have looked an easy finish, but it was actually a difficult technique to time his run and then tap the ball in like he did. Excellent play all round from England.
So England 1, Argentina 0. That's the good news for England supporters. Still over half an hour to play. England, who in these recent 3 semi-finals, so this is the 4th time in 5 tournaments that England have been in a semi-final, World Cup, European Championship. Of the previous 3, the one they took the lead in was the one they lost against Croatia, but that's given away by Lisandro Martinez. Rodgers to Kane, and Kane, was slightly behind him, needed a better ball from Rodgers, otherwise Kane could have been in there. And England were looking to strike again, but Messi, what a lovely little ball that was. Enzo Fernandez plays it. Now Simeone into the box on the right. Still Simeone. Oh, what a tackle! What a tackle from Spence! Well, he had to time that absolutely right. He came in at pace. He dived in. If he'd got that inches wrong, that would have been a penalty. But he got it absolutely right. And behind for a goal kick, he punched the air, and his teammates surrounded him as though Jed Spence had scored.
That's the tackle of the tournament. He got caught wrong side there, did Jed Spence. Simeone was in. He thought he was one-on-one with Jordan Pickford, and then Jed Spence comes hurtling back, tackles him with the outside of his right boot. He slides, goes to ground. Superb challenge.
Corner, Messi again takes the short one, gets it back. He has the cross, headed away by Kane. Good distance on that as well. It's like a Dan Burn header from Harry Kane to put it out of play for a throw-in to Argentina. 1-0 England. The defending champions under pressure here, just as they were in this stadium against Egypt. That was 2-0. Messi now on the right. He came to the rescue that day. Plays it back to Paredes. Paredes, square to Lisandro Martinez. Lisandro Martinez, then back to Paredes, and back they go towards the halfway line. So Anthony Gordon scoring the goal. Anthony Gordon now of Barcelona. The ball played out towards the right-hand side. So I suppose technically still no Premier League player has scored for England. Curled in by Enzo Fernandez, that's deep. Pickford's going to allow it to go. He was nudged into by Romero as well, incidentally, who sent him flying behind the dead ball line, but it's a goal kick to England.
This is going to be a long 30 minutes or so left in this game if England are going to sit deep like this.
What, a little bit like Mexico City?
Yes, but we've thankfully got 11 players on the pitch, but they've done it before. But I do think it's slightly too early if the tactics are to change. I think they need to keep doing what they've been doing.
Goal kick. Pickford to Gay, back to Pickford. Now Stones, Reece James, and then Stones back to Jordan Pickford. Pickford dwells on the ball with Alvarez not far away from him. Spence is then tackled. Messi receives it in the box on his left foot. Beats Gay, still going, and then in comes the challenge from Elliot Anderson. Almost opened up for Messi. Now McAllister, edge of the box. McAllister, then into the D, prodded into the box. Kane is there, and Kane should clear this, which he does now under pressure and out of play. England dicing with danger.
Another example of overplaying in the wrong areas. Risk and reward. The reward to keep playing out of there is not worth the risk.
Suddenly Messi is coming to life. He'll know the peril of this situation. The time can easily and quickly run away from you. Alvarez now back out towards the left-hand side. Paredes, square. Enzo Fernandez, 25 yards out. Now Simeone on the right-hand side. Backs to the wall, England. Simeone with a cross. John Stones stretches, gets his head away. Bounces out to Tagliafico for Argentina. Then, once again, the ball finds its way centrally to Enzo Fernandez of Chelsea. The Argentine fans now in great voice. They know their team is in trouble here, even if it is only 1-0. Still Argentina. England can't get the ball back. Morgan Rogers herring around. And then it's worked here to Simeone again. Simeone, Jed Spence comes close after that brilliant tackle. If England see this through, they'll be singing songs about Jed Spence's tackle. Now it's forward to the centre circle. Centre circle, played square to Enzo Fernandez, who's going to shoot, but it flies away over the top of Pickford's crossbar, and relief for England.
He won't mind Jordan Pickford if the shots are kept at that distance. But they really have come back into this game, Argentina. They've been on top, they've had the territorial advantage in the possession. But actually distance from like that, Jordan Pickford, he will be very, very happy. But England have got to be so careful. Overplaying is not worth it at this stage of the game.
Well, we're into the last half hour. And this is going to be fascinating to see which changes Thomas Tuchel makes. Long pass downfield. People will, England supporters will be relieved to see that. As it comes back to Martinez. Martinez. Now it's Argentina who are playing the ball around inside their own penalty area. Lisandro Martinez to Tagliafico. It was Tagliafico's clearance that led to the England goal, wasn't it? Declan Rice stepping in, giving it to Rogers, and Rogers' low cross from the right bounced up perfectly for Gordon to score what is his fourth goal for England. Argentina with Messi dropping deep and now advancing and skipping past Bellingham. And now Messi gets it back on a 1-2, plays it away. That was half cleared away by Stones. Enzo Fernandez, Tagliafico. Then it comes centrally. McAllister makes himself available near the edge of the D. Forward again from Lisandro Martinez. And then Paredes turns. Messi, low ball to McAllister. John Stones steps in again and is able to clear it away. But England won't survive this if they keep inviting Argentina onto them.
It's the deepest that I've seen them. England, they're in a very, very low block. They've been set up higher up in the field most of the game, but now they're dropping off. Don't like the way they've been submissive with possession.
Messi will find a way through. There's too long to go for England. They might have been able to survive in Mexico City, but this is Argentina, this is the world champions, attacking towards their raucous supporters. Lisandro Martinez to Alvarez on the edge of the box. England plays around him, and Reece James is able to come out with the ball and just chip it away to the halfway line. and it just gives possession back to Argentina. This is just like the Azteca, apart from the fact England have got 10 men. I think Thomas Tuchel's going to have to make a change or two very soon. Forward it comes. We'll have the water break coming up as well. Messi trying to weave a way through, then Gordon in on the challenge, bounces back for Rice. He challenges Enzo Fernandez, then Reece James gets up, and then Rodgers as well. Harry Kane tries to get it down. Kane plays it over the top for Rodgers, but Lisandro Martinez will get there before him and play it back to his goalkeeper with 63 minutes played. And I see some, I think they might be from Argentina in front of us, getting rather excited about somebody standing up in front of them. Passions, tempers, spirits running very high here. England leading by 1-0. And throw-in for Argentina that I think the referee wants taken again. Simeone and Spence shoulder to shoulder, and I think actually it's going to be a change. And we're going to see Argentina make the first change. Nicolas Gonzalez, who was on loan at Atletico Madrid from Juventus this season, is going to come on and he's going to take the place of Paredes. So he's taking off the holding midfielder, Paul, and bringing on Nicolas Gonzalez.
Going to have to make a change if they want more attacking threat. Paredes is certainly guarded in front of the back four, and he's the one that's been putting himself in and around. With Martinez, there's going to be a lot more attacking threat.
Well, he's going over to the left-hand side, so Alvarez is going to be more central now, it would appear. Julian Alvarez. So Nicolas Gonzalez is on, and Argentina are back on the move with Simeone. Infield to Enzo Fernandez, McAllister. Argentina are enjoying a lot of possession of the ball just now. Lisandro Martinez set himself up. He looked as though he might have had a go at goal. Plays it back to Enzo Fernandez. Enzo Fernandez squared at Messi. Messi, 30 yards from goal, goes for the early pass to the back post, which is headed across and then headed away by John Stones, who got there first. Excellent defending, and then Rice plays it off McAllister, and the ball bounces up and over and into all of the photographers, dozens of them behind the hoardings there with their long lenses trained, and it's a goal kick to England, and England lead 1-0.
A long diagonal ball to the far post that eludes the England defence, and Gonzalez has just come on. He heads it back across, looking for Tagliafico at the near post, but John Stones is there, brave as ever, gets there in front of the fullback and makes the clearance with his head.
25 minutes to play. The trumpets, the horns of the Argentina supporters. Pickford, long pass towards Jed Spence, beats Simeone. Anthony Gordon chases it. It's forward though from Molina, and then Mark Gay does well, turns away brilliantly from Simeone. Jed Spence is given it by Jude Bellingham. Spence then infield to Harry Kane. Kane turns, right-footed pass out to Reece James on the right. Argentina now being tested, comes back to Rice with a low shot, and Martinez had to save that because Bellingham was right in there, but he did. Went down low and held it well.
And that's the threat that England carry with Harry Kane dropping deep. Lovely ball across to Reece James.
Now Rice to Kane. Kane shoots, but he was charged down by Romero, and the ball spins to Martinez inside the box. He saw a sight of goal there, Harry Kane, but Romero snuffed it out.
And I think England do still have to carry that threat on the counter-attack. There's the players out there that are able to do it. Jude Bellingham still looks fit, Morgan Rodgers as well, and Harry Kane in and around the area, given half a chance. I don't think they can be overly defensive.
That's what England are looking for, that opportunity to break away. Almost halfway through the second half, Messi on a run. He's gone past Gordon, now cuts in field. He's beaten Anderson. He plays it out to the left-hand side. Gonzalez turns it back, but Rice is there for England to volley it up and behind. And it lands beyond the photographers this time, but it's an Argentina corner.
There's a danger over on that left-hand side. Gonzalez, who's just come on that twice now, he's gone on the blind side of Reece James. Messi, this is the time of the game that he comes to life. He's trying to make things happen, running across the 18-yard box, trying to pick little holes and put through balls in.
2 balls on the pitch. England 1, Argentina 0. 5 live in the World Service from the BBC. There will be a 606 on the way, by the way, after this. 08 085 909 693 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton waiting to take your calls. Messi with the corner from the left-hand side. It's a high delivery to the back post. Spence went for it, bounced down, and Bellingham was able to clear it away, volley it away towards the halfway line. Argentina start again. Right-footed pass to Simeone. He sets himself. Little ball into the box though, and then Tagliafico, who's over here, is able to, with the cross, played into Anderson. and it's deflected behind, and it's another Argentina corner from the right this time.
Listen, if you are going to win big games, you are going to have to go through patches in the game where you suffer. And England, when they're not having possession, they're defending extremely well, but you wonder how long they can hold on for. We've seen them do it before, but I just wonder if Thomas Tuchel's going to reach to his bench.
Well, we are now beyond the midway point of the second half. Messi's corner in, Pickford gets a good punch, punched it to Gordon in the box, who was able to control it, turn and clear it away. England leading through Anthony Gordon's 51st minute goal. On course for a World Cup final against Spain. Messi though playing this in, headed down, Pickford with a save! What a save from Gonzalez's header! Went down, pushed it away, and then Spence is fouled, and that is some save from Jordan Pickford. Got down so sharply and pushed it away wide of goal, and it stays 1-0, and we'll have the water break.
Well, he's made some wonderful saves in this tournament as Jordan Pickford. It's an excellent in-swinging cross, 6 yards out. Gonzalez, the substitute, once again gets his head on it. It's hard and low down to Jordan Pickford's right-hand side, and he gets down sharp, and he gets a big, strong right hand, and he doesn't just make the block, he's able to push it away out the danger area. That's a match-winning save for Jordan Pickford. That's excellent concentration and a really good, strong save.
Yeah, that Pickford save, that tackle by Jed Spence, and the goal from Anthony Gordon, they've been England's big highlights of the second half. So, we have 21 minutes left to play. 5 Live from the BBC. You will hear with us the third place playoff on Saturday night, 10 o'clock. Could be England against France. And then on Sunday, 8 p.m, the 2026 World Cup final, live from New Jersey with us. Could be England against Spain. And tomorrow, don't miss it, the Open Championship. Send best wishes to all of our award-winning golf team who'll bring you the Open over the course of the next 4 days, live from Royal Birkdale. We've got coverage in breakfast from 6:35, that's the first tee shot, and then commentary from 11 until close of play on 5 Live and BBC Sounds, where you can also hear David Baddiel's series 60 Years of Hurt, which is an excellent listen. So that available, 60 Years of Hurt on BBC Sounds. I'm shameless, I've used that as an advert break after everything I've said. Well, Thomas Tuchel is going around his players, likewise Lionel Scaloni and Matt Upson back watching in the 5 Live studio. It is turning into a bit of a thriller, another nail-biter.
Oh, isn't it just, John? Hey, I mean, that's out of the seat stuff, really, to be honest, from, you know, really poor full-back defensive position from Molina, who unbelievably just didn't deal with that ball. But then Anthony Gordon, how good is he at just stealing in those areas? He's so sharp, and I think it was a product of when England pressed. They really pressed. They got after it. The speed in which they're trying to get after the ball. Romero, nice little bit of footwork to get out of one before that, which was really nice play. But they're taking a risk there, Argentina, and the goal was brilliant. Then the tackle from Spence was just great moment of the game. The pace that he's got to get back. I mean, that is up out of the seat kind of stuff. But can we hang on? You know, we want to see us get more of the ball, get control of possession, and try and level out the game a bit. At the moment, we're just defending the box, and unfortunately, it feels like something could just drop. So hopefully, we'll get more of the ball.
Matt, before you go,
yes, John.
Ezri Konsa is going to come on for Anthony Gordon. What do you think about that?
Interesting. And what will that be, a 3? Are we looking at that?
Looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me, to be honest, because I think that, you know, the fullback, certainly Spence, can get forward and get up that side where Gordon is and be that outlet, and you're just bringing on that back 3, which worked so well in Mexico, didn't it?
And also Argentina making a triple change. Rodrigo de Paul, who's left out of the team today, is going to come on into the midfield. Also Nicolas Otamendi, the veteran, the 38-year-old former Manchester City man, and Gonzalo Montiel as well, the man who won the World Cup at the end of the penalty shootout in Qatar. So a triple change, and coming off, I'll run you through that in a moment once we get an opportunity to see it. Here we go. Yeah, Molina, the right back, so he's being placed by Montiel. Giuliano Simeone is coming off, and also Lisandro Martinez is being replaced by Otamendi. That's an interesting one, Paul.
Yeah, he's going to have to make changes now at this stage of the game. Otamendi will go into, I suggest they'd probably go to
a back three maybe, but it will actually just be a three. The fullbacks will push on and try and overload in midfield, and they've got to find a way to get themselves back into this game. I'm not surprised he's made 3 changes.
That's the voice of Paul Robinson. We'll have more after the match with Paul. We'll get you all the reaction. Matt Upson, Tim Vickery as well, who'll join us. England 1, Argentina 0. And we have, well, less than 20 minutes of the 90 to play. We're in the 74th minute now, so considerably less than 20 minutes.
I was surprised at taking Anthony Gordon off, because he's got the legs. You know, when they did that system in Mexico, he was the one that gave him the out ball at times. He was the one that was able to run in behind, and he still looked fairly fresh. But sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I suppose now though, in this formation, you know, that onus is on Jed Spence, isn't it, to burst forward, which we know that he can do.
Yeah, the fullbacks definitely.
Right, Bellingham trying to shield the ball, but Argentina run away with it. And Enzo Fernandez finds Julian Alvarez. England are going to get back. White shirt pouring back. Alvarez running free. Remember the goal that he scored in extra time. The world champions are in trouble here, 1-0 down. But Argentina give it to Messi, and why not? And then Messi to Montiel, and Montiel's cross has gone a long way and is cleared away at the back post by Reece James on the stretch, who was able to get a foot to it, half volleyed it out for a throw-in over here on the right-hand side. The referee saying it's not been taken from the right place. That's frustrated Argentina. Montiel back to De Paul. 2 of the substitutes have just come on. Now Christian Romero. Romero will play it across to Otamendi. And now out there to the left-hand side to Tagliafico. Otamendi drags a pass, right-footed, all the way across the surface of the Atlanta pitch to Montiel. And then De Paul. Otamendi again. Picks out the ball to Gonzalez on the left-hand side. Just before the water break, Gonzalez it was with a header that was well saved. He was only probably 8 yards out, might have been closer. Pickford made a super save, sharp, down and low. 1-0 England lead. 5 live in the World Service from the BBC. Messi growing in influence. Enzo Fernandez. And then Otamendi is able to get it onto his right foot. And then it's worked here to De Paul. De Paul's ball into the box. Curry! Oh, McAllister's head hits the post and comes out. It seemed certain that would end up in the back of the England net, but it smacked the post and stayed out from the diving McAllister. Argentina come again, no let up. De Paul into the edge of the box. Out to Montiel on the right-hand side. Montiel lifts it in. England able to half-head it away through Anderson, and then further away from Bellingham, and Kane takes it down but loses possession. And Argentina getting closer. And here they come again. Montiel, Alvarez turning, 25 yards out. England have got everyone back behind the ball. Now to Montiel on the right-hand side. Gay comes across, Spence as well. De Paul, another dangerous cross, headed straight at goalkeeper Pickford by McAllister once more, but straight at him this time. He was able to go down and gather it on the half volley.
Well, the England goal is leading a charmed life. The balls that are coming into the box are extremely dangerous, struggling to defend. McAllister from close range couldn't really tell whether it hit the post or Jordan Pickford. I think Jordan Pickford might have just got a big chunk of that one. I think his positional sense was once again good. I think it hit him rather than actually being a conscious save. But the balls that are coming into the box, De Paul's delivery has been excellent since he's come on. McAllister with a free header, could actually hit the post. Pickford's nowhere near it, he's well beaten.
I mean, hit the inside of the post. That could easily have hit the post and ended up in the back of the net. Instead it came out, and England's goal somehow, almost miraculously, survives. England, who have not kept a clean sheet in the knockout stages yet. 2 clean sheets against Panama and Ghana. 1-0 they lead. Anthony Gordon, his goal. He's off the pitch now. Montiel, Argentina come again. They're coming in waves. De Paul, he's been able to find positions already since coming onto the field. And then Enzo Fernandez, back across to Messi, central position. Messi with a cross into the box, headed across the face of goal and wide. Gonzalez arriving, and he couldn't get it on target from a tight angle all the way across the face of goal. Although actually the offside flag was up, and it looks as though Gonzalez had just stolen offside.
It's a worrying trend that for England, because it's very, very close. Just looking at it again, it's Messi's ball over the top, and it's the 3rd time now that Reece James has got caught blindsided. Very, very narrow this England defence, and they're getting runners around the outside of them.
Thomas Tuchel's made just the one change, Paul. It looks as though they need fresh legs, don't they?
Yes, you would suggest so. They know that they can hang on because they've done it before, but this is a very, very different opposition and a very different situation. And at the moment, the goal is leading a very charmed life.
Remember how Argentina came back? They were 2-0 down against Egypt here. Ball played, Conte does well against Gonzalez, hooks it away on the stretch, bounces out of play. Argentina were 2-0 down against Egypt and won without need for extra time. That was in the 79th minute. That's where we are now, and Argentina in this match are 1-0 down. That's when Messi won that match, and here he is, Messi, losing possession to Morgan Rogers, and now it's the chance for the England counter-attack. Rogers downfield, Kane chasing, Bellingham's in the middle, still Rogers goes for goal, and that's blocked away towards the halfway line. Wrong option from Morgan Rogers there. Anderson now has got to be careful. He clears the ball forward. Montiel back to De Paul, and then De Paul gets his head down, moves across field. De Paul socks down already. Still in the 79th minute. This is like the Azteca all over again.
Made the wrong decision there, Morgan Rogers, didn't he? They were 4-on-4 at one point. England, he had Harry Kane to one side, they had Jude Bellingham to the other. He took it all the way and got his shot blocked.
I wonder how everyone's nerves are back home in England. Messi playing it square to Tagliafico, then back to Enzo Fernandez. He came up with that late winner. Lionel Messi, who scored one of those goals against Egypt here and set up the other one for Romero. Messi thought about the shot, his opposite number. Harry Kane is chasing him. Kane forces the error. Messi's played it. Actually, they're well to keep this in play, which Enzo Fernandez does. Catches up with it and just saw the head of someone on the halfway line, but it's going to be another Argentina change. Lautaro Martinez is going to come on, of course he is. Surprised we haven't seen him before now.
Yeah, there's a change that we've been waiting for, we've been expecting. I mean, he's another quality player. You look at his season he's had at Inter as well. He's certainly going to be a problem.
And another full house is announced. 68,239 the crowd in the Atlanta Stadium. Montiel back to De Paul, just outside the England box, of course they are. And then Enzo Fernandez thought about a shot, plays it into Messi. Anderson's quickly in on the challenge on Messi, still going at him, but Messi keeps possession. And then Tagliafico curls it in, dangerous, it's gone all the way, it's hooked back across, and then a header away from Anderson. And Harry Kane wins a free kick on the edge of the area, which is disputed by Gonzalez. Not sure about that. Kane leaned into Gonzalez but gets the free kick. Hair 'em, scare 'em. Less than 10 minutes to go though. England 10 minutes away from the World Cup final.
Another good piece of defending in there. The ball is coming into the England penalty box with regularity now. Reece James looks tired to me. They're getting him behind him and around that side. He looks like he might have to make a change. He's run his socks off as Reece James, but at the moment he's getting caught out on a number of occasions down that right-hand side. And I think somebody's in trouble for a substitute here. One of the England players down on the right-hand side. Oh,
Reece James.
It is Reece James. It is, because there's a lot of crosses been coming in from his side.
Lautaro Martinez on the field now. Superb international goal-scoring record. This is his 84th cap, scored 39 goals. He can easily come up with a goal, as he did right at the end against Switzerland. And England 1, Argentina 0 the score. Just thinking, yep, we're going to see another change. Nico O'Reilly is getting ready to come on, Paul, and actually the stretcher is just being prepared there too, and also stepping forward to join the action. Who do you think? Who do you need in a moment like this? Backs to the wall, Paul. Who do you think it is lurking on the side of the pitch?
Fireman Dan.
It's Dan Burn, of course. Of course it is. O'Reilly and Byrne waiting to come on, and that's it for Reece James. And there's the first change. And also coming off is Declan Rice. So Rice, who was involved in the build-up to the goal, and Reece James. So James and Rice off, and Byrne and O'Reilly on.
And then that means that Jed Spence, you would expect, would go over to right back. No, Konza playing right back.
Where is Jed Spence? He's staying here. So O'Reilly's going to.
Side.
So O'Reilly's actually going to play in a midfield position,
like a midfielder, but with five at the back, with Dan Burn in that system.
We're in the 83rd minute. England 1, Argentina 0. Right now it's England-Spain in the World Cup final, but do not count your chickens. Enzo Fernandez running with the ball from deep. I mean, what a scenario this is. Argentina, the world champions, pressing and pressing. Messi on the pitch. Possibly, almost certainly his last World Cup at the age of 39. Messi takes it down, plays it to De Paul. De Paul across. That's chested down for England by Enzo Fernandez again. And then Enzo Fernandez works it to Gonzalez. Back to Enzo Fernandez. White shirts back in and on the edge of the area. It's teed up for the shot, but that's blocked by O'Reilly. And it blocks away Messi on the chase, actually. And he's played it off O'Reilly, who did well there. O'Reilly. England fans give O'Reilly a huge cheer for that block on Messi. 84th minute.
Are we on that slow clock again, John? We've been here before, haven't we? I don't know if my nerves can take it. I'm actually shaking.
Ball comes across to De Paul. Now to the right-hand side to Messi. Try and close him down. Messi plays it in, but it's curled all the way beyond everyone. Over England heads, Argentina heads, and all the way through for a goal kick. And the referee is telling England to get on with it. So I think the count is on, isn't it now? The 5-second count. Argentina counting it down. Their supporters.
He's on Jordan Pickford already. Immediately the ball goes behind the goal for a goal kick. He tells him to pick up the nearest ball and get on with it.
Yeah, and he had to take it, which he has. O'Reilly does well. Wins the header against Montiel. It's out of play, throwing to Argentina. 85th minute now. Yes, it's those Azteca-style minutely updates for you. Anthony Gordon's goal, the only one that we've seen. Argentina on the attack. That's controlled nicely by Gonzalez, out on the left wing. And then he plays it back. The ball comes across. Enzo Fernandez has a look, has a shot, and it's tipped over by Pickford. Got up high, just above his head. Helped it over the top of the bar, well struck by Fernandez.
That's a long way out for Fernandez to take it on. It's a good, 30, 35 yards out. Strikes through the middle of the ball. We know how these balls fly. It's a simple save for Jordan Pickford. It's just up above his head, but he does well to just tip it over the bar.
Corner is taken, short. Messi gets it back on the right-hand side. Messi against Spence. Quick feet. Then passes it. Enzo Fernandez, he's going to have another goal. He scored! It's the equaliser. Argentina draw level through Chelsea's Enzo Fernandez. And one of the Argentina subs, Barco, has run onto the field. Right, he's running around the England players. Well, what a bizarre thing to do for Barco. But Argentina, their supporters, joyous in the stands. And England, unlike the Azteca, could not hold out. And a superb strike from Enzo Fernandez to make it England 1, Argentina 1 in the semi-final.
Well, you couldn't say that this hasn't been coming. The pressure's been mounting for a long time. Jordan Pickford's made some really good saves. England's goal been very charmed life, and it's Messi the creator again. He takes a short corner and he lays it to Fernandez. This time he's 25 yards out from goal. Nobody gets out to him quick enough, and he strikes the ball hard and low across Jordan Pickford into his bottom right hand corner, through a crowd of bodies. Might have even taken a deflection off the slide and Bellingham in front of him. But England have conceded, and they've got a lot of work to do now, especially with the personnel they've got on the pitch.
Well, Enzo Fernandez had a few sighters, hadn't he? And that one struck brilliantly, and England couldn't get out and close him down quickly enough this time.
No, the pressure's been mounting. It wasn't just the shots from distance as well. It was the constant pressure of the box, the constant balls into the box, the headers, the free headers. And that passage of play, you expect a goal was coming, and unfortunately for England, it has.
So 1-1 in the semi-final, and now extra time is a distinct possibility. And only now have the Argentina players got back into position. So they've saved themselves again, just like they did against Egypt and when they were tested against Cape Verde. Jordan Pickford, play back underway, plays it up towards Kane. Kane challenges for it. And we're now in the 87th minute, but the goal coming in the 85th, so this time an 85th minute equaliser for Argentina. This bunch of winners, World Cup champions, double South American champions at the last two Copa America tournaments. You know, that is their mentality. And here they come again now, and this is tough for England. The ball across from the left-hand side, McAllister, Gay in with a challenge. That was a good tackle as well. Argentina back into the centre circle, Enzo Fernandez. And the thing is, Argentina are now, it's the same, this is the same pattern as in the minutes leading up to the equaliser. It's Argentina in possession. They're thinking about a winner. They're thinking about a goal that would knock England out and take them to the final on Sunday. Here's Messi, backs away, and then up against O'Reilly. With his right foot, with a cross, is headed up and away by John Stones. Had real whip on it, that. Headed away by Bellingham. Stones is down inside the box, flat in his face, and the referee says, I've got to stop play, which he does. And that angers Argentina, and we will have a little stoppage here. And Harry Kane runs straight across towards Thomas Tuchel. The other thing, Paul, as well, what about Barco, the substitute, in the aftermath of the goal, running around in between the England players on the pitch with his bib on?
Well, we've not seen much sportsmanship today, and that was an example of probably the worst sportsmanship that we've seen at this World Cup. It was awful.
It's totally out of order. John Stones is receiving treatment. It is for a head injury. And Harry Kane has come across to this side of the pitch. Thomas Tuchel and Anthony Barry are there. Jed Spence as well. And the referee is just going across just to have a look and see if John Stones needs the stretcher.
I think he's going to be all right, John. I've just seen the replay. He's headed a ball in front of Jordan Pickford. There's a ball into the box. There was nobody around him. He's headed a ball and he's taken the opportunity to go down, and I think this is just a little bit of thinking time for Thomas Tuchel. I hope that I'm right and that he's okay, but looking at the replay, all he's done is head the ball. Unless he's cricked his neck while he's headed it, I don't know, but this might just buy a little bit of time for the manager.
Still John Stones receives treatment, and still Thomas Tuchel. Few final words for Jed Spence there. We are in the 90th minute now. Well, it's been a pulsating second half, Paul. I mean, the first half was so bad-tempered, ill-feeling, testy. Some of the tackles, some of the antics. Second half, though.
Yeah, it's been an excellent contest in the second half, played in the right way. Obviously, the tackles have still been going in, but England got their noses in front. And then, for me, in all honesty, sat too deep too early.
Yeah. We felt, didn't we, that it was unlikely that they would hold out against Argentina. Well, different matter to Mexico.
Exactly, you've got to look at the calibre of opponent you're playing against, and the length of time that you've got left. I mean, it's a tough ask to hold out against Argentina any time, but I think we're going to get a good chunk bolted on, a good bit of added time bolted on.
What did you see?
9
minutes of added time.
Yeah.
So
we got another 10 minutes to play, haven't we?
Yeah. John Stones is off the pitch, and there's something going on down there as well. I've just had to get to my feet. A lot of the Argentina substitutes in their bibs are gathering around John Stones, complaining about something. Whether he said something to them or not, I don't know. Right, so we're into 9 minutes of added time. England 1, Argentina 1. 5 live in the World Service from the BBC. It's on BBC TV if you're on your way home. Get there quick for extra time, or not if Argentina attack like this, but Spencer's able to turn it away, and then away from Kane, and Bellingham's going to carry it downfield, and he's still going, and Bellingham's still on the left wing, and then runs out a road, or runs into too many Argentines. Romero to Enzo Fernandez, the man who came up with the equaliser in the 85th minute. England were 5 minutes plus added time away from the World Cup final. England not been in a World Cup final for 60 years, England's men. Here's Gonzalez playing it across. McAllister shoots. It hits the post for a second time. McAllister, first with a header, now with a shot. And England survive, and it's still 1-1. But it's Messi. Messi on the right. His cross to the back post is headed in! It's 2-1 Argentina. And Lautaro Martinez from point-blank range. He could hardly miss. Messi's cross. Martinez's goal. And England could be out here. Argentina in front in added time, and Argentina look as though they have performed another rescue act at this World Cup as defending champions. England 1, Argentina 2.
Cue wild celebrations inside this stadium for Argentina and their supporters. England have been sitting back. Initially the ball comes to the edge of the box to McAllister. He hits the foot of Jordan Pickford's post with the England goalkeeper completely beaten. Messi gets the ball in acres of space on his near touchline. Nobody goes to him quick enough. Whips it onto his right foot and he just drops across inside the 6-yard box. Lautaro Martinez, the substitute's there, 2 yards from goal, completely free header, unmarked, puts it into an empty net and looks like he might have put England out.
The celebrations are still going on down in the corner of the pitch. Enzo Fernandez there is raising a clenched fist to the crowd. Messi as well is saying, come on, keep it going, keep the noise going to the Argentina fans. They don't need any encouragement. The referee's trying to usher them back into position. I mean, there will be time added on beyond the 9 minutes of added time, but it just feels that is the final blow on England. If they recover from that, well done.
Mentality monsters, Argentina. I mean, we sat here in this stadium and they were losing 2-0 to Egypt with 79 minutes played. The first goal today was 85 minutes gone. So they were behind in the game for 85 minutes, yet they're looking like in normal time they've gone on and turned it round. 2 goals so quickly, and once again Messi at the heart of everything.
England trying to restart, but De Paul's got involved and he's been booked for something I think he said to Jude Bellingham, or possibly just delaying the restart.
But surely now Thomas Tuchel makes the changes. We've got Ivan Toney, who's not seen a minute, sat on the bench. We've got Ollie Watkins, who's hardly seen any football. We've got Marcus Rashford. We've got attacking players on the bench. You need to make some changes now.
It's gone long for England to Kane. Ezri Konsa's there as well. Kane takes it on. Harry Kane, who has not had an attempt on goal, Kane, or at least on target. He's had an effort blocked. Kane wins the throw-in on the right-hand side. England are heading out now. 10 minutes or so they were heading through to the final. Now they're heading out. Throw-in is taken. They need to conjure up an equaliser. Ball headed out to the right, and it's deflected out of play by Gonzalez. Well, it looks as though it's going to be another famous Argentina night against England at a World Cup. And you're right, Paul, Ivan Toney and Marcus Rashford are being readied, but they've only got minutes. Long throw, that's headed away. Comes back for Konsa. Now the cross from the right, but that's headed away. The cross, Morgan Rogers gave it to Konsa, whose cross was blocked out for a throw-in. 10 yards back from the corner flag. Now it's Argentina who are defending. What a turn of events this would be if England are able to deny Argentina. But we're going to see the changes for England first of all. John Stones, who received that bang on the head. John Stones is off, and so is Jed Spence. So on come Ivan Toney and Marcus Rashford, who's not been involved in the last 2 matches. Rashford. And already we're in the 6th minute of added time. We will play beyond the 9, I'm sure of that, because of the extended Argentine celebrations for their second goal. But time is running out, clearly. Morgan Rogers gives it back to Konsa on the right. Konsa with a cross, that's low, that's headed away by Gonzalez for Argentina. Huge cheers from the blue and white stand to our right. Throw in for England. 6th minute of added time, that clock is whizzing around now. Ivan Toney makes a run. This is his first appearance at this World Cup. What an ask that is for him. In the 7th match, Toney does get a touch, plays it back towards the halfway line, and England go all the way back to Pickford. We're now in the 7th minute of added time. Pickford goes long to the edge of the area, flicked on by Dan Burn is up there, and it's cleared away. Comes out to Rogers again on the right-hand side for England. Cross early into the edge of the box. That's headed down and away by Romero. Now the tables have been turned. It's England putting the pressure on Argentina. But that blow, that Lautaro Martinez header, looks as though that might have finished England off. Pickford, long it goes though, to the edge of the box. Stretching header, but cleared away by Alvarez to the halfway line. England come again. Morgan Rogers cutting in from the right-hand side. Rogers back to Konsa, and then Konsa to Pickford. Looking up at the clock, 7th minute of added time. Still time for England. Pickford goes long, Kane was blocked, but the ball just drifts all the way through to Martinez, who catches the ball and then goes down clutching his right buttock, suggesting that he might have a problem, but he's back up on his feet. The referee's wise to him. Martinez, the count is on, but Martinez does clear it away downfield. But now there's only Lautaro Martinez chasing after that. It's out of play for a throw-in. Deafening noise coming from the Argentina fans. They've got their shirts off. They're waving them above their heads. Throwing for England. Back to Pickford. Pickford, long. It has to go long. Kane searching for it. Romero gets his header to it. Bounces down to the right, where De Paul, his ball in field, finds Gay. Harry Kane now tries to find the pass to the right, but it skips away from Rodgers and will bounce out of play, and it's a throw into Argentina, level with the edge of their own penalty area. And we have 1 minute of added time to play, but I think there will be 2 or 3 minutes beyond that, Paul.
There will. The wild celebrations that ensued after the Argentina goal, that at least took 2 minutes for the referee to regain order. So there's still time, but just the unfortunate thing is not too much of it.
Anderson handing it forward for England. Tony, he's challenged. Anderson volleys it back again, bouncing out towards the left-hand side where Rashford gets involved for the first time. Rashford trying to go around Montiel. Rashford cuts it back, but it's cleared away by Romero on the edge of the 6-yard box. In the right place at the right time, the Tottenham man. And then Argentina with Messi to Alvarez. Messi again runs away from Bellingham, and Messi's on the ground, and Bellingham turns, and there's a little reaction there from Jude Bellingham with Messi flat on his face, and so the Argentina players get involved. They know what they're doing here. This is all wasting seconds. Enzo Fernandez is saying something to Bellingham. Still Messi's on the ground, and England now, there's frustration here. It's potentially boiling over. Harry Kane just trying to calm everyone down, and the referee says, come on, let's get on with it. Let's get play going again. But now we are over the 9 minutes of added time. It's now down to how much Ismail El-Fat adds on. England will be heading to the third place playoff against France in Miami on Saturday night, and it's going to be an Argentina-Spain final. England's so close. Martinez has come all the way out of his goal to take this. Only seconds remaining. Martinez, long downfield, and it is out of play. Off Lautaro Martinez for a throw-in that O'Reilly takes. Anderson back to Pickford. Pickford takes a touch, then passes it out to Konza, forward to Rodgers, but England still in their own half. It's been won back by Gonzalez. Now Messi on the edge of the box, but Messi actually takes a little dink of a touch, and he's just going to take it to the corner flag. Even the great Lionel Messi is not worried about taking it to the corner flag when his team are close to winning a World Cup semi-final. England win it back though and clear it downfield, and it's played back to Martinez, and Dan Burn trying to chase that one down. Now we are in the 11th minute of added time. Whistles from the Argentina fans. Forward from Anderson, forward and long, that's headed away, and then Enzo Fernandez just volleys it away. Anywhere will do for Argentina, and it's out for a throw-in for England. They're thinking, the Argentina, De Paul is saying to the referee, how much longer? We've played almost 2 minutes over the 9. Throw-in taken over there on the right-hand side. England's World Cup dream is ending right here.
Got to go long. It's got to go long.
Back to Pickford. Pickford's running it into the centre circle. White shirts flood forward. Pickford with a long ball. Martinez comes. He's not got it. It's flapped away. Oh, the whistle's gone for a foul on the Argentina goalkeeper. And Emi Martinez punches the air. I think he knows that that's it. England have only seconds left. Lionel Messi says, goes across to the American official and says, and the referee is saying to Martinez, put the ball on the ground. Martinez is saying, time surely must be up. I don't know where he's taking this free kick.
The free kick was given around the penalty spot.
Taking the free kick outside the box. But this is it. Final moments before England's hopes end here in Atlanta. What a turnaround by the world champions. There's the final whistle. Argentina have beaten England by 2 goals to 1. The England players fall to the pitch, flat on their backs, and the Argentina players drop to their knees in celebration. England were leading in the 85th minute. That's how close they were to a World Cup final for the first time for 60 years. But Argentina dug deep, and the world champions have won through. Those goals from Enzo Fernandez and Lautaro Martinez. That one set up by Lionel Messi, and Lionel Messi will take Argentina, the defending champions, to New Jersey for a World Cup final against Spain. And England, so near, but yet so far. England out to the defending champions, just like 4 years ago in Qatar. And there's a bit of nonsense now going on again on the pitch. And I think Morgan Rogers was involved in a bit of that, and the referee's in the middle of it as well, and the players just milling around. It's not too angry. Absolute agony for the England players. Harry Kane looks disconsolate down there. Jude Bellingham too. Thomas Tuchel, the man who is taken on by the Football Association to win the World Cup, well, he's fallen short, but in the most dramatic of circumstances. And Argentina, the serial winners, have knocked England out. Paul Robinson.
They've done a job on us. They came here with a game plan in the first half, and you could see what it was to disrupt, to fly into challenges, to upset the England players, to ruffle them up. And they got to half-time, and that was half the job done. They've got the quality in Messi. I mean, he's a little magician, he really is. He's done it all tournament now. You look at the goals he scored, you look at the balls that he was putting into England's box. They've done an absolute job on us, but let's be honest, they were the better side in the second half. You think of the opportunities that they've had. Jordan Pickford made 2 outstanding saves, both posts were hit, and it was only going to be a matter of time before they got that equaliser. I think England went too deep too early. I think they took the attacking players off, went to a back five and thought they could sit in, and I think that was a mistake against a team with the quality of Argentina. You look at the quality that they've got and the players on the pitch. To back yourself to defend for nearly 30 minutes against the world champions and not concede, it was a big ask. I think Thomas Tuchel got that wrong. I mean, he's got a lot of decisions right this World Cup, this tournament, but I do think trying to protect a lead against this team was the wrong choice. They've put in a shift, England. You can see them down there on the pitch beneath us. They're all absolutely shattered, gutted. It's heart-wrenching, it's horrible. I've been there. But that was a game that they wouldn't have wanted to lose the way that it panned out. Another disappointment for England.
So the way it will go on for England, their dream is over. But your eyes are naturally drawn from way up here in the stands to Lionel Messi. Their dream, Argentina's dream of a second World Cup for Lionel Messi, at the grand old age of 39, is absolutely alive. And Messi has gone round the England players. There have been handshakes, and now he's walked away and he's beckoned to his Argentine players, his teammates, to come with him. And they're gathering round now inside the penalty area to our right and celebrating with their jubilant fans in the stands. And that's it. Argentina-Spain it will be in New Jersey on Sunday. And Messi and his teammates punching the air and dancing down on the pitch. Well, what a match it's been. What a semi-final. We said it might be monumental, it might be a thriller, it might be a nail-biter, and it might be a roller coaster, and it was all of those things. And it's gone Argentina's way. England 1, Argentina 2. And Kelly
John
Cates
Murray
is here
and
with
Paul
us in the
Robinson
stadium.
inside the stadium here in Atlanta. And we're joined also by Matthew Upson and Tim Vickery, and as there always are in the ground at the end of games of this magnitude, sharply contrasting scenes. To our right, the Argentina players dancing, celebrating, the squad, the backroom staff all out on the pitch, and their fans just a blur of light blue and white as they bounce and sing and celebrate. But to our left, the England players still on the pitch, most of them, still alone, most of them, not in pairs, not in groups, wandering around, just gathering their thoughts. And the few England fans who haven't started to leave the ground gathered over to our left-hand side, just standing still and staring out at the pitch. This isn't the time for them to commiserate with the team. We've seen such great moments between the England fans and the England players throughout this tournament. This is not yet the time for that, but the England players starting to make their way over to those England supporters. Matthew Upson, it's a hard way for England to go out of this tournament.
It is, Kelly. It hurts. A lot of fans, all the players, everyone involved. It's an awful feeling, and to be in a position that we were, I think there's a level of frustration for me, because the psychology behind going ahead in a football match of this magnitude, and then how that plays out on the pitch, is just fascinating, really, because I just see us stop doing what was getting us in front. We stopped. We scored the goal and we stopped doing the thing that's going to win us the game. And the moment you do that, a team like Argentina, they feed off that, they smell it. It's like it's innate, it's instinctive for them. And all of a sudden, the swing of momentum, after we spoke on that halfway point, the break and the system had changed, it was just over. It just felt like balls were swinging in the box. The quality was insane. It was off the charts with Messi, De Paul, the delivery coming in. McAllister should have scored. We just stopped being bold, brave, and pressing high up the pitch from that mid-block, getting control of the game, breaking it up. We just stopped, and it was really frustrating to watch, because you could just see it slipping away out of our fingertips. And I think that'll be something that'll be really disappointing. It's been a monumental effort from the players, and another great campaign in terms of a semi-final. But the pain of going out at this stage again, it hurts deep, and also it starts to become a pattern, and we need to break that cycle.
But you mentioned it there, Matt, the fact that the players, I know that Rashford and Tony came on very late in the game, but the players on the pitch weren't those kind of forward attacking players up until that point. Thomas Tuchel had made the substitutions to protect the advantage that England had.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we'd started to lose a little bit of that grip prior to that break. So once the break had happened and the switches are made, we've got 4 defenders on the pitch, then Gehi goes in the middle, O'Reilly comes on. At that point, I mean, the goal, we've got everyone sat in that one line waiting for a cross to come in. So it's almost like 6 players marking 3 Argentinian players, and it just needs that boldness to say, get out the box, get out of my way, go and press the ball, get higher up the pitch. Let's do what we were doing that was winning us the game. And England, look, I really felt after we scored, we're gonna win this game. If we continue in this fashion, we're gonna win the football match. And it just changed. And now whether that's down to Argentina, I'm sure some of it is down to their innate ability just to keep plugging away in games, but also it's the psychology of when you go ahead, how are you then going to treat that next 10 minutes of the game? And are you going to still keep doing the things that are progressive and on the front foot, and the things that got you to that position in the first place? And I felt like we changed and we switched that.
Paul, it's really interesting watching that group of England players who are just on the edge of the box at the end where the England fans are. Close-ups of a lot of those players' faces, many of them in tears, many of them close to tears, including Anthony Gordon, Jordan Pickford, Jude Bellingham. They look devastated by this. They look like they haven't even moved. They're not talking to each other really, by and large, maybe just starting to now as the England fans are applauding them. But they have that stare of men who don't really understand quite what's just happened to them.
They'll be absolutely gutted. I mean, it's a horrible, horrible feeling. And the amount of positivity that they've had around that squad. I think there was a genuine belief within that camp that they could go all the way to the final this year. I think the way that they've all spoken has been excellent, both pre and post games. The press conferences have been, it's been good from all the players that have come up, and there was a real togetherness, and there's a group of players there that are hurting together. They're all stood individually, but as a collective they'll all be hurting. And these next 12, 24 hours are going to be horrible for those players and the supporters as well. Let's not forget about the supporters that have been following England around America and Mexico, and the money that they've spent to come and watch this, hoping that it would be this year, this would be the time that England would win the World Cup. We all know the hopes and the expectations of the nation and how desperate everybody is to win a World Cup. And once again, all that disappointment has come crashing down.
There was a great piece of sportsmanship I just saw there, Kelly, from Enzo Fernandez, who actually has left the Argentine celebrations, and he ran all the way down the pitch to embrace Reece James, his Chelsea teammate, and Chalobah as well, and Noni Madueke, who was his teammate last season before he ran away downfield. So some of the stuff that Argentina got up to today, wasn't great, but that was a nice touch.
And that's the fine margins of international football. You have to use every weapon at your disposal, and even if the opposition doesn't like it, that's kind of not the point of it. That the point of it, Paul, is to win the game.
Exactly. We were questioning it in the first half, but you could see that it got under the skin of the England players. It ruffled a few feathers. They stayed in the game, obviously, till half-time.
And we're watching as the England players make their way off the pitch. The whistles are because the exit that they go through, the tunnel on the right-hand side of the ground, is right underneath the Argentina supporters, and so the Argentina fans are whistling as the England players make their way off the pitch. But they are not leaving those Argentina supporters, and the Argentina players are now making their way over to the advertising hoardings in front of them to celebrate further with their supporters as they reach a second successive World Cup final. Can they make it second successive World Cup? Tim Vickery is with us. Tim, is this Argentina side capable of this? Are they a team who are capable of the moments required to take them to World Cup glory once again?
Well, they have lots of quality, but I can't believe that Spain will self-destruct in the way that England self-destructed. And England had Argentina exactly where they should have wanted them. Exactly. And we said at half-time, the space will open up. Argentina are terrified of England running at them. And that's where the goal comes from, the space opening up. Then it's a case of tearing them apart on the counter-attack. You've got both centre-backs on a yellow card. And what do England do? And I'm absolutely baffled by the decisions that the coach has taken here. He got away with a bad one at half-time against Norway. This one really, really didn't deserve to come off, because everything Argentina wanted England to do, they did. Argentina terrified of all those runners going at them at pace. England take off all of the people who can do that. Argentina have been finding it very hard to pass their way down the field. England say, well, you don't have to do that. You don't have to pass your way down the field. We'll hang off our own crossbar like a team of bats and we'll give you all of the space to do it. Against Switzerland, Argentina were allowed back into the game by the Swiss centre-forward getting sent off. Against England, Argentina were allowed back into the game by the England team choosing all of the wrong decisions. And I'm afraid this has to be on the coach. I've found the decisions that he made, the substitutions that he made, absolutely baffling. It was as if there were 30 seconds left when in reality there were over 20 minutes. And in the end, I think England had everything to close out that game and win it. But in the end, the defeat, I fear, was thoroughly deserved.
Lionel Messi on the shoulders of Enzo Fernandez getting the bumps, and I'm fairly sure that's not exactly what you want to be doing with your prize asset just before a World Cup final on Sunday. But he's still there, he's recovered, and he's walking around the pitch now and chatting to people. But the point that Tim makes about Thomas Tuchel, Paul, you know exactly how the conversation is going to go now. This is the way it turns after an England exit, when the recriminations start and people are feeling extremely emotional about this decision. Alan Shearer has said the changes worked for Tuchel in the last couple of games, but these are the fine margins of football in terms of him maybe getting the decisions wrong in this one. Wayne Rooney said you can't go a goal up and then surrender the ball. You want to be on the front foot. The pressure is on Argentina to get back in the game, and talks about England sitting back and then cracking, and he said he was really disappointed. And then even from the journalist point of view, Adam Crafton has said, I can't recall a game of this magnitude where a coach has cost his team in this way. Extraordinary and damaging for Tuchel. Miguel Delaney on X said, I think that's close to sackable from Tuchel, a coach appointed at great expense for his tactical acumen and ability to get over the line, needlessly forces England miles from it. How seriously do you think decisions that Thomas Tuchel has made has cost England today?
Without doubt they have, because they were so submissive when changes were made. Regardless of what you think of a back five, when you're in that situation, you're protecting a lead, the back five is going to be five. You're going to have the midfield sat on top of you, and England just went very, very deep, and they just invited the pressure on them. England have played to their strengths for a lot of this tournament, but actually against Mexico with 10 men, they used the same tactic and it worked. And actually I said to John and a couple of the people that I had a chat with,
I said that could have been a stick that was used to beat him if that had gone wrong. But he got away with that, so we're praising him, saying that his in-game management's been good and his changes have been good. But because it hasn't worked for him today, that will be the stick that he's used to beat him, because it was so blatantly obvious the way the pattern of the game changed.
Do we not think that sorry, Kelly, do we not think that shift in the team was before the changes though, Robbo, as well? I think it's almost as soon as we scored, I felt like, even before the hydration break and the defensive changes, it just felt like the mentality of the team was completely different in terms of how they were going about the game, and all that high press, the energy, the speed we were getting after, trying to force a mistake high up the pitch, winning the ball back. It just dropped off in the 5 minutes or so before that hydration break for me, and I think then the changes just compounded it. But it was already on its way.
Do you remember what the assistant coach was saying at half-time? The longer the game goes on, the more Premier League intensity. They went out and did exactly the opposite.
The opposite, yeah.
It's been really difficult. How damaging, Matt, do you think that this is for Tuchel?
Well, I don't know how damaging it will be. It could be considerable. You have to make those decisions. I can only think that he had the success with it in Mexico and thought that you could execute that same scenario again, but it's against a very different team with different capabilities that love the hunt, love the suppressing and getting hold of the opponent and ragging them about and moving them everywhere and pressurising them. It's a different animal in that sense, but I just felt that we were getting so much joy with how we were playing, and to then not keep doing that, the goal shouldn't make any difference. You've got to almost treat it like it's still 0-0. Keep doing what you're doing, and England were the dominant force in the game. So to change that, or whether or not he felt that the fitness or the energy or something was missing, so he had to go into protection mode. But that's kind of opposite to all the messages we've been getting and all the performances that we've seen, in that no, we don't need protection mode. We can actually go after people. We're fit enough, we're brave enough, we're strong enough as a group. We've got each other's back, which I think the players have shown that. And it just feels a really negative way to go out of the tournament. The last 25 minutes of this tournament has been so negative in that sense, which is a real shame.
And as the celebrations continue for Argentina down to the right-hand side of the pitch, the players are there now. Many of them have got their shirts off. They're waving them around in the air. The Argentina fans are going absolutely nowhere. And in the midst of all of that, just over a little bit to the right-hand side, is the interview position where Harry Kane has been speaking to Kelly Summers.
Well, Harry, it's the most heartbreaking way for your tournament to end. I know it's going to be incredibly raw, but what are your immediate thoughts?
Yeah, just gutted for the boys, gutted for everyone, the team, the staff, the fans. We played a good game for the large majority of it. Once we went 1-0 up, we seemed to just try and hold on, which, at this level is not enough. So just gutted because we've worked so hard to be here, and the lads have given every last bit of running, sweat, blood, tears, whatever it is. So to fall short like we did today is just gutted.
Why was it so hard to get any momentum after the goal, do you think?
Yeah, we struggled to get pressure on the ball. I thought, especially first half and start the second half, we pressed them well. We put them under loads of pressure, especially high up the pitch, which then allowed us to win balls, control the game a little bit better. After the goal, whether it's them putting more men forward or us just not being able to match them man for man, it just was wave after wave, and we were trying to hold on. Lads were putting blocks in, but in the end, it was just it wasn't enough.
Did it feel at the end that after the exertion you put in the last two games, perhaps it was almost one ask too far to find another response?
Yeah, I don't know. The boys always are ready for any moment in the game, and when we went ahead, the messaging was to go again and get another goal, and and then obviously once they scored their two goals, it was to try and find something, but we couldn't quite get the momentum back in the game.
You're having to do this interview down the Argentina end of the pitch as well, which makes it even more difficult. But what can England learn from this? What can you take forward?
Yeah, we had a lot of good moments in this tournament. A lot of good games. Another semi-final. We talk about knocking on the door. We're close. We just need to find that missing piece in the final stage of the tournament. You know, these tournaments take it out of you so much effort and pressure and mentality, and we've shown a lot of that throughout the whole 6-7 weeks we've been together. But yeah, we're just missing that final piece.
Thanks for talking to us, Harry.
Thank you.
While Harry Kane is giving that interview, Lionel Messi was just over to the side. He's sitting down on the pitch, just taking a moment to himself with a sort of half smile playing over his face, and then getting up and making his way slowly around the group of players. Such an icon in football, but particularly not just to the Argentina fans, but to the Argentina players as well, many of whom are coming over to him and they want to celebrate with him. They know how important he is. They're still singing, the players and the fans, along together. And I think what was interesting about what Harry Kane said, Paul, was that the messaging at 1-0 up was to go and get that second goal. And yet, when we watched England, it did look just like two defensive lines, and it almost in their own penalty area.
Well, if that was the message, it fell upon deaf ears, because the England players didn't sanction what the manager wanted of them, because as soon as they got the first goal, that was it. They were very submissive, sat off, went into a defensive mode. But I find it hard to believe that was the message, because then we had the hydration break and the changes were made, and he made those defensive changes at that point. If that wasn't the message, you make a different tactical change. I don't think you can play for that long against Argentina in that way.
Remember, you can get your thoughts in on what went wrong for England, what you think worked for them over the course of this tournament, how you think Thomas Tuchel has managed the team over the course of this World Cup, what you think happened in this game against Argentina, where England had Argentina exactly where they wanted them and lost to those two late goals. They were 1-0 up as late as the 85th minute, but 85th minute, Enzo Fernandez, 90 plus 2, Lautaro Martinez with the winner in this game to cancel out Anthony Gordon's 55th minute goal. So 08085 909 693 if you want to have your say on what's gone wrong for England and how you feel this tournament has gone. It is a semi-final for England, but it is yet another semi-final exit for England at the World Cup. England have been eliminated every time they've faced a top 10 ranked nation in the knockout stages of the FIFA World Cup since 1998. Is it just a case, Matt, of coming up against a side who have more experience, who won this trophy last time out?
No, honestly, I don't think so. I mean, if it is that, then nobody would ever beat anyone with more experience, would they? I mean, it's a factor. Yeah, you're playing against a team that doesn't panic. It's got world class. They've done it, all of those things. But really, they shouldn't have been given the opportunity to display that. And I think that's the key here. That instinct that you need when your opponent's wounded in that way, that you have to then go into overdrive again and go even harder at what you believe in and what you're doing. I think if England would have done that and been able to physically carry out that act, we'd have won the game. But we didn't, and there was a good 13 minutes from that goal to the break, the hydration break, and in that period Argentina just got momentum, started to build. Jed Spence made a super tackle, getting back in position, and it was almost like we had to then. There was a turning point there for me where you either go, right, we're now going to, this is everything, this is the whole tournament wrapped into this 25 minutes, we are going to stick to our guns, we're going to go sometimes man for man at the back, I back my players to deal with it, but in midfield you're going to get after them, we're going to get on the front foot, you're going to empty the tank, and we're going to play in a way that if we go out, you go out swinging, and okay, we've been beaten, but it didn't play out like that, and it went into protection. And I think when you do that against this team, it's like what Harry Kane said in his interview. Can you see that amount of time out? And Tim said it earlier. It's too long. It's far too long. There's nearly half an hour left of the game. They're going to create chances. So I don't think the fact that they've been there and done it before. It's just for me about that in-game mentality and feel and instinct and killer instinct, really, that you're going to take it to the next level, and we just couldn't pull that off.
If
Tim,
the message is,
sorry, go on.
Yeah, if the message is we're going to chase the second goal, you don't bring on Konsa for the only winger that you've got out there, do you?
No.
It just doesn't make the slightest bit of sense whatsoever, because we don't have an out ball then. There's no out ball for England. So England are then just trapped in their own 25 with no out ball. And they gave Enzo Fernandez target practice. How many times did he have time and space to send those shots whistling close to our goal? It is. So Argentina have come through wonderfully well. They haven't panicked. They've dug deep. But we saw very clearly in the first half that Argentina were judging themselves an inferior side to England. That's where all the niggle comes in. That's where all the slowing of the rhythm of the game comes in. And England have them 1-0 against, with both centre-backs on a yellow card, against a side that struggled to defend against pace with players running at them. And England take off. The only players they have who can run at them.
Is it a lack of belief, Tim? Is it a lack of arrogance that you need? You know what I mean? Just to have that arrogance that we are better than them and really believe it.
Yeah, when Konsa came on with effectively 30 minutes still to go, that's a long time, isn't it? And it's so early to go negative. I think, in the opinion of many neutrals around the world, I think many neutrals were cheering on England in this game. And I'm sure in the last 20-25, they ended up swapping their allegiances. Because if England don't want to win, if you just want to get over the line like that, I'm baffled, because we're up against the side. I know England's route has been hard, Mexico City and Miami and so on. But Argentina, they've come through 2 periods of extra time, and they're an older side. I really thought England had Argentina there for the taking. And great congratulations to Argentina. They came back with terrific quality. The balls into the box were excellent, but Argentina could have scored 4 or 5 in the last 20.
They absolutely battered us, Tim, in that last 20 minutes. It was the Alamo, wasn't it? And I think the other thing to go back on is that, yes, the back three switches out Mexico. We all kind of, it was the right call. But don't forget, we had 10 men as well.
We had 10.
So we were hanging. You're going to hang on. You're at their home stadium in that kind of environment. Absolutely the right call and credit, and it played out brilliantly. But this was a very different scenario.
If I can take it to boxing, Kelly, in boxing, you got to beat the champion to become the champion. And England were up against the champion tonight, and they didn't want to beat him. They wanted to try and squeak over the line, when I think England had the weapons to really go out there and knock the champions out. And I think that this was a huge missed opportunity.
Chris Sutton is going to be part of the 606 team that are taking your calls very shortly, in about 15 minutes or so, I think, Chris.
Yep.
What kind of questions would you like to ask people?
Well, I think the guys have pretty much nailed it. I think Tim especially. I mean, it was a coaching catastrophe from Thomas Tuchel. The fact that England get themselves in front and then basically hand Argentina the initiative, defending deep, another defender on. But it's quite a simple game, football. You have to get up the pitch. You can't expect to defend for 30 minutes against the quality that Argentina have and keep giving the ball back to them. And that's what England did. And it's all on the coach, as far as I'm concerned. He made the changes. He was negative. So the question really, which I'm going to ask, is how can you trust Thomas Tuchel to take this England team forward? And I don't care what anybody says. England have had a generous run in this competition. England haven't played well in 190 minutes in the World Cup, and World Cup semi-final. There's a big opportunity to get over the line against an average Argentina side, and they didn't look average in the last 30 minutes. Far from it. But I think England, certainly helped them with that. But this isn't a great Argentina side. They were lucky to go through against the Swiss. Embolo got sent off when the Swiss were really dominating. I actually thought the Swiss would have been a tougher game. But this is all on Thomas Tuchel. It'll be really interesting to see what he says. But I thought that was a coaching disaster.
Paul, I want to pick up with you on something that Matt and Tim were talking about just a few minutes ago, about this idea that maybe you need that belief, or call it arrogance, or whatever you want to call it. And it just reminded me of Anthony Barry's half-time interview in the game against Croatia, where he talked about England having gone a goal up, and they almost looked as though they were frightened to lose the lead. They were almost worried about going for it even further, and I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember his exact words. If and Harry Kane's told us that, you know, the messaging was to go for a second goal. Maybe it's not quite what Matt was saying, that it's about belief and arrogance. Maybe it's about absence of fear, that maybe England were too nervous about losing what they already had.
Well, they immediately went into protection mode. You know, you can say that the manager didn't say go defensive, but it is natural at times. And if you are going to win big games in big occasions, you have to suffer at times, but you don't invite the suffering on. You don't want the suffering, but there will be periods of the game. But to change it as he did, and then to invite a team like Argentina onto you for 30 minutes, it's not going to happen. And I think, yes, there is an element of self-belief in that, but there's a number of games. It's a knockout tournament, so it's hard at times not to have that mentality, protect what you have and get over the line. But England were poor in that last 20-25 minutes, and the manager's changes didn't assist in any way.
So Tim, on Sunday, Argentina against Spain, the first time the Copa America holders have met the reigning European champions in a World Cup final. Do Argentina have those big moments in them to go on and win this trophy, be the first team in 64 years to retain the World Cup? Or are they going to come up against a Spain side that put in a brilliant team performance yesterday against France?
Well, Spain aren't going to do what England did, are they? They're going to keep the ball. So it's a very different challenge. This is the game that should have happened. The Finalissima, champions of Europe and South America. There weren't any dates for it last year when Argentina wanted to play it. It was going to be played in March in the Middle East. It got called off for obvious reasons, but Argentina didn't want to play it then. They're going to have to play it now. Spain, I think, clearly are favourites after it was a magnificent collective performance, wasn't it, yesterday? And in a tournament which is trying to throw celebrity down our throat all the time, whether it's on the field or these sports stars that I've never heard of off the field, it's all celebrity, and Spain were team, weren't they? So Spain is the toughest challenge that Argentina have had since France in the World Cup. The hope, maybe from the Argentina point of view, is that sometimes Spain struggle in front of goal. They got the penalty that kind of conditioned the game yesterday against France was a little bit random. Nothing had really happened in the game. There was no real danger to the goal. It's a little bit of an unfortunate play for the French left back Digne, and Spain are one up. If they have to work harder for their goal against Argentina, then we've seen time and time again in this competition, Argentina can always find a way to stay in the game. But I think there's no doubt whatsoever Spain will go into the final as favourites.
Tim, thank you very much. Good to talk to you. I imagine we'll be chatting again ahead of that World Cup final on Sunday. But thank you for now.
Look forward to it. Cheers.
Thank you very much to Tim Vickery. So it is Argentina against Spain on Sunday for the World Cup final. You will be able to hear full commentary of that here on 5 Live Sport. For England, it's a game in Miami on Saturday night, the third place playoff match, the game that nobody wants to play in, and that Ian Dennis was saying in the midst of commentary yesterday seems almost like a sort of wasted opportunity. Nobody really wants to be there, and nobody really cares whether you finish third or fourth. You want to get through the semi-final, Paul.
No, you don't remember them normally, do you? Unless it was your country, the team that comes third or fourth in a World Cup. And it's a tough one as a player to get yourself back up after being knocked out in such a fashion, to then have to go and play in what they're calling the bronze medal match over here, and obviously go back to Miami, to the heat and the humidity in Miami. One, it's a game they definitely won't want, and two, it's in a place that they won't want to go back to because of the conditions. It's a very, very difficult one for Thomas Tuchel. I think he'll just rotate. I mean, he's obviously going to come up against a very good French side, but they're in the same boat. They're not going to want to have been there either. It's strange because it's such a big game and it's billed as such a big game, but there's two teams and management that won't want to be there and play it.
That game is, as Paul said, Matt, a really, really difficult one for the players to take part in. It's going to be really difficult for Thomas Tuchel as well, particularly in the aftermath of the conversations that you guys have been having here this evening. Yeah. The thoughts that I've been reading from England fans and what they're saying about the reasons that England lost this game against Argentina, having had it in the palm of their hands up to the 85th minute. Because of those, there's going to be a lot of difficult questions asked between now and then of the England head coach?
Yes, it's a bit of a shocker of a game, really, isn't it? To be honest, once you've gone out and you've had the scenario that England have had to then get yourself into a place where you're going to have to play again on Saturday. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be like Paul said, massive changes, which kind of dilutes the importance of the game, really, to be honest. And it's going to be uncomfortable because the negativity is going to swirl, and rightly so. I think the questions that will be asked and that we've discussed here and what have you, and how Chris was talking about 606.
Matt,
I think
I'm going to interrupt because Dan Burn is with John Murray.
Yes, Dan Burn standing in front of me. Dan, it's written all over your face, your emotions.
Yeah, gutted. Very proud of what we've done this World Cup. I think it's just small margins. That'll haunt us for a while. I think we were so close to doing it, and we're probably too passive after we scored, which is frustrating. And normally we probably would have liked to have seen that out, but they've got quality and they created chances and scored.
Yeah, what was the word on the bench before you came on?
Yeah, much of the same as what I've done before. To be honest, I think I feel like we played like we're a man down for some of it. I feel like we were too passive, but we know that they've got quality. We're comfortable defending our box, but players found too much space, which hasn't happened in the previous games. So as I said, frustrated, very, very proud of what we've done, but I thought we could have done it.
Just give us a feeling of what it was like when you got back in the dressing room there.
Yeah, flat. I think you can tell there's lads are gutted. It's not a nice place to be, and it'll be a while before you can probably really reflect and see what we did in this tournament. But as I said, I thought we had the quality to go all the way, so that'll haunt me for a while.
Thanks for coming out and speaking, Dan. Kelly.
Thank you very much for that. Just listening there, Chris Sutton, to Dan Burn, he was one of the players that Thomas Tuchel brought on to help to kind of shore up England when they did have the advantage against Argentina. So this isn't on him. But what happens now with England? If Micah Richards said on BBC One, Thomas Tuchel was brought in to be the difference. If he gets it tactically wrong in a World Cup semi-final, even with a long contract ahead of him, what happens now?
Well, there certainly needs to be questions asked about Thomas Tuchel. I mean, just looking at the game and the way that the game turned, that was down to his coaching as such. He was so super negative when he should have been positive. I've mentioned before, in football you have to get yourselves up the pitch. He could have been more positive with the substitutions. Watkins on the bench, you had Rashford on the bench. Why not take Harry Kane off as well, who was a passenger in the last half an hour? But this is all on Tuchel, an average Argentinian side, and he had England 1-0 up and should have put the game to bed, and they didn't because he was too negative. So he's got a lot of questions to answer.
Well, we've talked a lot about the England manager. Let's hear from him. Thomas Tuchel's with Kelly Summers.
Well, Thomas, the World Cup journey ends here at the semi-final. What are your immediate thoughts at full time?
Yeah, we're disappointed. We were so close, but we got too passive after we scored and conceded a lot of chances and could not turn the ball possession around. And just conceded so many crosses and chances and shots. So yeah, we were close, but couldn't keep the level up after we scored.
You've made defensive substitutions in the past couple of matches when we have gone ahead in a game. You did the same again today. Why do you feel they didn't work today?
Yeah, I did also offensive substitutions in the last games. We just tried to help the player. We conceded straight away. We decided to go to a back five because the gaps were far too open. They won every header. They kept crossing and crossing. So we went to a back five to close the gaps inside and be stronger in the air, because straight after our goal, with no substitution, we just conceded way too many crosses and way too many chances. So we tried to help, but of course the responsibility is on the coach. And if it doesn't go wrong, it's easy to say that it was. If it doesn't go well, it's easy to say that it was wrong.
Given the point in the game that it was there ever any thought process in your mind about maybe trying to go for the second goal?
Yeah, but it doesn't help if you don't have the ball. If we couldn't get out, of course we wanted to go for the second goal, but I had not the feeling that offensive substitution would help. It was we stayed in our 4-4-2, but became passive, more and more passive. We couldn't win any balls, couldn't keep the ball. So I think it was not a structural problem. We changed nothing after the goal, but the match changed completely. But again, it's no problem. I can understand that these discussions are out there, and like, of course, million of coaches after the game who know it better. Yeah.
I guess the question would be as well, though, did it perhaps invite more pressure on a defence that had already put so much into previous matches?
Well, you can discuss this with a million coaches. I have to make a decision on the pitch. That's how I analyze the match, and I did the decision, and I take the responsibility.
No regrets over that then? Any other regrets, Thomas?
No, in the moment, no regrets. The team gave everything, and we were very, very close. I think we deserved to be up 1-0. Played one of our better matches, maybe the best match in the circumstances. Team was top. We couldn't bring it over the line. No, in the moment, no regrets.
You mentioned throughout the tournament that we'd see a better England. Did we ever really see Thomas Tuchel's England that you wanted to see?
I don't know. I have no answer to that question because I don't really know what that means. It's. I don't know. I think we saw the mentality throughout the match and the strong group, and we played the matches how they were. We played a strong against strong teams in the group. We had a lot of miles, a lot of traveling. We played in altitude. We played in 10-man. We played in the heat. We overcame every obstacle. We were very, very close today. It's not the moment now to analyze the full tournament. We just went out because we lost a crucial match.
Thanks for your time, Thomas.
Chris Sutton, from what you've said, this sounds like this is going to be a 606 that is extremely critical of Thomas Tuchel. Is anything that he said in that interview given him any more credit in the bank with you?
Not really. I mean, for him to say he has no regrets, I think he really needs to give his head a wobble. I mean, you know, he was watching a different game to everybody else, and if he thinks that the team have played well throughout this tournament, I mean, England have had a pretty gentle run. The fact of the matter is, England were 1-0 up against Argentina, looking to go through to a final, and because of the way that he changed things and because of his negativity, that's why England are out. This is all on Thomas Tuchel.
08085909693. Tell people to get in touch with you, Chris, shall we?
Yeah, or text 85058, but there we go.
Either way. Thank you, Chris. We'll be hearing from you very shortly. Matt?
Yeah, I just think it's interesting, Kelly, when you hear him talk. I mean, he talks about the players being passive once you've gone 1-0 up and you've got an hour's gone in the game. It's an interesting word to use, isn't it? And it's an interesting way to think that you would then become passive. And to me, that starts to... I think you can analyse his choices and look at them as negative, 100%. And that definitely doesn't sit well with me. But I also look at it and think, well, perhaps he feels, how can in this moment, how can I change the player's mentality off the side of the pitch with 65 minutes gone in a game like this? I don't think you can. So for me, his option, his go-to then is to do what he did and just be negative and defensive and sure, like exactly what he described. But it just makes a little bit more sense to me if that's how he feels and he looks at his team and goes, right, because for me the reaction at that point, you go 1-0 up, there should be a spring in your step. It should be like, right, we're super aggressive, we're on the front foot, we've got the arrogance, we're believing we're going to go and win this game. We went the other way as a team. So for his reaction as a coach then, this is how I'm seeing it, is that he thought, right, perhaps we can just be really negative, shore it up, defend the box well, we might get away with it. And we didn't. But yes, he's going to get a lot of stick and they're going to be really negative. But to me there, how he described that made a little bit of sense, if I'm honest, because I think it's easier for him to do that on the touchline as a coach than it is to change the players' mentalities mid-game.
Yeah, I think that's obviously something that they've worked on before. He didn't sound himself there today. I mean, it was obviously a difficult time for an England manager to do an interview with all the emotion going on. But when Kelly asked him about Thomas Tuchel's England, I mean, he's often spoke about Thomas Tuchel's England and what he wants from his team, the pace, the power, the forward thinking. And we all thought, didn't we, after the Croatia game, oh, what a great team we've got, we're going to go on and win the World Cup, playing on the front foot, scoring 4 goals. And it just didn't materialise. He played far too defensive, and I don't know how he can come out and defend that, because it's so obvious to everybody watching at home and watching here in the stadium as to how deep England and defensive they were.
I mean, he's been quite relatively open and honest throughout the tournament, Robbo, hasn't he? In terms of what he said, do you feel like he didn't want to say that?
He just didn't want to be there, I don't think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he didn't feel comfortable saying, no, I didn't see the England, and it would have been okay to have said that, because I think we can all kind of get on board with that and hear that as a realistic comment. But we've won matches, we've got to a semi-final, so we're churning it out. But I think to say that, have you seen the England that Thomas Tuchel, that England that he described there that you just said, it'd be hard to say that he has seen that in this tournament, and I think he found that quite difficult, didn't he?
You can half understand what he did in the Mexico game with the 10 men and going to that back five.
Different scenario
and different level of opponents as well.
Yeah.
But I actually think he's seen that and thought, oh, I don't mind that footprint. We might use that again. And I just think he's made the decision in the wrong game against the wrong opponents today.
Our correspondent John Murray is waiting in the tunnel. John, you're going to be speaking to the players and to Thomas Tuchel. What are your thoughts on how this tournament has gone for England and the England manager?
Hi Kelly, yes, I'm just still in the interview area. There are many Argentina players in here now. Lisandro Martinez has just been down speaking to our Argentine colleagues just next to us, so some big smiles. I can see Emi Martinez as well, who's not far away. Big smile on his face, as you can imagine, back in another World Cup final. From an England point of view, really in this big room here, we've only seen Harry Kane and Dan Burn as of yet, still waiting for Thomas Tuchel to come into this area. And on a thought, you know, that's another 4 years now for the World Cup for England. 60 years will become 64 years. And I know that England have gone closer in recent years, both European Championship and World Cup. 4th semi-final in 5 years, 2 finals. But as we all know, Thomas Tuchel, a coach of his grade, was brought in to take that extra step and to win England a tournament. And I mean, it's tough, but they have fallen short. And I think, again, remember what Michel Platini said about English football and English footballers. They're lions in the autumn and lambs in the spring. And I do wonder, it'll be interesting to hear from Thomas Tuchel, you know, does he believe that England can actually make that final step?
John Murray, thank you very much. And those interviews that John was talking about will be available during the course of 606. Now remember, we will have commentary of England's 3rd place playoff against France on Saturday. That one is at 10 o'clock. And commentary of the 2026 World Cup final live from New Jersey. It's Spain against Argentina, and that is at 8 o'clock this Sunday. Thank you very much to Paul Robinson and to Matthew Upson. It's time now for you to have your say with Robbie and Chris and 606.
Are you ready to have your say? In the UK's biggest football debate, your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
So, England are coming home. It's agony in Atlanta. The number to dial is 08285 909 693.
Rodgers cross deep. Gordon scores for England! Anthony Gordon! And England strike first against Argentina in the semi-final. Enzo Fernandez, he's going to have another goal. He scored! It's the equaliser. Argentina draw level. Messi on the right. His cross to the back post is headed in. It's 2-1 Argentina. England were leading in the 85th minute. That's how close they were to a World Cup final for the first time for 60 years. And England so near, but yet so far. England out to the defending champions.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate.
Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
So, Christopher, you said it was a gimme. Thomas Tuchel should give his head a wobble. Where did it all go wrong for England?
Well, Thomas Tuchel's decision to be so negative when England were in front. I mean, he's supposed to be a world-class coach. That's a world-class disaster class from Thomas Tuchel.
Am I being a little bit harsh, Chris, saying England have gone out to the best team they've played so far, even though it wasn't a great Argentina side?
I don't think it's been a great Argentina side. I've seen them on a few occasions. They've had a pretty gentle run. They were, they scraped past Egypt, lucky to beat the Swiss, but Messi and co go through. But England have only got themselves to blame, and that's on Thomas Tuchel.
Call us on 08285 909 693. England are out. They had the lead, but Argentina came back strong, and England fall at the final hurdle. 60 years of hurt for England. If it will be Argentina against Spain on Sunday in the 2026 World Cup final. So, Christopher, I'm gutted. Listen, I know I'm Welsh, but 1-0 up, 5 minutes to go. Listen, it's such fine margins against Mexico, down to 10. You know, the defensive changes, the way they defended, it was brilliant. It was brilliant.
And understandable.
But tonight, watching at home, listen, Thomas Tuchel's a fantastic coach, Chris. If he wins that game, people will say it was a masterclass. Yes, he is, Chris. He still is. But, who am I to say? Who are you? Listen, I'm managing in the non-league Forest Green, a great club. You manage Lincoln. So people say,
we can have an opinion,
I've got an opinion
on the game,
Correct.
and everybody watching that game or listening on the radio will realise what happened. We handed Argentina the initiative. 1-0 up and sat back.
Can't understand, Chris. At 1-0 up, to change Gordon off, Konza on, that was a sign of let's hold for the 1-0 for me. Get Rashford on, get Madueke and get Saka on. Take like for like, take him up the pitch. Yes, I don't get it. Surely go for the second. It was negative for me, but
you can have a bit of balance, Rob, can't you? But you can't keep giving the ball back to Argentina with the quality that they have. That's what happened.
08285 909 693. If you're trying to get through, the lines are absolutely jammed, as you can imagine. So let's rattle through the calls, Christopher. Michael, how are you?
I'm pleased because they've done us a favour. 2 years ago, I was on and we were playing insipid football under Southgate, and we limped over the line. The best game was against Croatia in the second half.
You're pleased?
And then, yeah, because think about this. I'm pleased. We were never going to be. Did you watch France-Spain? Spain put on a performance and they outclassed the team with.
You're pleased
you've
not got to the final.
Yeah, because we would have got spanked by the Spanish. The Argentinians are going to get spanked by the Spanish. England were timid. We should have gone for the jugular. You guys have just said it. Why didn't he stick on Rashford earlier? Why didn't he stick on Madueke to burn down the wings? Because their fullbacks would have struggled with the pace. That's why he took Sandro Martinez off, because he was on a yellow. And England sat back. I've seen Tuchel go toe-to-toe with Klopp, and he called it wrong tonight. And at the end of the day, I wasn't expecting us to win this. There are better teams out there. I saw Cape Verde go toe-to-toe in the last 32 against Argentina, and they scraped past them. I saw Egypt get robbed by them, and they went toe-to-toe, and they beat them with pace. But we went flipping. We played like, Arsenal, 1-0 to the Arsenal. We're going to sit back, and you're not going to get past us. But they did. And they should, McAllister was unlucky not to score. It's unfortunate. We were never going to win it. And
Is it on the manager?
Bloody song.
Is it on the manager?
It's on Tuchel. They also, the problem position, we've got an England player with a wand of a right boot, but he doesn't know how to play him. Reece James is a very good right back, but he's like glass. He's like Darren Anderton, he's a modern age Darren Anderton. He's too prone to injuries. But you've got a lad back in Spain who would have pinged balls around.
Yeah, but let's not talk about players who aren't there, because nobody was talking about the players who weren't there after when they're in the semi-final. So that's now bringing up Cole Palmer, if you do, and
but we
Phil Ford and now
we
Trent.
Timid.
They weren't there. They've got to the semi-final, 5 minutes away from the final.
So here's one for you, Michael.
But Robbie, he made a bum call by not taking. But when Livramento went home, I'm saying he made a bum call ahead, weeks ahead of the game. He could have said, "Okay, Trent, you're on the bus," but he didn't. If we had Trent Alexander-Arnold on that park, he would have pinged the balls around to the wide players, and they wouldn't have been able to cope. But as I said, I still say it: we never would have won it because the Spanish are going to. The Spanish are world champions in waiting. They played amazing yesterday, and they're going to beat Argentina. It's going to be. They saved us. Argentina winning today saved us a 3-0, 4-0 spanking to the Spanish, and we're going to get that against the French if they put out their first team on Saturday, because the French are better than us.
Okay, Michael, thank you so much for the call.
Thanks,
Luke, how are you?
Hi, how are you going, guys? You all right?
Good, thanks, Luke.
Yeah, good. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on, Luke.
I just want to say, like, Chris especially, like, this negativity is ridiculous. I've been driving home from the game. You are one of the most negative people I've ever listened to. So you need to take a step back. We're in the fourth semi-final, is it, in the past 8 years, whatever
Brilliant.
it is?
Oh, we're in a fourth semi-final. What about winning things?
Well,
did you actually
well,
watch
you
the game?
said Southgate was brilliant, Chris.
Did you watch the game? Did you listen to the game? Did you see what happened? Because most people in the country did. So you tell me then. You tell me when you're playing an average Argentina side and you go a goal up, why on earth would the manager make a decision to be so negative and bring defenders on and defend deep and keep giving Argentina the ball back? Why? You tell me.
Well,
so
Chris,
is that
did
negative?
You moan about this? Did you moan about this when we did it against Mexico? It worked in Mexico, and Tuchel was one of the best coaches in the world then.
Well, hang on a minute. England went down to 10 men. It's completely different to the Mexico game.
But it's not.
Completely
but
different.
Tuchel did the same in that game. We parked the bus. We got the win. One of England's best ever games. How come this time?
But the justification, I don't know whether you realise this, Luke, is in the winning. So had England scrambled home, albeit Pickford made some brilliant saves, Argentina hit the post twice. Rob, I think I'm right in saying, and they somehow got over the line. Yeah, we'd be saying, look, England can do better, but we got away with one. But in the end, we're out of a semi-final against an average Argentinian
You said it was a gimme.
I thought it was a gimme because they've had a gentle run, and the previous caller spoke about Egypt. They were lucky against the Swiss. I mean, do we have a world class manager then? Do you want Thomas Tuchel to stay on? And do you?
Just a quick one, though, Luke. When England lost to Italy in the final at Wembley, Chris, you were saying Gareth Southgate is one of the best managers of England ever.
Yeah, if you look at his record.
We've got two of the best managers we've ever had, Southgate and Tuchel. I'm mid-30s. I've seen England, not qualify for tournaments. We've been out in the group stage. This is one of the best periods for most people in this country, aside from 66, of course, that we've ever had. And I turn on the radio, all I hear is negativity. Yes, we wanted to win tonight, but we were close. We're getting there. Like Arsenal with the league, it takes a while. It's a process, but we're getting there. Patience. And if Tuchel did make those changes and we went on and won, we'd all be saying what a hero he is. Imagine if we tried to go for a second goal and then we conceded, you'd be saying, oh, what a ridiculous thing.
You can play with balance.
Changes to defend.
You can play with a bit of balance, Luke.
Okay. Luke, thank you so much for the call.
Thanks,
There's going to be a split opinion tonight,
Luke.
Christopher. But to be fair to Luke, Gareth Southgate, Chris, you were absolutely all over him, saying how good and brilliant they were. Italy 1-0 up, negative. Didn't win.
That was just off memory.
That
was slightly different. The way that
they played at Wembley.
England
just saying. Steve,
but
how are you,
wasn't.
Steve?
It wasn't to the extreme which happened.
Just saying, Steve.
Today.
I'm just saying, Christopher. Steve, how are you?
Yeah. What's the difference between Tuchel and Southgate tonight? Tell me what the difference is.
Go on, Chris.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Well, you said Southgate was one of the best managers ever.
I'm saying Gareth Southgate. You look at his record for England, was excellent, but he was accused of being negative. But when
Gareth Southgate built England up from the bottom up all the way, and he did exceptional to do what he did. And I thought when he beat Holland and he put that master stroke on, and we managed to beat them, and we got to a final, he did fantastic. So we were told that Tuchel was the next coming. He was going to push us on. We weren't going to see this negative stuff. Fair enough, Mexico was at altitude. They did lots of dirty tricks with us. We got through it. Brilliant. Argentina, by the way, today were absolutely disgraceful the first 30 minutes. They left so much on us and they got under our skin. And I think they should have gotten 3 yellow cards in the first 30 minutes. And they were given a free pass completely. So they could have gotten red cards. I think we were at a disadvantage. I was in a pub tonight and people were screaming. They couldn't believe what was going on. So I just want to know why Southgate was a horrendous time for building England up. Tuchel is the next coming. You know what I mean? It's just bizarre to me.
I agree with everything you say, Steve. I really do. This was supposed to be the next level, Thomas Tuchel, and so negative.
Steve, thank you so much for the call.
Yeah. No worries. Thank you very much. I was just going to say, in the Champions League final, he played quite defensive, and Manchester City were the better team, and he got through it by scraping through. So I don't get the whole Tuchel thing, really. I just don't get it.
Steve, thank you. No bother. Thank you, Steve. Paul, how are you?
I'm not bad. But Tuchel, I'd agree with Chris. He is just so negative. So here's a stat. From the minute that we scored to the winner from Argentina, we only had 12% possession. If that is not negative, tell me what is. That's horrendous.
I 1,000,000% agree with everything you say. I'll reiterate, you cannot keep giving the ball back. And he's got to go,
Chris, hasn't he? He's got to be sacked.
Has he got to go, Chris?
I think that's a decision for the FA, the powers
Paul's
that
asking
be.
you.
But can you trust him, Paul? That's the question. I mean, what's to say that the next tournament England are in
Mexico,
the Euros?
It was the best ever performance people have seen ever in England.
That was because England were disadvantaged.
5 minutes away from a World Cup final, when arguably the substitutions weren't correct. The 90 minutes previous, it was the best performance ever people have seen in England.
No.
That's what people are saying on this show.
Some of us go back to 66 and we remember. We're never going to do it again. We are never going to do it again. Just keep dreaming on.
Yeah, but sorry, so you don't think we're going to win a World Cup again? That's your point.
Not. Absolutely not.
Do you know what? I think that this opportunity, I can't remember the name of the earlier caller.
This was the opportunity. It really was. We were there. If we'd have brought Rashford on and Tony on and Maino on, we would have been there.
There was a little bit of arrogance, though, wasn't there, from you, Chris?
There were minutes to go.
A little bit of arrogance from Chris saying it's a give me. It's a give me against Argentina. The world champions, by the way.
It is never a give me against Argentina.
That's what Chris said last show.
Believe me, I've been to South America and seen how they play.
What does that matter whether you've flown over there? I mean, just watching Argentina, the way they've played in this tournament,
550 mile an hour.
They've been average. So just because you've flown over to South America doesn't mean that Argentina are a great team.
No, I'm not saying they are. No.
Got your air miles.
It's the way they play. And we saw that in the first half, surely.
Yeah,
they were better. They were better second half, much better.
Yeah, but the whole thing, I thought the way that Argentina actually set up in the first half and played, they were fearful of England. That's what they were doing. They were trying to rough England up and disrupt it, turn it into an ugly game.
They went fearful. There was no shots on target in the first half.
But come on. What game are you watching? I fear for your team this season. Honestly, Rob.
In the first half tonight, Chris, there was no shots on target.
But a lot of that was the way that Argentina set up to nullify England. That's the point.
Well.
Sometimes I worry about you.
Game management, which Argentina done game management better than England tonight.
Well, definitely. Definitely. And why? Because of the manager, the England manager.
Okay, Paul, thank you. We're going to hear from Thomas Tuchel very shortly, Chris. Let's go to Steve.
Hello.
Hi, Steve.
Hello, Steve.
Hi. I do think Tuchel, he hasn't resigned, so therefore he should be fired. It is one of the most cowardly displays I've ever seen. I think he's done a lot of blundering in the knockout stage that hasn't been picked up that much. I think against Mexico, I take what people have said. It was a very difficult situation, down to 10 men, went defensive, got through it. It was a great England performance because it was one of them backs against the wall, heroic things. It wasn't England versus Holland 96, 4-1 when we outclassed the team. It wasn't that. It was backs against the wall. I think what he did against Norway in playing Rice, who was clearly ill, instead of playing someone like Mainu, who he didn't give a single minute to in this World Cup, which is insane, was appalling. And then he had the gall after the game to say that, we were lucky and the players didn't play well. Yeah, well, pal, the engine room of the team who was ill, you played anyway. How is the team going to perform? I mean, you guys are professional footballers, so presumably you know this better than me. But if you've got a player who's the engine room of your team and they are simply not well, to the point where they can barely take a corner correctly, how is the team expected to perform well? I mean, he was lucky that we got through against Norway because of his own blundering. And then tonight, what we have seen is difficult first half. The Argentines played in the way that we knew they would, but we gave as good as we got. Fantastic goal from Gordon, putting that move together. Good to see Rice had his energy back. I have never seen a capitulation to match it ever. I'm
it was a good decision to start Rodgers, though, wasn't it? Set up the goal. It was a good decision.
Look, I don't think Rodgers contributed particularly
when he set up
greatly.
The goal.
Okay, but he set up the goal. I'm not criticising the selection of Rodgers. I mean, I do think that's a minor part of this. However, after the goal went in, it seemed an absolute no-brainer, for Rodgers to come off and Saka to go on. Because when you're 1-0 up against a good team, I'm sure you guys would know this, you don't say to them, don't worry, we're not going to bother attacking you anymore, we're going to go fully defensive. You keep your boot on their throat and you put on more attackers and create more problems for them and make them worry about you. And then you get the second goal, as Spain did last night, and you close it out. I mean,
I think there could have just been a bit of a better balance. You're saying put on more attackers, and there's an argument. No, exactly that. And I think myself and you and Rob all agree on that. The previous caller said about England 12% possession in the last 30 minutes. You're going to get pummeled. And just imagine the lift the Argentina players would have got with the way that Tuchel had suddenly gone to a back five and defending deep and had gone so negative and had that fear. The last 30 minutes was a pummeling. Was an absolute pummeling.
You guys are, great players, experienced. When he put Konza on and took off Gordon, isn't that a psychological message to the team of we're digging in?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was 25 minutes to go of regular time.
Yeah,
and even at the end of the game, thanks for the call, Steve. Rob, just at the end of the game, the desperation and Dan Burn playing as a centre forward. England just playing hoofball, and this is supposed to be a world-class manager. Come on,
Patrick, how are you?
Hello, guys. How are we?
I'm a bit disappointed. I wanted to see England in the final. So did Chris. Come on in, Patrick, what's your thoughts?
The Tuchel hatred that I'm hearing is absolute ridiculous. Absolute ridiculous.
Hatred is a strong word. I don't think anybody hates him.
I'm hearing England fans saying that Tuchel needs the sack. He needs to go.
That doesn't mean they hate him.
No. The fact that Mexico, that was the greatest performance that England have done. Everybody's not denying that. That's the greatest result that England have got.
No, that's Norway, not ever.
Norway... They've gone to extra time in Norway and they beat them 2-1, right? What has Argentina done consistently all this tournament? They go 2-0 down. They go 1-0 down. They go 1-1. Hydration break after 70 minutes, and they go and find a way to win. Tuchel went and did those defensive things to try and close the game out, to try and suffocate them, and try and maybe go on the counter-attack, right? And the fact that he signed a new contract till 2030 and he's got the home Euros ready to go and he could have the Morocco, Spain, Portugal World Cup to go as well, give him time. Give him the time.
And do you know what, Patrick? England haven't gone out to Iceland or Cape Verde. They've gone out to
Exactly.
Argentina.
To a bang average Argentina side.
They're world champions.
I
They're
don't
world
care
champions, Chris.
I don't care.
No,
I don't care if they're world champions. That
Are
was
they
4 years
third
ago.
ranked in the world? Higher than England,
world
or fourth?
champions.
The
No.
world
Listen,
champions.
the world. No. The world champions. What did FIFA
Just got to
do
stop
this
you there,
season?
Patrick, because
Yeah.
Thomas Tuchel is live with John Murray.
Yes, here he is, Thomas. I've spoken to a number of the players and we've heard from them. I think you've said it yourself. The phrase that is being used is too passive.
Yeah.
Why couldn't that change?
I don't know. It's very strangely enough because we went 1-0 up in a total even match. We used the one moment that you have to use if you in a even match, in a close match like this on a big evening or a big occasion. So we went 1-0 up, but it totally turned the momentum in their favor. They took all the risk after. They played totally free after that, with all the risk, a lot of quality. They made offensive substitutions, had suddenly 4 players in the last line. And their second line started running into our box, and the deliveries, we couldn't stop the deliveries, we couldn't stop the crosses, we couldn't stop the runners into the box. So we were basically not physically enough to stop them from entering into our box. We couldn't win duels anymore, and we couldn't get hold of the ball anymore. So total momentum shift, and even if this can happen for some minutes, we could not turn it around. And we gave everything, but from our goal, basically, we invited too much pressure.
And I know there were probably 100 things going through your mind, but what more could you have done? Is there anything you could have done to change that?
No, I'm thinking about that, of course, after every match and after every defeat, and not sure. I have to see it again. I think, like I said, the most important is to use also small moments of ball possession. We could not escape the pressure anymore, and struggled in decision making, struggled physically. Players gave everything over the last weeks. We had a very, very demanding tournament, and felt almost like that Reece James put him like half injured on the field. Declan Rice still suffering from illness, so it cost us a bit. I felt. But the conviction and the self-confidence, like after going 1-0 up, was just not there. Like I said, they played with a mindset of nothing to lose, took a lot of risk, and we could not get the momentum back.
And what can you say, England supporters, who've waited for such a long time, yet England have reached 4 semi-finals in the last 5 tournaments, 2 finals. You've been there now, close to them. Yeah. Is the England team capable of getting over the line?
Yes, of course we are. Even if it's like now, I have no proof for that at the moment. But in big defeats and painful defeats, it's always important that you take them with respect, and you digest them and stick together. And second of all, it is about the reaction to it. So of course we feel very close, and still, Argentina showed the gap in the last half an hour. Unfortunately. We were close, but couldn't push it over the line. We wanted to push it over the line. That was our goal. So we're very, very disappointed at the moment. We will try again.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you.
There you go, Robbie. Thomas
Tuchel.
Tuchel.
Live with John Murray. Christopher, what do you think?
He talked about England inviting too much pressure. That's on him. That was because of the way that he changed shape and went to
subconsciously as well, though, Chris. So, we've been players where you do go back and back and back.
Yeah, and I get that, but just going back to the sort of simple part of the game, you have to keep the ball, you have to get up the pitch, and that's what England couldn't do, and that was largely down to Thomas Tuchel. Look, going forward, really, I mean, the question is England fans, do you trust Thomas Tuchel at the next tournament to make the right decision based on what he did today? That's one of the worst. I think that's one of the worst tactical decisions I think I've ever seen from an international manager, Rob.
Do you trust Thomas Tuchel going forward, Daniel?
To be honest, Chris, I totally agree with you. That is one of the worst
tactical decisions I have ever seen from an international manager. Going 1-0 up in a World Cup semi-final and then deciding to try and defend that position from 32, 33 minutes is an embarrassment. You know, we've played Mexico, we've played Norway, and we've scored a goal, and we've tried to immediately score a second goal. And we play Argentina in the second game in the semi-final, and we've tried to immediately defend the position. You know, he's been brought in to finish these games that Southgate couldn't, and he's epically failed. So he shouldn't be in the job. He's been paid to finish these games, and he's not doing it. You know, he shouldn't be in the job. He's epically failed tonight.
So if you don't want Thomas Tuchel in the job, who's out there who could do a better job?
He's done no better than Gareth Southgate. You know, Southgate. I think a lot of England fans were quite split on Southgate losing the job because of the job he did. You know, he took us on the journey from 2018 all the way to now, where we weren't sure on the international team after Iceland, and he built a club mentality, and he really took us a long way. And losing him was quite an emotional decision. And we trusted in the FA that Tuchel was given the job because he was given the job to do what Southgate couldn't. And now, tonight, he's epically failed that position. And why has Southgate lost his job for Tuchel to do even worse than Southgate could have done?
Thank you so much for the call. Daniel Patrick, what do you think?
Hiya. How you doing, guys? Yeah, it's really disappointed with the game, actually. Completely agree with Chris just on the line. I mean, Southgate took us as far as he could. Tuchel has let us down tonight. Why are we going so defensive with 30 minutes to go? I mean, speaking to a missus on the way back from Broadway tonight, we said there's only one man for the job, and that's Pep Guardiola. And I completely agree with her. He knows how to play the game. He knows the players. I just think he's a better manager for the job, and I'm really, really disappointed that we've let ourselves go tonight with 30 minutes to go. You've got Messi on the pitch. What is happening?
I mean, it's. I think most people are in a bit of a state of shock with.
Well, I'm the exact same, guys. It's a disappointment. It's a kick in the teeth. You know, I really thought this was our chance after 60 years of pain, but. You know, another 4 years to wait. Look, I think if we can get Guardiola in now before the Euros, happy days. But I think if we keep waiting, it's a ticking time bomb because we've got the players, we've got the calibre. We just need the manager to help us execute it.
But there's a little bit of an arrogance still, Chris, isn't there? With England fans, it's coming home, that's all I've heard, and you saying to give me against Argentina. Do you know what I mean? It's like every tournament it's coming home, or it's, you know, give me against Argentina, who are higher, I think, in the rankings than England. But there's a little bit of an arrogance.
No, there is. It's a massive disappointment. But just before I go, I just want to say big shout out to everyone in Broadway tonight. It's been a fantastic evening and really enjoyed it with the folks out there. Thank you.
But
Broadway. Broadway's that New York?
Broadway? No, Broadway in the Cotswolds. We're British, mate.
Oh.
Come on, England!
Oh, the Cotswolds. What a beautiful part of the world. The Cotswolds. What a beautiful
Rob?
part of the world. I'm in the Cotswolds.
Is it? Oh, why are you?
The Cotswolds tonight.
You could have popped down to Broadway.
Could have. Oh,
nice.
Yeah. Hassan, how are you?
Not good, Robbie. It's not the first time you've stolen my headlines. Basically, we've been screaming and yelling and whispering it's coming home since what, 1966? And every 4 years we fall mighty on our swords, and every 4 years we question the manager. And every 4 years, it's the same old result. It's not coming home, not in our lifetimes. It's not. The only thing that's coming home is the person we sent to America, and that's Chris.
Oh, God. A lot of the is coming home stuff is tongue in cheek.
Yeah, okay.
Isn't it?
Well, you said it was a give me as well. You said it was a give me semi-final against Argentina World Championship.
That was based on football knowledge. That was based on football knowledge.
Based on football knowledge.
Watching Argentina.
Knowledge. They're world champions.
After watching Argentina throughout this tournament.
They got 9 players who started the last World Cup final.
Did you watch the game against Egypt? Did you watch?
Yes.
And how old are they?
But Chris, what did they do in those games?
What did they do?
Won.
They
won,
found a way to.
They won.
The point being,
precisely.
The whole point is, Hassan, England will never get a better chance to get
they
to
did. They did against Italy
another World Cup final. Yeah. But that was.
But you said Southgate's one of the best managers ever.
Because of how, I mean, Tim Vickery, who's been brilliant on 5 Live, he said the same thing, Rob, that about
the
Swiss
brilliant
would have
coaches
been
after the event,
a tougher
aren't we?
test. But he said that the Swiss would have been a tougher test for England, and I agree with him. They found a way to win. Fair play to Argentina; they deserve to win, but we all know why.
Well, we do, but listen, 4 years ago, Gareth was a mate to the players, and it was all very harmonious in the dressing room. Yeah, well, and Chris's mate. I came on and told you he was a PE teacher and it wasn't going to work. This year, we got Tuchel.
Disrespectful.
Sorry, okay. Well, listen, this year we got Tuchel, and he is stern. He knows what he's doing. Oh, by the way, he knows how to deliver a speech at halftime. Congratulations. Oh, we're going to do it. After Ghana, I listened to your callers coming on saying, it's coming home. We're the best team in the World Cup. We played Ghana and Mexico. Come on. When we face Argentina, Brazil, France, we get our pants pulled down. And let's just face it.
I was telling Chris this, when you beat DR Congo, drew with Ghana, beat Panama. I was saying when England come against a decent side, because you weren't having it, a bit of arrogance. It's a gimme against Argentina. We're in the final.
I don't think England have performed well for 90 minutes over the whole World Cup, and I was thinking that performance was coming. Here's one just quickly, Hassan. Would you be proud of a third place finish if we can beat France?
Bronze? No, it's called the bronze medal now, Chris.
Yeah.
Bronze medal. And by the way, your caller Luke's come and had. No, I wouldn't. Your caller Luke came on and had a go at you. Said this is our 5th or 4th semi-final. What are we now celebrating semi-finals as one of the top countries in the world? What, we're Stoke FC now, are we? Honestly, guys, look at yourselves.
It's a bit disrespectful to Stoke.
Oh, okay. Well, Chris, on a serious note, though, England, and actually, Pep would be an unbelievable shout. But Pep wouldn't touch us with a barge pole.
Hassan,
you don't know that.
Thank you.
You don't know that, Hassan. Call back in when Pep gets the job.
Yeah. Andy, how are you?
All good. Just 2 words. Reality check. We're a good team, not a great team. Great teams win finals. They get over the line. They find a way. For as long as I can remember, every time we play a team ranked higher than us in the FIFA World Rankings, we lose. We're just not good enough. Bar Kane, bar Bellingham, who are world-class players. The rest of the squad, bang average. And when it comes to crunch time, they get found out. We're just not good enough. And I don't think
Elliot Anderson is bang average.
I think he is. The only reason why he was selected, we were really short on options in our central midfield. Adam Wharton should have been taken, but after that, where are the options?
Ahead of Elliot Anderson? Ahead of Declan Rice?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. On his day, I think Adam Wharton's a better player.
What, ahead of those two? Really?
Yeah, well, I would say so, yeah.
So what needs to change then? Is it the structure? Is it the manager?
Yeah, well, I think from the outset, hiring Tuchel was a mistake. You think about,
but it wasn't before the Mexico game. After the Mexico game, it was one of the greatest performances ever. And then Norway, everybody's celebrating, it's coming home. And then 5 minutes away, we can talk about the negative substitutions. I get all that, but they've reached another semi-final, 5 minutes away from World Cup final. Everybody's ringing this show. Chris Southgate, one of the best managers ever. Where? Surely we got to give Thomas Tuchel another tournament.
I think due to lack of options. Who else is out there who's good enough? I think Eddie Howe's probably not good enough as an English option, but for me, they should never ever have hired a German manager. Historically, Germany's been one of our biggest rivals for our history. I mean,
that's just ridiculous. So never.
Well,
so what if Jurgen Klopp was the next England manager? Would you like that?
But would he take the job? I doubt it very much.
But the point being, he's German.
Let me ask you a question. Would the German FA ever put an English manager in charge? They wouldn't do it.
I don't know. We don't know that for sure.
Okay, Andy, thank you so much for the call. Dan, how are you?
All good, all good. In the same vein as your previous caller, 2 words, mindset shift. We need to move beyond being, this defensive posture to attacking as a national team. People need to have fear when they play us. The subs we saw today, we didn't see that. Why not push on when we're 1-0 up, put it to bed? When I was watching it, I saw similarities to 2018 in Croatia. 1-0 up, we lost 2-1. Look at our subs bench today. Look at those game changes that everyone's talking about. Rashi, Saka, all these other players. And it was a failure today, and I think we really need to take stock at what could have been a totally different narrative that we have now. So that's part 1. Part 2, I was lucky enough to go over for the Norway game in Miami, and I went to the semi yesterday, and the World Cup in the US has been off the charts. Domestically, international visitors as well, people have been loving it. And I suppose that's, a very lucky position to be one of the few that have been able to go over there. So, 2 parts to it. It's a real sour taste on what could have been a special, special night.
So you said that you want a mindset shift. So when you say that, what needs to happen then?
We go 1-0 up against an Argentina team where, I think we could have really pushed on. And if you're bringing on, Rashford or Saka subject to fitness, maybe, replace whoever James went off injured, we need to still keep that out ball, that option. And on the counter-attack, we still look dangerous. And to have, I don't know how many defenders we had on at one point at the end, but it was too many. And they were knocking at the door for so long. And I think a lot of people thought it's inevitable what's going to happen. And I think it's just gone badly wrong on when we had the options on the bench, and we could have kept that there. I think with Tuchel, a lot of good callers have made points of what's worked, what hasn't. His subs have worked. Tonight, he got it badly wrong.
Okay, thank you so much for the call. Who'd be a manager, Christopher?
Yeah. Well, I hope you're learning from this.
I am learning.
Rob.
Obviously, you didn't learn, did you?
08285. Might be back someday. Never know.
Oh, is that an exclusive, Christopher? Wow. Chris Sutton's going to be back as a manager.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rates. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
Welcome back to 606. We're here until midnight. Call us now on 08285 909 693. Hundreds of calls already, Christopher. Let's go to Simon. How are you, Simon?
I'm really angry.
Ooh.
I'm really angry, but I'm not surprised given the squad selection that he did. He got generational talent like Cole and Foden left at home, and basically his squad selection was based on athleticism, and they just ran out of energy. It was crying out.
You weren't ringing up after the Mexico or Norway game saying we left Cole Palmer at home and Phil Foden.
Well, no, we've been found out. When you go a high level, you need the skillful players to retain the ball. And we've been
Easiest
found
thing
out
to say
today.
is when you go out is who went there, which is always going to happen. But you weren't ringing in when you beat Mexico and Norway.
But that's still an opinion.
Yeah,
it's still a fair point.
We won. No, we won. But then you get found out they're a better team. So then you need more skillful players who can retain the ball.
They're the better team, the world champions, and they're higher than you in the world rankings.
Yeah, no, I agree. So you need the more skillful players to retain the ball. If you have the ball, they don't, and they can't hurt you.
Phil Foden hardly played for Man City this year.
He didn't have a good season, in fairness. Yeah.
Okay, Cole. These are they took Saka, who was injured. They took half the team.
Who just won the Premier League. Who just won the Premier League.
Yeah, but he was injured. He couldn't play today because he was injured.
Took Jordan Henderson.
Yeah, there are so many. There's an opportunity. Also, my other beef is that
playing centre-backs at full-backs and thinking they can do it. You've got Shaw and you've got Hill, who weren't even in the squad, who have had great seasons. Hill marked Lamille Lamar out of the game. Shaw has had a fantastic season for Man U, ignored.
Right, I get all your points, Simon. Okay, but the bottom line is England took the lead, and then due to the manager making negative calls, that is why England ended up losing that game. So I get your point about the players, but things could have been different.
Could have, yeah. But the whole squad was based on athleticism, and when you run out of energy, which they did, they didn't have a plan B.
Okay,
I think that's a really interesting point, and the point which you made earlier, Rob, about Harry Kane. That's like you could never take Harry Kane off. I mean, he was done, wasn't he? He was cooked with 20 minutes to go.
1-0 up, you could. I thought Rashford could have gone down the centre for an out ball.
Yeah, that would have worked.
Yeah. Okay, Simon, thank you so much for the call. Alex, how are you?
Oh, hello, Robbie. Hello, Chris. You all right?
Yeah,
good. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, good lads. No, I was just wanting to echo on that point there as well. Why didn't he take the Maverick like Palmer? Why didn't he take the Maverick like Foden to come on from the back? Foden to slip a line from the right back there to. And honestly, Robbie, if you're such a know-it-all, why aren't you picked for the Wales manager?
I'm not.
You're not into talking, are you?
I'm not.
No, but you like to give it, don't you?
I'm not know-it-all. I'm having an opinion.
You do like to give it out. If you think you do like to give it, if you think you know-it-all, why aren't you in the conversation for the Wales manager?
Because
where are
Craig
you? No one's even talking about you.
Because Craig Bellamy's the manager.
He's away to a Belgium club, and
he's manager of Wales right now, and I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough yet.
He's away. Exactly, you're not good enough. But you think you can talk about England? But you think you can talk about England?
It's opinion. So why can you then?
Son, pipe it down.
So why can you?
For Strictly Come Dancing, that's about it, son.
Wait there, Alex. Why can you talk about England then, and I can't?
Because I'm good at dancing. I'd be good on Strictly Come Dancing. I'll tell you. I'd be rubbish at football management.
All right, Alex. Thank you for the call, Paul. How are you?
Hello, fellas. How are you this evening? All right.
All right, Paul.
Hello, Paul. I'm still chuckling from that last caller. Go on, Paul.
Okay. Well, I might make you more chuckle, but anyway, this is really for Chris. He mentioned a point earlier on in relation to Argentina being a very, in his words, I think it was ordinary team, an ordinary Argentinian team.
For Argentina, yeah.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, I just want to challenge him on the fact that they've got 5 Premier League players on the pitch, best league in the world. Again, another quote from Chris, not on this programme, but before. And also the fact that they've got Messi. So I kind of disagree with, yes, there was an element of negativity, but let's be honest, fellas, we were beaten by a top 2 team, and that's why France...
the current world champions, yeah.
Correct. We weren't beaten because Tuchel made... Okay, he did make he could have made better decisions, but Chris is saying categorically...
Oh, you changed your tune
no,
there,
I'm not,
didn't you?
Okay.
Halfway
I won't change
through.
My mind.
You did.
Chris, you answer that question. You're saying the Argentinian league is no good, and that the English
the
league...
Argentinian league is no good. I didn't say that.
Okay, you did. You said the Argentinian...
What's the Argentinian league called, Chris?
I said that the Argentinian team
What's the league
at this
called,
World Cup...
what's the Argentinian league called?
I watch it all the time. It's called. I know what it's called, but I can't think of it at the time.
What's it called, Chris?
Oh.
Not you, Chris. Chris
the League of Argentina.
It's called the Primaria Division, or whatever you want to call it.
Don't know what the league's called, Chris. And you're not in the nation.
My point to Chris is why are there 5 Premier League players and Messi, and you're saying they're very ordinary? Completely disagree.
Because right. So that's
and world
fine.
Champions.
But I have you followed them at this World Cup? Have you followed every game?
The whole
Argentina. Argentina.
Yeah. Yes.
When have they played well?
Paul has.
I'd say they've played much better than England, because you tell me a team. If we played Norway tonight and we were, Norway wouldn't have beaten us 2-1 tonight, and nor would Egypt. But Argentina beat Egypt 3-2 by doing exactly what they did tonight, because they can just press a button and score. We haven't got any players that can do that.
Hang on a minute. Did you watch the game against the Swiss?
Yes.
Yeah, they pressed the button and scored.
They had one game. Okay, that's one game. But what I'm saying, England's every single game. Let's be fair.
It's not one game. They had a really gentle group. They got out of the group, and then they struggled to get through the knockouts, and that was the whole point. And it doesn't matter if they had 5 Premier League players. By their standards, Messi out of possession does nothing. He's got 8 goals. He's brilliant, and the fact that he's influenced. You're not listening to me. Against the top teams, the other side of the draw, the game which I covered,
set up 2 tonight.
Spain against France. That was the winners. The winner was always going to come from that semi-final.
You just set up 2 Messi tonight, 2 assists.
Chris, can I just add in Spain? How did they get on against Cape Verde, mate? Saying that?
Well, it's not.
Exactly.
Hey, hang on a minute. It's not how you start the tournament; it's how you finish. And Spain.
Argentina started. You just said Argentina started very, very ordinary. So with their
they were ordinary. When have Argentina
train.
played? When have Argentina finishing like a train?
They just beat England.
They've had a good 30 minutes against England.
2-1, Chris.
Yeah,
they could have won 5-1.
And why was that, Chris? Why was that? Why did they hammer? Why did they hammer England? Because Thomas Tuchel turned negative.
No.
And just out of interest, how many games in the Primera League have you watched?
I watch them all the time, but I normally watch them.
Give us name like 5 or 6 teams then.
Do you want me to tell you who Bielsa was manager
30.
of? It doesn't matter. Used to be the man.
How many teams?
I watch it on Bet365. They have games all the time on it.
But because you know the league so well, how many teams is in that league? You don't know, do you?
They split it into 2. They've just recently done it. 2
How many teams is in the league?
24, I think, at the last count.
No, 30. 30, you're wrong.
Why are you cutting me
off? You're wrong. You're 30 teams.
No, let me just
so you love this league.
Paul,
love the league.
Paul, he's losing the argument, so he's talking absolute nonsense now because you're right. They've got 5 Premier League players. They've got Messi. Chris is all over the place.
Anyway, look, I've had nothing to drink because I don't drink. All I'm saying is we got it wrong, but Argentina are quality, England are ordinary.
Thank you so much for the call. You still here, Chris? Let's go to Jason. Jason, you're at the game.
Yeah, that's correct. I guess unfortunately or fortunately.
Well, come
on.
What
was the atmosphere like?
Well, they lost, Rob.
Not in the stadium.
Yeah, no, I was at the stadium. And it's the second semi-final I've seen lose with my daughter. The first time she was, I think, 16, and now she's 24. So, I think we gave that away. All the fans could see that we were just sitting back for 30 minutes and trying to defend. And it just seemed stupid. Frankly, everyone was shouting at England to get out, get out, get out, and more they went back. And I think we, that was there to win, and unfortunately, it wasn't the case.
So when you hear people like Rob defending Thomas Tuchel, what was you mentioned the view in from the stands, and England needed to get out, and they were defending too deep, and it was wave after wave of attack. I mean, what were the England supporters saying after the game about England being that negative?
Yeah, I think everyone was just as disappointed. I mean, we could all see it was coming, right? We're in the stadium. They had 3 or 4 chances, I think, before they scored. And we got to the hydration break somehow, and we're like, you have to change things now. You have to bring on Saka or somebody or Rashford and just run at them and just get the ball up the pitch somehow. What is the point of... We're just basically playing set-piece drills for 25 minutes. Eventually they were going to score. They have good players, Argentina. I mean, they play in the Premier League, and they're decent players. Yeah. Well,
Chris said it was a give me tonight.
I don't know if it was a give me, but we should have won. We were the better team. At halftime, I thought we were going to win.
World class manager. That's what people have said about Tuchel. World class manager.
I think he made a mistake. I mean, I was in Mexico. We were lucky to get out of Mexico City. Because, again, we did the same thing. We just sat back and invited pressure. The difference was that Argentina have better players than Mexico. That's what happened today. But, guys, I think we have to be positive, right? I mean, my daughter's 24. She's with me. We've been to 2 semi-finals. We've been to the Euro finals. I mean, I'm 57. Where I grew up, we never went anywhere because England either didn't qualify or they went out of the group. The first time I took her on to World Cup, it was Brazil, and we didn't even get out of the group.
Everyone qualifies for the World Cup now. It's difficult not to qualify now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true, but not everyone qualifies in Europe, right? Wales didn't qualify. Italy didn't qualify. Italy didn't qualify. It's not a gimme.
No, it's not. It's not, Jason, like it wasn't for England tonight, which Chris said on the last show we did. It's a gimme. Thank you so much for the call, Jason. Michael, how are you? Hello?
Michael?
Hello?
Hi,
Michael.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got your mic.
Yeah, we can. Michael, go on then. What's your point?
The point I was going to make is I completely agree with you, Chris. I put that entirely on Thomas Tuchel, and I cannot recall a single game where I would blame the manager for the result as much as that one. And the second point was someone mentioned earlier about Pep Guardiola being the England manager. I think that would be absolutely horrendous.
Why?
Because if you look, the most comparable thing for World Cups and Euros is the Champions League. I think what you do in a league isn't really as relevant because in a league you can afford to lose matches. Whereas in knockout tournaments, you can't. And Pep's record in the Champions League is abysmal. With
How many
Man City,
times you won it?
Well, with Man City, it took him, 10 goes? So if we get him in now, I think that means we win the 2070 World Cup. So that'd be good.
But how many times you won it for Barcelona?
At least it's a win.
Yeah, all right, it may well be. It would take too long. He's been eliminated by Monaco. You'd be sacked for the equivalent in the World Cup. Been eliminated by Lyon, sacked by the equivalent in the World Cup. Been eliminated by Tottenham, sacked if you do the equivalent in the World Up. Lost to final Chelsea. Again, sacked. It's not good enough.
Is Pep a better manager than Thomas Tuchel, in your opinion?
Overall, in football, I think Pep is a better manager than Thomas Tuchel. I think in knockout competitions, until about 2 hours ago, I would have said Thomas Tuchel, and I would have preferred him. But I think, Chris, you mentioned Jurgen Klopp earlier. I would sooner go for Jurgen Klopp because also, further to the point, England are not the best team in the world. I think Pep has always had the best team.
So, Michael, just a quick one. How many times did Fergie win the Champions League?
Twice, wasn't it?
Okay, so he was one of the greatest ever. But how many times was he in it?
More than two.
Pep's won it more than Pep's won it.
How many times was Fergie favourite? Yeah, fantastic. I also don't want Fergie in charge, by the way. I'd rather have Jurgen Klopp. I think Jurgen Klopp's achievements with Liverpool are more akin to the job you'd have with England, and he has got success with Liverpool. I can't remember how many years it took Klopp to win the Champions League with Liverpool, but I'd see it was less than it took Pep with Man City. And Liverpool are more like the Liverpool that Klopp took over weren't the best team in the world. Pep took over the best team in the world. England aren't the best, are we? You'd say probably fourth after tonight, but no one thinks we're better than Spain and France, do they really?
True. I think it's really interesting.
If Pep took over the best team, I think he'd get us over the line again, but we're not the best team. We need someone who's going to be a bit more of an underdog, which Tuchel was when he beat Pep, and which Klopp was when he's won things.
Okay. Paul,
Pep's
Michael, thank you.
To paraphrase that, Pep's a bit of a flat track bully, isn't he? That's what Michael was saying.
Thank you so much for the call.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, is it? Come on, Pep's an unbelievable manager. Pep would be a great England manager.
Paul, do you agree?
Hello.
Hello, Paul.
Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Come on, then.
Good. Go on.
Awesome. Listen, I've been listening to you guys every week, so I've never phoned in, but I've been watching football all my life. Never won England. Never seen England won anything. Right. 55 now, and it's getting to a point where I just kind of go. I look at it and I go, well, with 20 minutes to go, let's see now what Tuchel's all about, because we had 20 minutes to go. 1-0 up, 20 minutes away from being in a World Cup final for the first time in my life. And then it's like the same old stuff happens again. We play not to lose. We don't play to win. I played professional tennis back in the 90s, and we know in tennis, one guy gets to walk away with the trophy. Everybody else goes home. Right? So you try to play to win, because if you go defensive and you try not to lose, you lose 100% all the time.
Table tennis.
And I just look at
table tennis, if you're defensive in table tennis, you can win because your opponent can make mistakes.
We played to not to lose tonight. Now,
that's true.
tournament football, one team wins, you know? So we've got the players where it's got to be something to do with, I don't know, an attitude, some kind of something we fall on our sword every time we get close.
People have said tonight it's a mindset. I think it's a really interesting point that you make, though, actually, about playing to lose. England were too negative. I agree with that, Rob. You don't.
Okay, thank you so much, Paul. Adam, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say I actually think Tuchel is the right manager, and I think that he could do it in the next tournament. He made a mistake tonight, but if you look at the way Argentina played, like he played it so he had the most offensive structure at the end of the game when Argentina looked the strongest. So yes, I feel like he made a mistake by bringing two main defenders on too early, but I see why he did it, and I understand, and I have faith in Tuchel for the next tournament.
Yeah, so you trust him then, even though he's made that horrific mistake, which you accept he did make a mistake, you trust him?
Yeah, like I understand it was a mistake, but I understand why he also did it.
He didn't. Sorry for butting in. He didn't understand it was a mistake when listening to his interview. He said he had no regrets. So
exactly, that's what I love about him, though. No, that's what I love about Tuchel, because he doesn't back down on his decision. He made that decision because he knows that Argentina are going to attack in the last 10, 15, 20 minutes. So he tried to preempt that. And I understand that maybe then when we went 1-0 down, 2-0 down, we then didn't have the attacking players to go forwards. But he tried to eliminate that before it happened.
Hang on a minute. You've said that he's got it wrong. So you've said that he's got it wrong, and then when he doesn't admit to his error, you say that's fine. You say you like that.
Because he made a decision.
Really?
He made a decision, and he's got to stick with it.
And England are knocked out of the World Cup because of that terrible decision. Probably the worst decision an England manager has ever made.
I mean, fantastic, but it is what it is. He's made the decision. That's who we have trust in. We can't now go back and be like, oh, he's the worst manager we've ever seen, or anything like this. I feel like it just doesn't make sense to do that right now.
Okay, Adam, thank you so much for the call. James, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Good pleasure to speak to you both.
And
I just wanted to say that I'm really frustrated tonight because I thought we really had a good chance to make it through to the final. I'm normally quite a level-headed fan, so if I didn't think we had a fair chance of beating Argentina, I'd say so. But tonight, I really thought we had a chance. And watching the game, I would have thought that we still had Southgate as manager. The way that Tuchel, from the moment we went 1-0 up, it was like watching Southgate as manager of England again with his substitutions. And that kind of just flowed through to the players. And I know listening to the show tonight, people have been talking about, okay, well, who would you have if you're not Tuchel? And Pep's name's been coming up quite a few times. And I'll be honest with you, boys, Pep, the way that he structures his teams, he needs day in, day out training on the ground to get his philosophy of play. And to have meet up with players, every other quarter is very difficult. Mark Gahey joined the club, and even after 6 months, he's learned so much because day in, day out. And so the name that I want to put into the conversation is someone who's got proven track record in tournament play, winning tournaments, and he had a spell as interim manager and did well for us. That's Lee Carsley.
He didn't want the job, did he? Lee Carsley, am I right in saying?
No, he didn't. He didn't get offered the job.
I'm not so sure.
Chris, going back to James's point when James said he thought it was Southgate in charge tonight. Well, you'd have been happy with that because you said he's one of the greatest managers ever England have had. You'd have been happy with that.
Hang on a minute. Why are you always going back into the past?
Because
we are talking about what happened.
Didn't win a competition at home. It was one of the greatest ever.
Listen to you with your Thomas Tuchel scarf on tonight. I mean, that's embarrassing from you, actually. Really, based on what actually happened today. Probably the worst decision a manager has ever made, an England manager has ever made, and you're backing him and saying that's okay. Carry on, Thomas.
I'm not saying okay, I made mistakes, but give him another tournament.
Okay.
James, what do you think?
Not another tournament or not?
No. He had his chance, and to be honest with you, he got away with one with Norway. Mexico, you can understand, given the circumstances, going down to 10 men, having 5 at the back. But today, 1-0 up. We were doing all the right things, had them on the ropes, 2 centre-backs on a yellow card. You know, that was the time to really press down and get that second goal. They'd have been, we had them exactly where we wanted them. They'd have been chasing us, leaving gaps at the back, and we just sat back. And Tim Vickery put it perfectly when I listened to him earlier. He said it was like having bats hanging underneath the bar. We were just asking for them to come and come into our area. And it was so frustrating. I'm an armchair fan with my mates tonight. And I could see from 60 minutes onwards, you could see the direction of travel. It was only going one way. And it was so frustrating. If I can see that, then what about from a multi-million-pound contract, international proven class manager? And you're telling me that he couldn't see that on the touchline?
Only 2 people in the world didn't see that: Thomas Tuchel and Robbie Savage, the Forest Green manager.
No, I see it.
They're going to be great to watch.
They're
going to be great to watch, aren't they, this season?
As a Welshman, by the way, you know, and you've got half a cap. You know, I'm being more positive than you. Patrick, how are you?
I'm listening to the majority of the callers and saying, what are they talking about? Because I completely agree with Chris Sutton. I mean, Tuchel's made an absolute howler, because we were dominating for the majority of that game. And then it comes to that point, he gets defensive. We score the goal. We honestly look like we're dealing with the shenanigans that Argentinians are doing. We're given as good as we get, in fairness, but also not rising to the bait. But if you put Southgate in that dugout now, he would be getting absolute pelters. But I would argue Southgate would never do that defensive.
Chris, you'd be saying he's one of the greatest managers ever after tonight.
Yeah, but what? So I think it's a very fair point. But I don't, you know, Thomas Tuchel, as you know, everybody is saying the same thing about Thomas Tuchel. He's made a massive error, and he's got this long contract. How can he be trusted when he can't actually hold his hand up? I'd rather him come out after the game, Patrick, and say, I got it wrong. I made a mistake.
Perhaps he might, Chris, when emotion's taken out of it and he watches it, he might say that.
England are out of a World Cup semi-final, the chance to make a final, and he has no regrets when he made
100% agree. 100% agree, Chris, because that is outrageous to say that you have to hold. Like, I mean, I would say 90% of the people watching that game would say Tuchel has made a massive howler there, and to come out after the game and to say anything other than that, the players should take none of the flack. None of the flack, because they've done an absolute shit. I saw the squad and I thought, actually, you know what? Gareth Southgate picked a better squad. Thomas Tuchel took who he did, but tonight he picked a great squad to beat Argentina. We worked to the plan. We scored a goal. He should have done what Spain did when they scored a goal, and they should have stuck to the plan and maybe got a few more legs on the pitch and got some pace on there. And invigorated what he already wanted to do. But no, he put on a load of defenders and completely parked the bus. And
totally agree, Patrick. Totally agree.
Oh,
thanks, Patrick.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for the call. But my headphones fell out, Christopher.
Did they?
Thanks for listening, Chris. You've had a great World Cup. Are you doing the final?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm
there
Sunday.
Go on,
in
you
New Jersey.
You made it. Chris is not coming home. England are. 6:06. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Natalie Pike and David James. 9 a.m. Next up on 5 Live, it's a chance to hear the rivals, Messi v Ronaldo. 6:06 is a Shooting Sharp production for BBC Radio 5 Live. Chris is not coming home, but England are.